Well, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome back wherever you are watching this in the world. Welcome to Buckmore Park for the Sunday, the finals day of the 2025 edition of the Kart Race of Champions, the UK Kart Race of Champions here at Buckmore Park in Kent. Thank you all very much for joining us. We've got an action-packed long day of racing ahead of us. 14 of the 30 heats still to be contested between our drivers, which will score each driver's points for the 10 finals that we have later today. 5 for the heavyweights, 5 for the lightweights. A little bit of a different format for the heats today. Each of the groups of drivers before the heats are going to get a 3-lap practice session. During that time, we will just be off air for a little break. However, we will keep those live timings with you throughout the day, so you can see who the favourites are for each race going into them. But let's have a recap then of what happened yesterday. Provisional results these, some of these drivers having done 2 of their 3 heats, some of them only having done 1. So take these standings as they currently are with a pinch of salt. Firstly though, let's look to the lightweight drivers. Thomas Ronhard, the F1 esports driver, is currently at the top of the lightweight standings, taking a maximum score so far. He took pole position, but you don't get any points for that, but he managed to follow that up with 2 race wins in the first and 6th races of yesterday, or lightweight heats that is, so scoring himself a maximum 50 points. Peter Knight gave a very good account of himself throughout yesterday. He made up many positions in his 2nd heat, which was the final lightweight heat of yesterday evening. He currently stands on 45 points in 2nd. And then Ollie Smith and Adam Beaumont, both of whom got their elbows out significantly in their heats yesterday, are tied for 3rd on 42. However, I should preface once again that half of the drivers have yet to participate in 2 heats. So we will see these standings change throughout the day. If they are updated on Alpha Live, then we will make sure to keep you updated with them as the day goes on. But those are your current top 4 in lightweight. Let's have a look at how the heavyweight standings look. Ross Sandwell currently leads the way. He's gotten a 1st and a 3rd in 2 of his 3 heats so far. Mark Puxey, our reigning 2-time defending champion, he had a good day yesterday as well, securing a race win in lightweight heat number 3. And a 4th place in lightweight heat number 7. He's just ahead of Kevin Francis on tiebreak. Tiebreak, if we go to the finals and drivers have identical points, will be done on the best lap time that each driver achieves throughout the course of their race. So at the minute, Mark Puxty just ahead of Kevin Francis on best lap tiebreak, a 50.6 compared to a 50.8. They're just 1 point ahead of Dylan Kadir in 4th position. And Jonathan Wilson rounds out the heavyweight top 5 as it currently stands, with him recording the race win in the final heavyweight heat yesterday, and also a 6th position to his name as well. We said throughout yesterday that if you want a chance of getting into the A final, reminder that there are going to be 5 finals for each weight category, E all the way through to A in that order, then you really have to be looking at getting, at the very, very least, a top 5 finish on average in all 3 of your heats, which, given that each heat is about 19 or 20 drivers, is a very, very difficult task to do. The first 10 heats yesterday were sorted by qualifying session, or the grids for them at least were, whereas all of the remainder of the heats today and the first 6 and the last 6 yesterday were determined by a random grid position. So for your 2nd and 3rd heats, if you're starting at the front for one of them, you're going to be starting near the back for the other. And if you start in the middle for one, then you'll start roughly in the middle as well for the other one, just to keep everything nice and fair. Let's also have a look at our team standings at the minute. A reminder that for the first time in the history of the Kart Race of Champions, we've also got a team's trophy. So drivers can choose to represent a team if they wish to do so. Some drivers, of course, just racing for themselves. Some of these teams, well-established names in the UK and European rental karting scenes, some of them made specifically for this event. But at the minute, and as you would probably expect, being that we're at Buckmore Park, it is the team called the Buckmore Bandits who are currently leading the way. They've accrued 158 points so far, with a best result of 2 second places across that team yesterday. The team name with my favourite name in this competition, the Suck on My Exhaust team, is just 4 points behind them. They recorded as well a couple of second places yesterday. Nameless Motorsport, you'd have to argue, were the favourites for the team trophy going into today, having just come off the back of an overall win at the Buckmore Park 24 Hours just a couple of weeks ago. And they certainly lived up to that expectation in the first half of yesterday, securing 2 wins and another 4 podiums on top of that of the 8 races that they've participated in so far. So perhaps they've just done a few less races than some of their other teams. Of course, they are randomly allocated throughout the day. So keep an eye on Nameless Motorsport. Accelerate Kent Brewery, another established Buckmore Park 24-hour team. They're in the top 4 as well. And the TRX Elite team also round out that top 4 with the likes of Paragon Racing, Talent Factory, Falcon Motorsport, Kobe Motorsport, and the Buckmore Bandits All-Stars rounding out the top 10. Well, we're about to get underway with the first practice session. A reminder that each practice session is only going to be 3 laps. So these drivers have gone away, had a nice rest, come back, and they've got 3 laps to get themselves reacquainted with the karts and the circuit before they get ready for the first heat of the day. Conditions a little bit more cloudy than what we saw yesterday. We had a beautiful clear sky day yesterday. However, today a little bit more overcast, but the risk of rain is currently sitting at 0%. We've also had a look at the weather forecast, and it is predicted that this cloud will burn away as we get into the afternoon and the evening. So you'd think that by the time we come to our finals, the sun is going to be shining, and it's going to give us a lovely golden hour final for the A finals, at least towards the end of today, as we saw yesterday. Track conditions also very, very rubbed in at this point. You can especially see on the downhill after the far chicane, the amount of rubber that these karts have been putting down over the last couple of days, well, just purely from the amount of running throughout the pre-event practice sessions and the heats that we had yesterday, has caused the track to become incredibly rubbered in. You can just see a little bit there on the right-hand side of the shot now throughout the chicane. The amount of marbles offline as well is something that these drivers are going to have to contend with, which might make overtaking even more difficult than it would otherwise be. Hence, I believe we're going to see some very, very interesting races as we head into today. Well, we're just waiting for this first practice session to get started, but we will be back in a couple of minutes with that one. We will leave that live timing on for you, and we'll be back in a few minutes for the first heat of the day. Well, here we go. We are now underway for the first practice session of the day. Pre-assigned heats, as I said, for all of the heats we've got going on throughout the course of this morning. So let's have a look at some of the drivers to look out for in this lightweight pack. Jay Adams, the 30-year-old American, is going to be starting on pole position. Competes in the Pro Cup Endurance and United Karting Championships. First time racing in this competition. 2 to 3 years in competitive leagues over in the States, and has secured many podiums in 6-hour Pro Cup Endurance events. So keep an eye out for James Adams. Oliver Thurkettle, a name that people will be more familiar with over here in the UK. The 17-year-old driver races in the Formula 270 Championship over at Red Lodge. First time as well competing in the Kart Racing Champions. Most of these drivers actually, despite the partly as a result of this event getting so much bigger, I should say, most of these drivers this year participating in this event for the first time. So fantastic to see so many rookie drivers, although I don't think in any other circumstance you can count them as rookies. Oliver been competing in rental karts since the age of 7, 2023 Club 73 Youth Cup champion as well. He's participated in several other series as well. Harry Graham is going to be starting on the second row behind them in third, with Oliver Wedden one to look out for as well, the former Loughborough University driver. The 30-year-old British driver races in Club 73 and is the 2024 lightweight runner-up of this event. So keep an eye out for Oliver starting in 4th position. That's a very, very good place for him to challenge for the race win. However, we did see yesterday that, especially for the lightweights, grid position's not really mattering that much, as we saw a lot of people making some big moves. The general trend yesterday was that the lightweight races were a lot more about battling and positioning yourself and your racecraft, as the difference in lap time was so small, whereas the heavyweight races were more just about getting the lap time down, a little bit more of a pace discrepancy between the front and the back of the heavyweight field. As I said, these drivers only getting 3 laps to get themselves reacquainted with the track and the circuit. Well, I think most of them have probably done enough laps of this circuit by now to know where they're going. Or at least yesterday, after the course of yesterday and a couple of races, you'd have hoped that they know where to go. So it is only practice, of course, but keep an eye out for the number 3 of Jaden Giles, who currently leads this practice session. He's going to be starting in 11th on the grid, so right in the mid-pack. He currently leads the way during this practice session. Rory O'Regan, the Nameless Motorsport driver, absolutely dominant in his last couple of seasons of Club 100 Juniors, which of itself is a very, very competitive field. Actually won, I believe, the last round of the Club 100 Seniors last year. He's currently in second position in this practice session. He's going to be starting right at the back of the grid, down in 17. He's actually replaced by Harry Graham. Aforementioned, he's going to be starting in 3rd place, Harry, so some good practice pace from him. Caleb Jansen and Rob Garud also featuring in the top 5, although both of those guys starting a bit more towards the mid-pack. So this is always what we're going to see with these random grid races, is that we'll see faster drivers making their way through from the back of the field or the mid-pack. Perhaps some slower drivers who are positioned towards the front, just going to try and hold on to some good point scoring positions. Actually very, very interesting, as we can see the safety car coming round. Very interesting to see the results of this practice session. Perhaps gives us a little bit of an idea what to expect going into this race. You can see the likes of Jaden Giles, Roy Regan, Caleb Jansen, Rob Grood, Harry Graham towards the front of this one. As we can see, very, very close, the margin. We saw in qualifying yesterday that pretty much the top half of each qualifying group was separated by less than half a second or so. And if you're wondering where the drivers are looking, they're looking at the giant timing screen. You can just see it there off to the right. Because when you're a driver actually out there on the field, or out there on the track, it's actually quite difficult sometimes to know where your pace lies relative to everyone else. So those drivers who are able to have a good look at the timing screen, perhaps getting a little bit of an advantage. But this is going to be a consistent theme that we see throughout today, is that the drivers are going to be parked up over at Cafe Curve, and they're going to be pointed around by the marshals. The team here at Buckmore Park doing an excellent job. Just started a couple minutes behind today, but that's just because the team, so the team could make sure that all the karts were prepped properly for the day ahead. They do a fantastic job here at maintaining one of the most equal fleets of karts in UK rental karting. Of course, we like to say that all the karts are the same, but especially at some tracks, that often isn't the case. But they do an excellent job here at ensuring parity. And actually, the Buckmore Park 24 Hours a couple of weeks ago was a good marker of that as well. That's always a very, very successful event, popularised by YouTubers as well. To the extent that I believe in the last couple of years, it has completely sold out in just a couple of minutes. So that is very, very impressive. They could definitely run more teams if they wanted to, could the circuit. It's just down to a question of space as well, with each team having 8 drivers or so for that event. So with the drivers getting lined up on the grid now, let's have a complete run through the grid for the first heat of the day, heat number 17 overall, and the 9th lightweight heat of the 15 that we're going to have today, alternating throughout the morning, lightweight, heavyweight, as we did yesterday. So as mentioned, Jay Adams on pole position for Team Nova, with Oliver Thirkettle is going to be starting alongside him. You can just see those two at the front of the grid. Harry Graham and Oliver Whedon make up row number 2, with Kart Jansen and Emma Rabbage on row 3. Ross Honeyman and David Metcalf on row 4, with Rob Garud and Paul Nicolai, who had a good second race yesterday. They round out the top 10. And this 20-strong kart grid is made up of Jaden Giles, Hannah Bars, Simon Johnson, Reece Barker, Ollie Cooper-Welton, Lino Lucas, Rory O'Regan down in 17th, keep an eye on him. Frederica Contesti, who had a good race as well yesterday. Brandon Barker and James King of King Brothers Racing starting 20th and last in this race. The King Brother Racing team, known for their various exploits at Daytona venues. Very, very successful, especially at the Milton Keynes venue. I believe actually the reigning champions of at least the autumn 24-hour race that was most recently held. But it seems like we are just about ready to go here for this race. So Marshall makes his way to the front. He's going to point to the lights. Visors are going to go down. Drivers are going to get ready to go. And we are underway for the Sunday here at Kart Race of Champions 2025. The theme we saw yesterday was that the second place driver would often get a better start, but it seems like our pole sitter has managed to keep hold of the lead at the moment. And down the inside goes the number 23. Jostling for position, heading down into hairpin 1. Oh, quite a lot of contact. I believe Oliver Whedon is involved there in his distinctive red suit and light blue helmet. But they're all facing in the right direction now as they make their way down the hill for the first time today. And immediately the number 13 goes for a move. The number 13 of Kart Jansen, he's made a fantastic start. Car going very wide in the background. So continuing the big pack to go side by side, 3 wide towards the back of this grid. These drivers know that these heats are going to be absolutely crucial as they go towards the end of this morning. With every passing heat, the opportunity to earn points getting less and less, and therefore each race becoming more and more important to these drivers. We saw some pretty chilled out racing, especially in the heavyweights yesterday, but I wouldn't expect that to continue. The number 11 just dipping a wheel onto the grass. That's Paul Nicolai as he has a look on the 22 of Reece Barker. So the second half of the grid still sorting themselves out. The number 3 of Jaden Giles. He's made up some good places. Was fastest in practice, of course. There is a difference between being fast in practice on cold tyres and fast in the race on hot tyres. 23 of Harry Graham has a look down the inside of Ross Honeyman, who featured at the front in one of the races yesterday. At the minute is K-Up Jansen who leads the way. Jansen having a good day yesterday. Finishing third in the first one of his heats did K-Up. The 20-year-old Dutch driver representing the Legends of Karting team. As I maintained yesterday, if you're representing a team called the Legends of Karting, you better be towards the front, otherwise that'd be rather embarrassing. Number 3 of Jaden Giles trying to pressure the 23 of Harry Graham, who in turn's pressuring the 4 of Ross Honeyman. So okay, with just a little bit of a lead at the front. Just half a second or so as they crossed the line last time out. Seems to have slightly extended his gap this time round though. And the 13 of Jansen setting a new fastest lap of the race, already into the 50.9s. It'd be interesting to see what kind of effect the different conditions today have on the best lap times. Yesterday, the lap times remained relatively consistent. The fastest lap in each race was about a mid-50. So we're just a couple of tenths off that at the moment from our race leader. Let's say, even as the track cooled going into the evening, did seem a little bit like the drivers were able to hold on to it. So the 23 of Harry Graham had a little look at the 4 of Ross Honeyman down into the hill. Wasn't quite able to make it work, but that did leave him a little bit compromised. And now the 3 of Jaden Giles from 11th on the grid. Now up into 4th and pressuring for 3rd. The rest of the sort of top 10, a little bit more spread out behind. The main battle we're looking at is this battle for 2nd. And once again, the number 4 Ross Honeyman having to make a decision. You can see the back of his suit. Races in the BIKC, the Indoor Karting Championship here in the UK, run by Team Sport. These 3 now nose to tail on the downhill. Decision having to be made by Honeyman. Does he want to defend this position? Or does he want to push his way up to Jansen in the race lead? He has a look over each shoulder, see where his drivers are. Lovely little cutback attempt from Jaden Giles. He's going to try and go all the way around the outside. We'll have to wait to find out. Doesn't seem like he has. But this is what we see when the grids are so close in an event like this. Just a tiny little bit of battling turns this 3-kart battle into now a 6 or 7-kart battle. The black suit, black helmet of Rob Garud at the back of that, getting involved in the number 12. Lovely little cutback actually from Garud. Manages to claim 2 places in hairpin 2. Side by side between 3rd and 4th. But is that a change for 3rd? I believe it is. I think Jaden Giles now up into 3rd. And he was fastest during practice. Garud now up to 5th. Garud shaping for a move immediately. I think it was a little bit of a day late, dollar short, but the space was there. The driver's still going in the same place. You can see battling further down the order. James King going side by side. Now Ross Honeyman shaping for a defensive move. Jaden Giles not too worried about it. He tried to get the cutback, didn't quite work through 1 and 2. You have to sort of rely on your competitor to make a mistake and leave that kart gap on the inside. But Jansen now scampering away at the front of this field. Rory O'Regan with fastest lap of the race at the minute at 50.5. So we're already roughly about the fastest lap times where we were at yesterday. Be interesting to see if these kinds of conditions, with it being a little bit cooler, whether the karts actually work a little bit better. Of course, the engines prefer the cooler air. Cooler air meaning that the air is denser, allowing them to develop more power. Could mean that we see, as we also have a black flag there for the number 16 of Brandon Barker. That's not a good start to his day. He's currently running in 14th. The number 4, Ross Honeyman, not happy with what Jaden Giles was doing. Seems to be shuffled out a little bit wide. The 30 of Rory O'Regan going completely off the road as he now dives back down the inside. Seems to have gotten that move done, has O'Regan on Garud. Ross Honeyman didn't seem too impressed with what Jaden Giles was doing, but nothing from race control at the moment. In fact, the 23 of Harry Graham's actually followed him through there as well. Down the inside goes Rory O'Regan. Does he make that move stick? No, not quite. 3 wide in the background as they head up the hill. Leave the 5 of Ollie Cooper-Welton, the filling in the sandwich there, in the blue suit as they cross the line. Little 2x2 there further back. But we're still focused. This battle for seconds now become a battle for 4th, it would seem. Ross Honeyman, a little bit of the cork in the bottle at the minute, doesn't quite seem to have the pace at the moment. Or maybe he's too busy on defending. O'Regan giving him a little bump around hairpin too. Honeyman perhaps not too impressed with that. He's been very expressive with his hands, this Honeyman, but I would probably argue he needs to spend more time with his hands turning the wheel and less time with them up in the air. That'll probably make him go a little bit faster. Ooh, late move from O'Regan. The space was there though. And O'Regan does make the move. Space was there on the inside for O'Regan. He was ahead after the corner. 16 of Brandon Barker being told to come in after that black flag. You'd have to be either blind or silly to miss that big flashing board from race control. Now a little bit of argy-bargy there, the number 4 of Ross Honeyman being shuffled down. This reflects the mantra that so often happens in these races. Ross Honeyman not happy that he's lost so many places. He needs to sort of stem the flow of the places that he's losing at the minute. Otherwise he's going to fall like a stone. It is often the case with these races. If you're not going forward, then you're going to go backwards. It's not enough just to hold position a lot of the time when you're in a big pack like this. There's going to be people behind you who are wanting themselves to have a go. They're not going to be content with just sitting behind people. A reminder that every single position in these heats, absolutely crucial. Could be the difference between getting into the A final or not. Later on today is going to be an ED, CB and A final for both lightweights and heavyweights. I've had it confirmed to me by organiser Clinton Bell this morning that the winner and only the winner of each of the finals is going to be promoted to the back of the grid of the final ahead of them. So while it is technically possible to qualify in the C final or below and make your way up into the A final, it is very, very difficult. I would argue it's almost impossible, very, very unlikely. So the number 13 of Caleb Jansen continues to lead at the front. He's got a 2-second lead now over Jaden Giles, who was fastest in practice, was the number 3 of Giles. Fastest in the race as well. Best lap time of a 50.3. That's definitely up there with some of the best times we saw yesterday. So the track, you can see the amount of rubber that's being laid down by these drivers. Especially as we go through this section of the track towards the downhill. You can just see on the left-hand side there the difference in colour of the tarmac, just how much rubber is being laid down. And how much, when you're actually there in person, I walked across the track this morning, as down the inside goes Rory O'Regan on Harry Graham. Some excellent progress being made by Rory O'Regan, actually some fantastic progress being made by O'Regan. Started 17th in this race, is now up 14 places. Just a minute and a half left to go though, so that might be the best that he can do. Another new fastest lap of the race though from Giles. Now a 50.2. I don't think we saw a 49 in any of the races yesterday. I think the best lap from yesterday was a 49.98 from Thomas Ronhar in qualifying. So you'd have to argue these track conditions probably a little bit better than they were yesterday, and continually getting better with this rubber that's being laid down. Slightly cooler air temperature as well. O'Regan really pushing to the edge of that white line. He needs to be careful he doesn't put all 4 wheels off the track after the hill, otherwise he's going to get a track limits warning. Black flag as well for the 5 of Ollie Cooper-Welton. So 2 drivers in this race getting black flag. Race control not pulling any punches in this one. Track limit warning for K-Up Jansen in first. I believe that is his first one though, but he does need to be careful he doesn't get a penalty. I believe these drivers are going to get one more lap after this one. minute, Jansen does lead. Gap now 1.2. Jaden Giles, purple sector 1 on this lap. Perhaps has just timed this one a little bit too late. Jaden Giles from 11th on the grid. He'll be happy to finish second, especially considering the man in front of him started 6 places further up. And Rory O'Regan, a good event for him. Another new fastest lap of the race from Jaden Giles, 20.24. We're on the final lap now. He's just a little bit too far away. His top 5 seem to be relatively consolidated. Closest battle is between Harry Graham and Rod Garud for 4th and 5th, you'd have to argue. But Rory O'Regan not disappearing away from these guys, but I think these guys just doing their best to hang on to O'Regan in this other stage of the race. Taking advantage of that slipstream as well, worth at least a 10th or 2 a lap going down the main straight. Well, it's been a good effort from Giles. He was fastest during practice, and he has been fastest during this race. Fantastic lap time from him. But it is going to be the number 13 of Kjep Jansen. Kjep Jansen wins the first heat of the Sunday here at the 2025 Kart Race of Champions here at Buckmore Park. The 20-year-old Dutchman will be very, very happy with that start. Side by side between the 7 of Simon Johnson and the 20 of Oliver Whedon. He's had a very, very disappointing race, you'd have to argue. Started in 4th, down to 14th, the former runner-up in this event. That's not gonna do him well for his points tally towards the end of today. So let's have a look at the full results then. Kjep Jansen did take the win ahead of Jaden Giles. Rory O'Regan rounding out the podium, up 14 places for the nameless motorsport driver. Some more good points for that team. Harry Graham in 4th, Rob Garud 5th, David Metcalf and Paul Nicolai in 6th and 7th, Ross Honeyman in 8th. We saw got shuffled down a bit, but considering that he started 7th and finished 8th, he had a bit more of an interesting race than those statistics tell you. Oliver Thurkettle in 9th and Lino Lucas rounding out the top 10. And your second page of results is made up of Reece Barker, Frederica Contesi, Simon Johnston, Oliver Whedon, James King, Ebba Rabbage, Hannah Bars, Jay Adams, Ollie Cooper Welton and Brandon Barker. Those last 2 getting black flags during this race. But that's it for the first of the 14 heats that we've got this morning, of the 30 total. But we'll be back in just a few minutes for the first of our heavyweight heats. Well, as we come to the end of the second practice session, it is William Woods who led the way in that practice session, recording a 50.6. 0.4 of a second faster than anyone else in that race. William Woods, who had a very, very good first race yesterday. Once again showing that pace. Yeah, actually, he only participated in the one race yesterday, did William, but he did win it. So he's currently sitting on maximum possible points at the minute, and he's showing that he has very, very good pace in this event as well. He's starting from a decent position as well, starting from 7th. There he is in the number 22, in the Lewis Hamilton tribute helmet and the dark purple suit. Rest of the grid then, Anton Schoppler, still 0.4 behind William. He was 1,000th ahead of Sahib Chana, with Jack Evans and Hassan Safar rounding out the top 5 in practice. Quite useful actually, these practice sessions allow us to have a little idea about who's going to be the strongest during that race, but that man there is definitely one to look out for as they're being sent round at the minute. Let's have a look then at our full grid for heat number 18 overall, number 2 today, first of the heavyweight heats today. So it's Jason Bolton on pole position with Alex Haig alongside him racing for TRX. Jack Evans and Stephen Soden make up row number 2 with Alex Jones and Anton Schoppler on row number 3. Aforementioned William Woods in 7th with Ross McKenzie in 8th with Max Taylor and Ashley Mason-King of KBR fame in 10th. Sam Luke's in 11th, and then we've got an empty grid slot next to him in 12th. From a dropped-out driver, and then Hayden Harris 13th, Alex Mitchell 14th, Barry Lewis 15th, Dimitri Ora 16th, Hassan Safar in 17th. He had a good race yesterday as well. Sahib Chana and Ian Wilson rounding out this 19-car grid. So William Woods, who recorded the fastest lap in that practice session by a pretty whopping 0.4 of a second in the context of this event. He'll be starting 7th. Anton Schoppler starting just ahead of him in 6th. With Sahib Chana, the outlier in that top 3. He's going to be starting 2nd to last in this race. So he needs to try and use that pace to move his way forward. Very, very close between all of these drivers as well. Less than a second covering 2nd down to 16th position. Just goes to show the caliber of these drivers. We're about to get underway then with heat number 2 for today, the first of our heavyweight heats. Visors down, looking at the lights. And we are underway. A pretty even start. The drivers so far have been relatively well behaved between turns 1 and 2. But it's often this first hairpin that the trouble starts to occur. A little bit of squirreling under brakes from some of these drivers. I believe that's the 10 of Anton Schoppler getting involved immediately, trying to make some moves. But it is the 12 of Jason Bolton who leads us at the minute, with the Alex Haig just tucked in behind. So the top 2 as they were, sorry. Jack Evans in 3rd. So a pretty organised start, that one. The top 4 actually remain in the order that they are. I think Anton Schoppler's made his way up to 5th. William Woods following him in cart number 22 into 6th. But for the most part, a very, very well-behaved start from these heavyweight drivers. We have seen the general theme throughout, as I've already said, is that these heavyweight heats tend to be a lot more chilled out than the lightweight ones. Seem to be a lot more about just putting down the lap times. So number 11 of Jack Evans goes for that move on Alex Haig. Alex having to take to the runoff area. Can't keep that position though if he goes all 4 wheels off the track onto the paint there. That's regarded as track limits. So he is going to get a track limits warning for that. Is the number 25. Jason Bolton in the lead, just having a little look over his shoulder. He's got about a kart length gap as it currently stands. We've got two very quick customers at the back end of this top 5. So these front two need to break away as soon as they possibly can, or use this opportunity. As down the inside goes to 22 of William Woods. He's already made that move on 10 of Anton Schoppler. Anton just following him through on the 4 of Stephen Salden. So the top 2 in practice now up to 4th and 5th. This top 5 now breaking away. Or top 6 it should be said. But actually now a slightly bigger gap. William Woods immediately going for the move on Alex Haig on the downhill. Can he get this done? Keeps his foot in round the outside. Very nicely done move, but he goes a little bit deep. Alex Haig getting the cutback. Battle for first as well. That's very nicely driven actually from Alex. It was a very well worked move by William, but he just outbraked himself a little bit on that downhill. That's allowed this top 2 to get away slightly. So it's Jason Bolton battling with Jack Evans. And a huge shout from the crowd, as I believe there's been a little collision through the Cafe Curve. You can hear the sound of carts rubbing against barriers. I think there's a yellow flag in the final sector, but these guys still racing as they are. Still green through this part of the lap. There seems to be a yellow flag. And it may appear orange on the stream, but that is actually a flashing yellow. So that barrier there just being repaired by the marshal. You can see the damage that was done to those barriers there. This is actually going to take quite a few laps to repair probably, this barrier. So overtaking and racing having to be confined to the first half of the circuit. Now what that's done is it's that yellow flag, the artificial slowing, it's actually just stretched this group out a bit. It's actually allowed William Woods to close in on our top 2. He has a little look down at Jack Evans. So there's more contact warnings flying in over the race control screen. Hand off by William Woods. He's acknowledging that that yellow flag in the second half of the track. No overtaking. Have to remain single file through this section of the track. Now, is that barrier still being repaired? It's just finished being repaired. You can see the marshal going back into his cart now to return to the pit lane. So I imagine next time round, it's going to be green throughout the entirety of this circuit. Down the inside goes the 11 of Jack Evans. A little bit of contact, but that all seemed fair enough there from the number 11. William Woods trying to have a look around the outside of hairpin 2. Not quite able to do it, but he does get a little cutback. Wasn't really far alongside Jason Bolton there to make that move. A little bit over-enthusiastic, wasn't quite far enough. Anton Schoppler now involved in this fight as well. In fact, Anton Schoppler getting a little bit of overlap on William Woods. In fact, got enough overlap that Woods did try to cut him off, but he was already too far alongside, so justice done as far as that is concerned. These drivers being warned in the briefing about their driving standards today. A little cutback actually from the 22 of Woods. And he was slightly compromised there going into hairpin 1. You imagine he would have liked to brake a little bit later, but if he had braked later, he would have gone into the back of the 12. But nevertheless, he was able to get that move done. These drivers need to make sure that they are respectful to each other and give each other the right amount of space. Has to be a cart's width if they're far enough alongside. Now is Woods going for the move? He is. A little bit of side-by-side contact. The space was there, though. They're going to be side-by-side coming out of this corner. It's a drag race up the hill. Drag race up the hill. Woods keeps his foot planted. He was more than halfway alongside. A little bit of afters between these two. You'd have to say that was fair enough. Should have been left a little bit more space there by Bolton. And now Schoppler's followed Woods through. What this has allowed, it's allowed for the 11s of Jack Evans to start disappearing up the circuit. But now that these two, the two who were fastest in practice, now that these two have a bit of clear air, they've still got 5 minutes left to go in this race, which may not seem like very much. But that is a good 6 or 7 laps or so. And when the gap is only about a second, as it was on the last lap, you only need to be a couple of tenths of a second faster to close that gap. So the gap actually 1.2, but it was a purple final sector from Woods on that time round. Jack Evans doing nicely in the 50.9s. Anything in the 50s, very, very respectable for the heavyweight drivers. We'd expect them to just have a little bit less lap time than the lightweight drivers. And now Woods is actually broken away a little bit from Schoppler. He's just dragging Bolton along with him. The number 4 of Steven Soden in there as well. And no less than 4 black flags coming up on our race control screen. So black flags for Sahib Chana, Ian Wilson, Hayden Harris and Ross McKenzie. So that's the 3, the 30, the 29 and the 17, all getting black flags in this race. Race control pulling absolutely no punches today. It's good that they're being very strict on the driving standards today. I imagine at least one of those black flags resulted in those stricken barriers that we saw at Cafe Curve. So Wood's going to have a move down the inside of the hill. Yes, he is. Is he going to go a bit deep like he did last time? He is, but he has the momentum to keep going. Woods takes the lead with 3.5 minutes to go. You have to say the 22. He's been a bit of a class of 1 in both of the races he's been in. And actually an exceptional lap time there from Woods on the last lap, a 50.2. So Woods, despite weighing more, could very easily mix it in with the lightweight drivers. The 22 racing for the Suck on My Exhaust team. Jack Evans behind racing just as an independent driver, not representing any team here. Both these guys scoring very good points as it currently stands. Good drive from Jason Bolton as well, just being able to hang on to the back of this group. Trying to convert as many points as he possibly can from pole position. The number 3 there being told to come in, that's Sahib Chana. So one of the fastest in practice being called into the pit lane. A couple more track limit warnings coming up on the screen. It would seem that the 30 of Ian Wilson has now retired from that race following that black flag. So he got 17 out on the track. 2 minutes left to go in this one. So William Woods is now just breaking clear again at the front of this field. You think by the pace that he's shown throughout these couple of sessions, he's not going to be caught from here unless he makes a big mistake. It seems like the battle now is going to be for second position. Jack Evans just coming under a little bit of pressure from Anton Schoppler. These two very close together. Anton, previous runner-up in this event. Very distinguishable in the dark purple suit. 21-year-old American driver who's made his way over from the States. Again, we've got drivers representing nations from nearly every continent at this event. We've got drivers from all over the UK, drivers from Europe, drivers from the Americas, a couple drivers representing Asian nations as well. So this event, which only ever used to be a one-day event, has grown and grown and grown over the years, and now has almost doubled in size since this time last year. The number of finals going from 3 in each category to 5. Nearly 300 drivers across both weight categories competing throughout the course of this weekend. just makes winning that title, the two drivers who are going to win that title at the end of today, it's going to make it all the sweeter. So we are on the last lap of this one. Is Schoppler going to have a move? Huge send from the number 12 of Jason Bolton. Does he get that move done? Schoppler goes off the track. Did seem a day late, dollar short from Bolton. So Schoppler likely within his rights to maintain that lead. But as we round the final corner, it's been a masterclass from this man. William Woods wins heat number 2 here for the final day of the 2025 Kart Racing Champions. Starting from 7th on the grid, that is 2 wins from 2 from the driver in Kart 22. And that sets him up very nicely for his final heat, where he'll only need to finish, you think, in the top 7 or so to have secured his place in the A final. So let's have a look at the overall results then. So it was William Woods who took the win, saying the best lap time of the race, a 50.2. Very, very strong for a heavyweight driver. But as we've seen today, the conditions slightly faster than perhaps what they were yesterday. Quite a few heavyweights going down into the mid 50-second lap times. Jack Evans did hold on for second in the end. Good drive from him, with Anton Schoppler in third and Jason Bolton in fourth. Then a little gap back to Steven Soden in fifth, Hassan Savar sixth. Good drive from the number 13 of Safar. Made up 11 positions in that race. Max Taylor in 7th, Alex Haig in 8th. Sam Lukes and Alex Jones complete the top 10. And then the other page of the results is made up of Barry Lewis, Dimitri Oros, Alex Mitchell, Ashley Mason-King, Ross McKenzie, Sahib Chana, Hayden Harris and Ian Wilson. Those last few drivers receiving black flags during the course of this one. Well, that's the first of the heavyweight heats for today. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes for heat number 19.
For the last heat, short thing 22 already. He had 4 drivers taking on the yellows, clear yellows down the bottom. And then it took you a while to get rid of the black flags. Guys, please look at that board. Thank you. Australian numbers, we have as follows. Cameron in 4, Bobby in 13, Brandon in 7, Jay in 25, Amelia in 6, Trevor in 14, Thomas in 5, Nico 16, Matthew 1, Callum 20, Emily 17, Tommy 3, Sam 29, Matt in 10, Scott 22, Toby 11, Jack Len in 10, Sam George 12, Scott
Well, here we go. That is the end of the third practice session of the day. The second of our lightweight heats about to get started. And if you're looking for a stacked lightweight grid, here might be the place to find it, as there are very recognizable names throughout this grid. Let's have a look then, just the results of practice, to have a little idea about who's at the front of this one. Tommy Lee with a 50.2 in only his third lap of the circuit this morning. That definitely is a good sign for him. 4.5 tenths clear of Scott Kernigan in P2. So Tommy Lee with that kind of pace, you'd have to think during the race he'll be getting down to a low 50 or perhaps even a 49. Bobby McGurr and Sam Jewell in third and fourth in the practice session, very close behind Scott, with Thomas Horton rounding out the top 5. Bradley Philpott of YouTube fame, current GX UK champion of course, is 6th fastest in that practice session. A reminder that of course that the practice has no bearing on the grid results or any sort of points, but it's just a good opportunity for these drivers to shake off a little bit of rust that they may have built up overnight before they get into the race. Cameron Dass as well runs a very popular YouTube channel. He's starting in 9th position, and Sam May down in 11th. And I was actually just a few minutes ago delivered what I can only describe as Sam's resume here in the commentary box. A double-sided sheet of paper with all his karting achievements. I don't think that the May family, of course, realise that I have a massive spreadsheet full of everyone's karting achievements in front of me. That's something the drivers had to fill out before they participate in this event. However, I do want to highlight a couple of points on it. Finished 4th place in this event, did Sam May in 2023 at first time of asking. Went from P20 to P4 in the A final, so a very impressive drive. Also finished 3rd place overall, so an overall podium in the lightweights last year. And has also accrued a variety of other titles. Invited to take part in the Saudi World International Finals in Spain in July as well. So you'd think for a driver of that caliber, he could probably do a little bit better than 11th, but maybe we'll see that in the course of the race today. I also want it to be known to the May family that for every item of food I am delivered in the commentary box throughout the course of today, I will read an additional paragraph of this dossier. So thank you very much to them for delivering it up here. But let's run through the grid then for heat number 19, as it were. So Cameron Dass starting on pole position with Bobby McGurr, the very successful young British driver, starting alongside him on the front row. Brad Philpott just behind Cameron, making it a YouTuber 1-3 on the right-hand side of the grid. Jay Hansford in 4th, Amelia Charlesworth 5th, Trevor Hansford in 6th. Thomas Horton and Nico Schweiner make up row 4, with Matthew Clark and Callum Oakley on row number 5. Emily Lloyd, Tommy Lee, Sam May, Matt Ellis, Scott Clenahan, Toby Hazel, Jack Lead, Sam Jewell and Scott Lawrence make up this 19-kart grid for what will be the second lightweight heat of today. Cameron Dass there, not only a YouTuber, very successful in car racing as well. The 25-year-old American finished 5th in the A final here last year. See what he can do from pole position. Didn't have a great race yesterday. Really fell down the order. And we are underway for heat number 19. Good start from Dass on the right-hand side. Philpott pressuring McGurr immediately, but those top 3 filtering in. And are we going to see another Fast and Furious lightweight heat? Immediately down the inside goes the 5 of Thomas Horton. Good start from him. Oh, a little bit of contact towards the back. We've got a couple of spinners. Matt Ellis involved there in his green suit, green helmet. Won't have lost too many places, because he was starting towards near the back of the grid. A reminder, it's a random grid of all of these heats this morning. They do all work out towards the end. Bobby McGurr into the lead now. Very successful British driver, just 16 years of age, first time competing in this event. Races in Club 100s. 2023 British indoor champion, 2024 British indoor runner-up in his very distinctive blue helmet. Philpott now under a little bit of pressure in third. Jay Hansford and Thomas Horton just behind. Meanwhile, there also seems to be a battle for sixth as well developing. So 3 distinct groups starting to form. The 2 leaders with third through fifth. Look back to sixth and downwards. That involves the number 14 of Trevor Hansford's, the Maple Motorsport driver. Maple Motorsport, a very well-established team by now in the UK rental karting scene, and they're distinctive red and white colours. Side by side between 25 of Hansford. So we've got a Jay Hansford in fourth and Trevor Hansford in eighth. Let's get confused between the two of them. It is fourth and fifth who are battling in a minute. Brad Philpott, a man with so much experience, current GX UK champion, 39-year-old British driver. Former heavyweight champion in this event as well, so making a step down to lightweights. He's also won the British 24-hour race multiple times. So he's been racing for nearly 20 years. His very, very distinctive bright green helmet, purple suit. So he continues to be battling further down the order. I believe that was Amelia Charlesworth going too wide. Black flag for the 12 of Sam Jewell. That won't do his race any favours. Race control really not pulling the punches with the black flags today. There was actually an announcement between last race and this one. The 4 drivers who got black flags during the previous race were all for racing during yellow flags. Definitely not allowed. Yellow flags, of course. No overtaking, single file, slow down. As there was a marshal fixing that wall, so race control taking that, as they should, very seriously. And that will compromise those drivers. You can say that all of those drivers' chances of going into the A final has now disappeared. As the morning goes on, we've got less of these heats left to do. The number of drivers who are still able to make it into the A final for each weight category are going to decrease. As down the inside, Jay Hansford through 1 and 2. It's not often a move you see done, especially not on a man as experienced as Philpott. But Philpott, despite having some clean air, just seeming to lack a little bit of pace at this stage of the race. The 3 of Tommy Lee getting involved as well. Tommy Lee saying the fastest lap of the race so far, into the 50.2s. Are we going to see a 49 in this race? So now this battle for third, a four-way. I think the 5 of Thomas Horton just gave Jay Hansford just a little bit of a bump into Garda, put up his hand to apologise, conceded the position. Nice respectful racing between those two. Philpott now having to defend from Lee behind. He's having a look down the inside. He's got the overlap. Just loses it on the brake slightly. Oh dear. Lee losing it on the brake slightly, and the number 5 of Thomas Horton, an innocent bystander, just in the wrong place at the wrong time. That'll be very, very frustrating for the driver in kart number 5. I don't think race control will be very happy with that incident. Tommy Lee just outbraking himself just a little bit too much. Maybe a little bit of sideways contact as well, a little bit of bumper rubbing between him and Philpott, just causing him to brake a little bit deeper into the corner than he otherwise would like. It is very, very difficult to make a late braking move when you are running in a train, because that space that you want to occupy on the apex is already taken up by another driver. So it's a very fine line to have to tread. But what this means is that Bobby McGurr has now disappeared at the front of the field. We haven't really seen too much of him. 2.5 seconds now the gap. Cameron Dassin a good second place. with a good gap back to Hansford in third. The main battle now between Philpott and Lee. Lee getting a track limits warning from race control. I wonder if he's going to get something else, as down the inside he goes. At the bottom of the hill. Philpott having to go off track. That all seems relatively clean from Tommy Lee's second time of asking. Philpott of this top group just struggling to maintain the pace. Has yet to dip into the 50s as Philpott. It's pretty off the pace from what we would expect from a lightweight driver. Bobby McGurr, our race leader, last time out a 50.5. Tommy Lee now, he's got a bit of clean air in front of him. The fastest driver on the track. He's going to try and push up back to the 25 of Hansford. He'll still be tense and expectant of a penalty, though, for that incident with Thomas Horton, who's, to his credit, is starting to make up positions again. 7 of Philpott just starting to drop off the back of this field. The chasing group then of Nico Schweiner, Thomas Horton, Trevor Hansford, Sam May and Toby Hazel could get involved with this. PB lap times being posted in by many of this top 10. As you can see there, the Maple Motorsport driver of Trevor Hansford just having a little look on at Nico Schweiner. Nico, of course, a 20-year-old Italian racing in the URKC. Fantastic to see so many international drivers coming to this event. It is the UK kart racing champions, but of course, the more the merrier. Really ups the profile of this event. I'll tell you who we haven't talked about very much in this race is that man, Bobby McGurr, at the front of this field. Though he is only 16, don't know if you could quite call him a man just yet. But he is mixing it here with the best of the best. And making an absolute mockery of this field at the front. Doesn't hold the best lap time at the minute. That is still Tommy Lee, who has closed up to the 25 of Jay Hansford. But Bobby McGurr, just showing that consistency. He's rarely more than 2/10 of a lap in this race off his PB. Really late lunge there from the number 3 of Tommy Lee, but very, very nicely stopped. Didn't exceed track limits there on the outside. That's always the risk when you go for that move at the bottom of the hill. But nicely done there from the number 3 of Tommy Lee. In fact, despite that overtake, that is a new fastest lap of the race for Tommy Lee as well. So it was a purple sector 1, purple sector 2, not a PB in the final sector, but still recorded a 50.088 on that last lap. So Tommy Lee with some fantastic pace out front. Probably the best pace that we've seen from any driver in any race so far over the last 2 days. Fastest lap time of the weekend so far is a 49.9, I believe, from Thomas Ronhard during qualifying. Another lightweight driver. And this pace has meant that Tommy Lee, after overtaking Jay Hansford, has just happened to find himself immediately behind Cameron Dass now in the number 4. Still 2.5 minutes left to go in this one. Plenty of time for Lee to get that second place. Bobby McGurr is gone at the front of this field. Nearly 5 seconds is the gap. It could be a blue helmeted 1-2 as Tommy Lee very nicely gets the cutback through turn 1 and 2. Just slots it up the inside. Seems to have a lot of grip at the minute in that kart. Cameron Dass trying to go for the cutback, but Lee's drive out of hairpin 2 just too much. If Cameron wants to retake this second place, he's going to have to do it quickly. Otherwise, Tommy Lee's going to disappear up the road. Cameron Dass does go for it. A little side-by-side contact. Respect given. Room on the outside from Dass to Lee. Lee maintaining that position. 1.5 minutes left. Pretty much to go. We're going to get maybe 3 more laps of this one, probably 2. But as is the pace of Bobby McGurr out front, that we may fit in an extra lap in this heat. It is all dependent on when the leader crosses the line. The 25 of Jay Hansford not wanting to yield, not wanting to move across the track there, trying to slow up Cameron Das by rubbing bumpers a bit. They're side by side through the chicane. Jay Hansford has got a little bit of an overlap on the downhill. Not quite able to pull it off though. He's going to go for it at the bottom of the hill. This has been a sort of favourite overtaking move during this race for many drivers. Das shapes for a defensive move, goes all the way back across the track to open up the racing line. And then nose to tail as they come up the hill towards Cafe Curve. Such is the lead from McGurr out front. But he's not even in the shot. You can see him there just approaching hairpin 2. But we are focusing on this battle for third between Das and Hansford. Some very nice driving from Cameron Das here, who I believe does sell a course on kart racing. The man with Formula car racing title. So you'd think if he's charging people money for a course, he should know how to defend, although he has just left the door wide open there for the 25 of Jay Hansford. And down the inside goes Hansford. So that was a nicely worked move that. Caught Das a little bit napping as we head on to the last lap of the race. Hansford being cheered on by the crowd here. Perhaps a little bit of bias from the British crowd, the British driver getting past the American. A little bit of a bump from the American driver through turn 2. Turn 1 and 2 are technically separate corners, but they do lead into each other, so can pretty much be treated as one corner in these drivers' minds. We're on the last lap of this race though. This is going to be the last opportunity for Das. He is very far back, so it will have to be a late one. Not quite able to get it done, but Bobby McGurr wins heat number 19, an absolutely dominant drive from the young British driver out front. Tommy Lee in second place with the fastest lap of the race, a 50.0. Coming up from 13th on the grid, so a nice drive there from the driver in car number 3. Jay Hansford wins that battle with Cameron Das for third. Then Nico Schweisner finishes in 5th place, winning that battle behind. In fact, that train of 5th down to 12th, covered by just a couple of seconds there at the end of the race. So just a confirmation then of the provisional results. McGurr takes the win ahead of Lee and Hansford. Cameron Das in 4th, and Schweisner winning the battle behind in 5th. Sam May up to 6th from 14th on the grid, gaining 8 places. So a good drive from Sam May. And this is just another offer to the May family that for every item of food I am delivered, I will read out another paragraph of his CV that has been delivered to me here in the commentary box. Thomas Horton in 7th, Trevor Hansford in 8th, Jack Lead in 9th, Toby Hazel in 10th. And then as we go on to the second page of results, it is Scott Clenahan, Bradley Philpott. He'll be very disappointed with that result. Didn't quite have the pace during that race. Best lap at only a high 50.8. With Matthew Clark, Callum Oatley, Matt Ellis, who we saw getting involved in an incident on lap 1. Scott Lawrence, Emily Lloyd, Sam Jewell and Amelia Charlesworth rounds out the 19 finishers of this race. And just want to say there's also been a post-race penalty for the number 10 of Jack Lead, who finished in 9th position. So if that's a 5-second penalty, which is pretty standard, then he's going to drop down a few places. So that's it for heat number 19. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes for the practice, just before heat number 20, the second of our heavyweight heats.
all the drivers to your driving standards and off-circuit conduct. In the last hour, you have ruined all that. It is starting to drop. Drivers, honestly, yesterday was one of the best days of crop and organising this event. And that's because of you guys. However, today, the business end of the event is called, you're all reverting back to rental car races and pushing your way through. You're making it difficult for the team to monitor races because they are spending a lot of time reviewing. We understand this is an important event, I hope it is anyway, because those trophies weren't cheap. However, I want the standards to go back to what it was yesterday. It was much more enjoyable for the team that are working, myself and the competitors, but for some reason, because the sun has gone, we're all driving slightly different. Guys, respect each other on circuit, drive back, go back to yesterday, please, enjoy, have fun.
Well, here we go. That is practice number 4 done, and we're about to get underway with heat number 20 of 30 overall this weekend. Once again, let's have a little look at the practice results. Gives us an idea of who to look out for in this one. First place in that practice session for the 22 of Tristan Lloyd with a 50.6, but marginally ahead of the number 10 of Dan Wright, representing the Maple Motorsport team. Adam Barras in third with Nathan Parker in fourth. Again, very, very close in this one with just 0.4 of a second separating first down to 7th. Daniel Moore, Stuart Jones, Vito Dacres involved at the top of that practice session as well. And as we've seen so far today, the practice sessions may be a little bit more representative of what to expect for in the race, as opposed to the qualifying sessions yesterday, which did have some variety between the two. Let's have a look then through the grid order for this heavyweight heat then. Johnny Brighton's going to start on pole position for Spicy Boys Racing with William Emerson of Maple Motorsport alongside him on row number 2. Stuart Jones and Ben Richards make up row 2 with Dan White and Vito Dacres on row number 3. Continuing on down our grid, Tristan Lloyd and Daniel Moore on row number 4. Scott Revel, Saul Gregory make up row 5, with Mike Smith and Murray Ager behind on row number 6. Adam Barras and Justin Elliott on row 7, with Todd White and Sean Allerton row 8, with Nathan Parker, Tom Nunn and Barry Weller rounding out this 19 kart heat. So let's have a look at where our fastest drivers in practice are going to line up on this grid. So Tristan Lloyd was fastest in practice. He's going to be lining up mid-pack in P7, so keep an eye out for the number 22. Dan Wright in the number 10 is going to be starting immediately in front of him in P5, with Adam Barras in the 17, starting down in 13th place for Elite Crawley Racing. Nathan Parker, perhaps the outlier of those drivers, he's going to be starting towards the back in 17th position. There's Johnny Brighton in that session. It was about mid-pack with Will Emerson just 1 place ahead of him. So it seems like this race is going to be a case of perhaps Brighton and Emerson trying to hold on to this grid position to secure some good points. So keep a lookout for the likes of Vito Dacres. He had a very good race yesterday. The man who's previously only featured in the bottom final in this event, but he had a very good race yesterday. We've had our second wave of drivers just arrive for their briefing. Some drivers who don't go out until some of the later heats getting a bit of a lie-in, as opposed to these drivers who are up bright and early on this Sunday morning. Bit of an announcement as well from Clinton Bell, the runner and organizer of this event. Just giving another warning to the drivers about their driving standards. More black flags handed out in the first 3 races today than through all 16 races yesterday. So it seems as though the sun's gone away. And the drivers are responding by being a little bit more argy-bargy with each other. Not paying as much respect to the rules as they would normally do. Clint said that yesterday was one of the best days of croc that he's ever experienced. It would be a shame if that were to drop off today, especially as we get into the races with real significance later on this afternoon. We've got a slight bit of a hold up here, just waiting for the drivers to be sent round. Not quite sure what the reason for that is yet. But we will be back in a couple of minutes once that is confirmed to us.
Just an update. Sorry about the delay. We have a slight glitch which we're trying to rectify, and we're going to get you on the route as soon as we can.
So we've had it confirmed from race control. They're just having a slight timing issue at the minute, which is the cause for the delay. But while we've got a little bit of a wait, let's go through some of the people to look out for, especially in this race, with regards to how they've done in the event so far. Tristan Lloydell, who was fastest in practice, he's only participated in one heat so far in this event, finishing 8th. So a solid first entry, but I want to see if he can do better in this one. Dan Wright as well, 2nd in practice for this one. A reminder that obviously the practice session has no bearing on the grid order. But he actually hasn't raced since the first heat of yesterday afternoon. So it's been nearly 24 hours since he last raced. The number 10 of Dan Wright, that is. Adam Barris in the number 17. He too has not been out since the first race of the first heat yesterday, but he did score a 2nd place in that heat, so he's had a good start to his weekend. Nathan Parker, who finished 4th in that practice session, likewise got a top half finish in that in his heat yesterday, but that was only the heat 2 from yesterday. So a lot of the drivers in this grid have actually not driven in a race for the last 24 hours. Whereas several of the drivers that we've seen so far today and yesterday had only a couple-hour wait between their heat. It is very nervy when you're a driver, as the drivers are starting to be sent around to the grid now in their predetermined grid order. So it seems as though race control have sorted out that technical issue, and we'll be back underway with some more racing. But it is very, very it's very difficult when you're a driver and you've got a long gap between your races. It's not really feasible to keep yourself in the mindset, that racing mindset between the heats. You have to sort of go away, chill out, not really pay too much attention to what else is going on. You can take a passive interest if you are a bit bored, but you need to make sure you keep in that competitive mindset, ready to get back into it for your heat and then ready to deliver when the heat comes. And since there's been a little bit of a delay since we get underway, let's have a reminder of who's at the front of this field. Johnny Brighton and Will Emerson on row 1, with Stuart Jones and Ben Richards on row 2 behind. Marshall just walking to the front of the grid now. After that little wait, we're going to get underway with heat number 4 today. 10 to go after this. Visors down, look to the lights. And we are underway. Lights go out very quickly indeed. Will Emerson immediately looking across. You can see the Maple Motorsport driver has immediately got the number 5 up his inside, and actually the number 5 of Stuart Jones is immediately up into second position. But it's a good start from the 16 of Johnny Brighton. And actually, I think one of the Maple Motorsport drivers there getting a little bit loose. I believe that was number 10, Dan Wright. Just losing the back end a bit through hairpin 1 as we're side by side for the lead already. I think Stuart Jones is now up into first place. So this has been a fantastic opening lap from the driver in car number 5. Closely followed behind by Brighton and Emerson. These heavyweight heats we have seen, there is a big emphasis on putting down those good lap times. We're side by side for 4th place between Ritchie's and Lloydell. And also a battle between the 7 and the 11 of Daniel Moore and Vito Dakers. 3 wide almost, going down towards hairpin 2. Daniel Moore shapes to the inside. We're 2 by 2 coming out of the hairpin. Ben Richards is looking to hold it round the outside. That's a good sequence of corners there from the number 7 of Daniel Moore. He's got a couple of positions through that sequence. Meanwhile, battle for second. Down the inside goes Will Emerson, though he does go all 4 wheels off the track. He goes a little bit deep, outbrakes himself. It's always the risk when you make a move into that corner at the bottom of the hill. He's all 4 wheels off the track, so he would have been obliged to give that place back anyway. But it meant he had less momentum going from the bottom of the hill to Garda corner at the end of the lap. Garda, that last braking zone before you go back up the hill through Cafe Curve. Uphill braking zone as well, means that you can brake super late for an overtaking move. It also means that the people that you're overtaking can brake super late as well. But actually on the approach to that corner, the right-hand side steeper than the left-hand side, which means if you are off the racing line, you can brake later, which makes it a good overtaking spot. Will Emerson, is he going to try the same move again on the downhill? No, not quite. Chooses to sit behind this time. Is he going to have a look into the aforementioned Garda corner? No, he's not. Johnny Brighton shapes for a defensive move. But already the number 5 of Stuart Jones has disappeared out the front of this field. So we've got Stuart Jones out front, Brighton and Emerson 2nd and 3rd. Big gaps between the 3 groups here. It's almost like a cycling race. We've got the leader out front, the chasing pack behind, and then we've got the peloton battling out for position for 4th and below. The number 10 there of Dan Wright getting his elbows out. Very distinguishable in the Maple Motorsport suit. Teammate of Will Emerson. Both racing for the Bravo outfit of the Maple Motorsport team. Emerson's been piling the pressure here behind Brighton for a couple of laps. Meanwhile, huge battle going on behind. It seemed like they were 3 wide through that corner. There they are, coming up the hill. The 22 of Tristan Lloydell now at the front of that pack. But this has been a dream start from the number 5 of Stuart Jones. He's scampered away. And he actually set a purple sector 1 on that last lap. Doesn't hold the fastest lap of the race, though. That's held by Nathan Parker, who, after finishing in the top 4 for lap time during practice, he's come up from 17th and is now into the top 10. You can see him there, the number 3, with his neon and black colour scheme. In fact, I believe they tried to go 3 wide again through the chicane, just out of shot, as they filtered down the hill. Again, the Maple Motorsport driver of Dan Wright, getting his elbows out. 2 by 2 again. TRX driver there in the background getting involved. A little bit of argy-bargy. I believe that's Tom Nunn in the TRX suit. Little exclaim from the crowd as the drivers go 2, 3 wide. Battle for second, but it'd be interesting if we can see this battle going on further behind as well. So just about to come through hairpin 1. There it is. Look at that battle. 3 wide heading through hairpin 1. Elbows out. 17 was almost there onto the grass. Managed to get back onto the racing line. Just look at this chaos going on behind. So difficult when you're a driver and you have to try and position yourself within this pack. It's almost like lap 1 is still going and we're nearly 5 minutes into this race. Nathan Parker going for a move, shoving his way past the number 7. He did get his front nose in there. Nathan Parker. Oh, and there's been an incident in the final corner there. Just managed to catch that between the 30 and the 14 of Ben Richards, that is. He's going to lose a bunch of positions. In fact, I think he's going to drop all the way to the back of the field. Then all of a sudden, Tristan Lloydell has bridged this gap, and he's now getting involved in this battle for second. Will Emerson actually losing a place there. So Tristan Lloydell is the man on the move at the moment. In fact, he's just set a new fastest lap of the race of a 50.5, which for a heavyweight driver is very, very competitive. Anything 50, mid-50s and below for these heavyweight drivers, it's very, very impressive. For our lightweight drivers, we'd expect to be a few tenths, maybe half a second faster in these conditions. Gap out in front, nearly 5 seconds. That's not the leader on the right. That was Marshall coming through testing a kart. That's the leader just there, bottom of the screen. He's just gone through. Has Stuart Jones. Now the 22 of Tristan Lloydell has made light work of that battle, which was formerly for second place. And you would think now that he's going to start scampering up the road, but I think even with the pace that he's got on the leader at the minute, about half a second a lap faster than the number 5 of Stuart Jones. Don't think there's enough time left in this race, with that gap being over 5 seconds now. We might have to settle for second. So now Johnny Brighton and Will Emerson, they were briefly interrupted by Lloydell as he came through, but they've restarted their battle for third. Seems like that battle for 5th and below has sort of been sorted out now. Just see there, a couple of the faster drivers have started to stretch away at the front of that field. The likes of Nathan Parker up into 5th, up 12 positions. The man who won the B heavyweight final here last year. A reminder, of course, that for later on, the winner and only the winner of each of the finals is going to be promoted into the final above them, starting from the back of the grid, of course. So Nathan Parker being promoted from the B final into the A final last year. Spoke to him this morning. I mentioned on the live stream yesterday, he was known for his aggressive driving style. He said, "Oh, I'm not aggressive." I said, "Well, I've raced you, so I should know." But that aggressive style seems to be working for him so far in this race. He's up to 5th place, and he's actually not a million miles away from Brighton and Emerson, the pace of whom has not actually been that strong in this race. Both of them have yet to do a lap time better than a high 51. And actually what that's meant is that Parker, whose last lap was a 50.5, a new PB lap time that time round, has gained an astonishing 1.1 seconds just on that last lap, and he's all over the back now of Will Emerson. There's an exchange by the crowd. Parker goes down the inside. I believe that shout from the crowd was for something that happened a little bit further back, just out of shot. Still battling for the minor points paying positions behind. It's these positions out front that really matter in these heats. You want to make sure you're getting, at least if not a win, a top 5 in all of your heats if you've got a plan of going to the A final. So Parker's made quick work of Emerson. Seems like Brighton and Emerson, despite having similar pace to each other, their pace in comparison to the rest of this field, not particularly strong at this stage. Tristan Lloydell, new fastest lap of the race, a 50.4 as well a couple of laps ago. He is a couple of tenths of a second per lap faster than our leader in Stuart Jones. He's going to need a much longer race than that to catch up as Parker makes the move. Nice and clean there on the 16 of Brighton. Emerson tries to follow him through. The number 11 of Vito Dakers trying to get involved as well. There's been a black flag as well for the number 30 of Mike Smith, who's currently running in 13th position. The screen lighting up here with contact warnings. I believe that's from slightly earlier in the race, as the number 11 now of Vito Dakers, wearing a different race suit, I believe, to his normal blue one. Now adopting a black and neon colour scheme. made that move past Emerson as well. The pace here from Emerson and Brighton, not really very strong at all. So they're just trying to do their best to hold on to the best position that they can, because it seemed like at the start of this race, the battling between the midfield sort of opened up a nice little gap for Emerson and Brighton. But now that that midfield has sort of been stretched out a bit more, all of those drivers who have slightly better pace than those two aforementioned. As the number 4 of Barry Weller gets a black flag as well. He's currently running down in 15th. The number 30 from Mike Smith being told to come in for his black flag as well. So as it currently stands, Stuart Jones out front by 4 seconds from Tristan Lloydell, who has the fastest lap of the race. Purple sector 1 on this lap from Lloydell as well, but it's not going to be enough. Nathan Parker with very good pace as well, now he's in clean air. Johnny Brighton in 4th. Vito Dacres being sent again by the number 10 of Dan Wright. It seems like Will Emerson's been swallowed up a little bit here, being overtaken by his teammate. There were several seconds between the two Maple Motorsport drivers a few minutes into this race, but it seems like the end has not come quickly enough for Emerson. Brighton doing a slightly better job of holding on to these positions. He's now under pressure from the 10 of Dan Wright, who's got some past Dacres. Is Wright going to take for a move on the inside? No. Brighton goes defensive. Johnny Brighton racing for the Spicy Boys Racing team, known for their participation in the Buckmore 24-hour. Seems like we're going to be going on to our last lap next time round. Down the inside from the number 10 of Dan Wright. Does he get that move done? He gets it stopped, but a lovely little cutback actually from the 16 of Johnny Brighton. This is some good defensive driving from Brighton. Doesn't quite have the pace in this race. He's just doing everything he can to hold on to this position, and that checkered flag is not going to come closely enough for the, or soon enough for the number 16. Adopts an ultra defensive line, almost white lining it towards turn number 1. Dan Wright with no choice but to stick behind. Vito Dacres shaping for a move on right. Such a difficult place to be when you're shaping for a move, but you've got someone behind you who's trying to overtake yourself. You need to be super clinical, especially when you're in a train, because when you're in a train, one wrong move from you or one failed overtake could result in you not only failing to gain that position in front, but also losing 2, 3, 4, maybe even more places. We haven't talked a lot about this man at the front, the number 5 of Stuart Jones, but he crosses the line to take the win. In fact, he was so far ahead, I don't think race control were even ready for him to come round, so they showed the checkered flag after he crossed the line. But Stuart Jones takes the win for heat number 20. A very, very impressive drive from 3rd on the grid. Wins it by 2.5 seconds from Tristan Lloydell. Up 5 places from 7th. Set a fastest lap of the race as well. A very, very strong lap time actually on that last lap. A 50.2 with a purple sector 1 and 2. So if this race had been 6 or 7 minutes longer, Lloydell would have been there or thereabouts to compete for the race win. But these are short, sharp heat races. So just confirmation of the provisional on-track results there. Jones takes the win ahead of Lloydell. Parker, a good drive, up 14 places into 3rd position. Johnny Brighton holding on for 4th ahead of Dan Wright and Justin Elliott. Vito Dacres, I should say, just behind. Daniel Moore 8th, Adam Barris 9th, and William Emerson, who started on the front row, down to 10th, losing quite a few positions there towards the end of the race, so setting a personal best lap on the last lap. Page 2 of results: Sean Atherton, Mike Smith, Todd White, Barry Weller, Murray Ager, Saul Gregory, Ben Ritchie's Tom Nunn, and Scott Revel make up the last few drivers. Again, a couple drivers in that race getting black flags. Race control warning these drivers repeatedly before each of these races about driving standards. Well, we're 2/3 of the way through all of our heat races for this year's Kart Race of Champions. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the 3rd lightweight heat of the day. And with the end of practice session number 5 this morning, about to get underway with the final third of the heat races for this year's Kart Race of Champions. So 10 to go, including this one. Let's have a look then at the results from that session. Some more recognisable names in this one, both from today and yesterday. Oliver Wedden and Bobby McGurr, two drivers who have already done a race today. They led practice with a 50.3 for Wedden and a 50.6 for McGurr. McGurr, of course, taking a pretty dominant win earlier on this morning. Wedden having a slightly disappointing race in contrast, so it'll be interesting to see what kind of progress those two can make. But let's have a look then at the grid as it is currently being lined up. A reminder, randomised grid, of course. So Craig Dickinson is going to start on pole position for the TRX OGs team with Brandon Barker alongside him. YouTube star Aldas is going to be on row number 2 in 3rd position next to the Spicy Boys racing team. Sorry, representing the Spicy Boys racing team, I should say. Coming off the back of a rookie win at the Buckmore Park 24 Hours last year. Toby Hazel for the Legends of Karting team, starting alongside him, with Lino Lucas and Ollie Smith, who gave such a good account of himself with some of the best racecraft that we've seen all weekend in his race yesterday evening. Made some fantastic moves, did the Accelerate Kent Brewery driver. Kieran Philpott and Michael Marison make up row number 4 with Toby Tozer and Joseph Simcock on row 5. Callum Oatley and Andy Liu himself, who dominated a race yesterday by I think the biggest winning margin that we've seen so far this weekend, did Andy. The Chinese driver winning by 13 seconds yesterday afternoon. David Metcalf and Mark Holden on row number 7 with Jay Hansford and Oliver Whedon on row 8. Bobby McGurr and Alfie Hale on row 9. And Alfie Hale and Jay Adams making up the final row of this 20 kart grid. Fastest in practice, Oliver Whedon. He's going to be starting from the back of the grid in 17th, as is Bobby McGurr. So the second to last row comprised of the 2 fastest in practice. So let's see what kind of progress they can make. So we're about to get underway for heat number 21. And we are go, go, go. Pretty even start from the front 2. Everyone falling in line. 3 wide at the back of the field. As they round through turn number 1, it is Brandon Barker who has taken that lead for now from the number 10 of Craig Dickinson. Almost 3 or 4 wide at some point towards the back of the grid, going through hairpin 1, but all relatively well behaved so far. So Brandon Barker taking the lead from second on the grid. We'll make our way down the hill for the first time in this race. Top 3 already breaking away slightly. Whereas in the mid-pack, as we've seen so far this weekend, people going too wide. It's a late move from the number 11 of Aldas. Has he got it done? Yes, he has. So Aldas, despite winning the rookie team title at Buckmore Park a couple of years ago, so far this weekend has shown that he has not got the pace of a rookie driver. So obviously put in a few more laps since then. He was quite far up the field in his other race as well so far this weekend. He's already pressuring Brandon Barker for the race lead. These 3 with a comfortable gap ahead of the chasing pack. Big movers on lap 1. Bobby McGurr up 7 places from 18th on the grid as down the inside goes Aldas for the race lead. Brandon Barker able to hold some momentum around the outside, but Aldas has that inside line for Garda. Gives him a bit of a hip and shoulder. Barker not happy. But then again, you wouldn't be if you just lost 2 places, as Craig Dickinson's followed him through. The number 7 of Toby Hazel has broken away from that chasing pack behind, so he's going to want to try and join this battle. So despite setting a purple sector 1 on that last lap, Brandon Barker losing 2 places. The mid-pack trying to sort themselves out. But already, Joseph Simcock up 2 places. Bobby McGurr up 9 places from 18th on the grid. Was 9th last time they cross the line. Alfie Hale up 4 places. Oliver Whedon with the fastest lap of the race, a 51.4, up 5 places from 17th to 12th. The big losers, Andy Liu from 12th on the grids, who won his heat so dominantly yesterday. It's now down to second to last with it all to do with just 9 minutes to go. A little bit of a look to the inside from the TRX driver of Kieran Philpott. Side's better of it. And now all of a sudden Bobby McGur's up to 6th. So Bobby McGur having a very, very good day so far as a 16-year-old British driver. But Aldas still at the front with Craig Dickinson and Barker behind. Hazel is starting to bridge this gap though. Fastest lap of the race for Hazel in the number 7 last time round. Takes 0.4 of a second out of the drivers in front. Aldas going defensive. Now Aldas needs to work out quite quickly if he has the pace to try and gap away from these people behind. Otherwise he's going to have a long race of defending ahead of him. Already taking the defensive line into turn number 1. Toby Hazel in the 7 is now firmly on the scene. Side-by-side action into hairpin 1. This group of 4 now line astern. Bobby McGur up to 5th. So the more this group of 4 are going to battle, the faster that McGur is going to arrive on the scene. The best lap times in this race so far, a little bit slower than what we've seen so far in the action today, but Craig Dickinson with an excellent move down the inside of the downhill. That's not a move you see very often, but he got it done, managed to convert it. Toby Hazel trying to go around all the way around the outside of Barker, gets it done. So 2 excellent moves there around the outside, one down the hill, one round the final corner, around Garda corner. Barker's going to immediately go back up the inside. Nice response from Barker. This is exactly what he needs to do, although Toby Hazel has got the up and under, and McGur's going to try and follow him through. Can McGur go around the outside? No. Can he get the switchback? No, not quite. Such a difficult move to do. Hairpin 2 falls right in the best rev range for these karts on acceleration, so even if you have a bad entry into it, it's very difficult to get a better exit than people. And McGur down the inside into Garda corner. A little bit of contact there with Barker. Might get a warning for that, but I don't think it warrants a penalty. Craig Dickinson's now slightly gapped Aldas at the front of this field. Now McGur to the inside of Hazel immediately. Does a cheeky switcheroo down the straight. Would have been very impressive if he got that move done. But Hazel closing it off just in time. Now the other TRX driver, the 13 of Kieran Philpott's joining the back of this battle. So 2 TRX drivers in the top 6, distinguishable by their teal and red suits. Okay, pushing Hazel through that section of the track. Just shows how much pace he has. And the amount that he's cutting that left-hander on the downhill. Oh, as he goes down the inside of Hazel, a little bit of contact, not only from McGur, but the amount of momentum that Hazel lost through Garda, through that initial contact with McGur, slightly caught out Brandon Barker, who gives Hazel a big shunt. So McGur now up into 3rd. Race Control will have a good look at that incident to see if he gained an advantage by initiating that contact, but so far, McGur having it all his own way. The man who started in 18th position in this race, in less than 7 minutes is up to 3rd. 15 places for the 16-year-old. He actually holds the fastest lap of the race as well, despite being in traffic, a best lap of a 50.0. That is definitely the best lap we've seen so far today. With a little bit of clean air, you would think that he might be able to get into the 49s for the first time today of any driver. Meanwhile, this gap at the front, still relatively stable. Craig Dickinson and Aldas lapping within just a few hundredths of a second of each other last time round, both in the low 50s as well, so good pace from this front too. Meanwhile, battling happening behind for 4th, but the blinding pace from McGur, despite the very, very good pace of this front too, is allowing him to get back into this. Meanwhile, battle for fourth still going on. Oliver Whedon, we talked about him. Started alongside McGurr on the second to last row of the grid. Took him a little bit longer than McGurr did to get through the grid. But he too has gained a double digits number of positions. He's up in that battle for fourth. Battle for the lead now spicing up as Aldas has gone back into first place ahead of Craig Dickinson, but they need to worry about the number 3 of McGurr behind. McGurr within 0.05 of a second of his best lap and the fastest lap of the race on the last time round, or we're just missing the battle for the lead. Craig Dickinson back into the lead. Likely made that move down into hairpin 1. But this battling is allowing McGurr to join the back of this field. I think we're going to have a 3-way battle at least for the win. Track limits warning for McGurr. He needs to be careful. You can see the amount he's cutting that downhill. He needs to be careful he doesn't get a track limits warning on that downhill section of the track. And immediately down the inside goes McGurr. Nice and late on the brakes. Gives Aldas the space on the outside. Side by side they're going to run up the hill. Aldas just giving McGurr enough space. McGurr almost being pushed onto the track. McGurr keeping his foot pinned. Nicely done job there. But he's going to have to defend this position. Or it doesn't even feel the need to defend. So it just has a tiny little look over his right-hand shoulder. Oliver Whedon just starting to approach this battle. And actually a fantastic lap from Oliver Whedon last time round. Fastest lap of the day so far from the driver in kart number 22, a 49.97. So the first man into the 40s so far today is Oliver Whedon. If you at any point would like to tell me how to pronounce his last name, whether it's Whedon or Whedon, then please feel free. Otherwise I'm just going to keep doing both, just for a bit of variety, you know, a little bit of variety. Closing now on the race leader of Craig Dickinson. Another blistering lap from Whedon that last time round, a 50.0. Within 0.5 tenth of his personal best. He's definitely going to be competing for at least third place by the end of this race. The battle for the lead now. McGurr on the back of Dickinson. Dickinson's done very well so far this race to hold on to the lead. And down the inside immediately goes McGurr. We've seen him do this move so many times during this race. They're going to be side by side. But unlike Aldas, Dickinson just able to get a better run so that McGurr wasn't holding on to his outside. But McGurr's going to go down the inside into turn 1. Not quite able to hold it. Well, actually, he does have a little bit of an overlap down into hairpin 1, late on the brakes. Nicely done there from the young British driver. McGurr at this point not just securing his place in the A final, with this being his last race. He's definitely making a case that he's going to be one of the highest point scorers across the event, with 2 wins. And a strong result yesterday, from what I recall. Oliver Whedon now up into third place as well, chasing down the number 11 of getting past the number 11 of Aldas, chasing down Craig Dickinson. Black flag for the number 4 of Joseph Simcock, being told to come in. So it's going to be a write-off then this race for Simcock. That's going to have a big impact on his weekend. So McGurr just starting to drop Dickinson. Whedon's going to have 1.5 laps likely to get past the TRX driver. Takes a very nice line through that downhill. He's got a better run. Is he going to send it immediately? No, thinks better of it. The former Loughborough University BUKC champion. Participates in Club 73 in his post-university days. Previously finished runner-up in this event, has Oliver Whedon, and showing that pace. In fact, finished runner-up this time last year, so looking to make it one better. Dickinson goes for the defensive move, shapes to the inside. Is Whedon going to go to the inside? No, he has to go to the outside. Last lap this one. To get a better run? Not quite. So he's going to have 2 more overtaking moves, traditional overtaking moves, at the bottom of the hill and into Garda. Basically pushing Dickinson through that downhill section of the track. Gets a better run. Afforded the space on the outside, but Dickinson's holding the inside. It'd be a bold move if he goes all the way around the outside of Garda. Keeps his foot pinned. What a move from Oliver Whedon that is. Meanwhile, as we look towards the front, Bobby McGurr wins heat number 21 with an absolutely exceptional move from Oliver Whedon, securing him 2nd position. So the top 2 in practice, despite starting 18th and 17th on the grid respectively, finishing 1-2 in that race. That just goes to show the caliber of those 2 drivers. So just a confirmation of those results then, as the black flagged driver of Simcoe crosses the line in 20th and last. McGurr taking his 2nd win of the morning ahead of Whedon. Dickinson, good drive from him to convert that pole position into 3rd, with Aldas in 4th and Kieran Philpott rounding out the top 5. 2 TRX drivers in the top 5. Brandon Barker in 6th, he led the race for the opening lap. Toby Hale 7th, Ollie Smith 8th. He'll be slightly disappointed with that race, will Ollie Smith? The man who's come runner-up in this event 3 times. That result might have a detrimental effect on him getting to the A final. Jay Hansford in 9th, Alfie Hale 10th. The 2nd page of results made of Lino Lucas, Callum Oatley, David Metcalf, Callum Jones, who featured prominently yesterday, Toby Tozer, Andy Liu. That's going to be a very disappointing result from the man who dominated his first heat yesterday. Jay Adams in 17th, Michael Marison 18th, Mark Holden 19th, and the black flagged Simcock down in 20th. Well, we'll be back in a couple of minutes for the next heavyweight heat of the day. Well, here we go. We are back with the heavyweight drivers for heat number 22 of 30 for the Kart Race of Champions. I believe the 6th heat that we've had today. Let's run through the randomised grid then for this one, and then we'll have a look at those provisional practice results, which will tell us who to look out for throughout the course of this race. Ian Wilson for Paragon Racing starts on pole with Tom Nunn alongside him, racing for TRX Racing. Dave Sumner and Terry Ewan make up row number 2 with Barry Lewis and Justin Elliott on row 3. Adam Barris is on his own on row 4 with a dropout alongside him, so that's going to be an empty grid slot. Adrian Perez and John Price make up row number 5. Andrew Spencer and Bradley Trevitt, row 6 with Nick Salzido and Kevin Francis on row number 14. Kevin Francis racing for Buckmore Bandits All-Stars. He's got a teammate, Tom Davis, just behind, or diagonally behind him in 15th, with Wesley Carr in 16th. Row 9 is made up of Jack Evans and Jordan Bolton, with Dylan Kadir and David Harvey rounding out the 19 driver strong grid for this one. You can see those practice results up on the left. Jack Evans getting the best lap time during that three lap warm up, I should say. Jack starting down in 17th position though. But we have seen the likes of Bobby McGurr and Oliver Whedon climb all the way up into the top 2 from the depths of the back of the grid. So it is definitely not impossible. Much closer pre-event warm-up for this one though, or pre-race warm-up. The top 5 covered by just 0.3 of a second. The gap between second and third just 2 thousandths. So Jordan Bolton in the number 22. He's going to be starting down in 18th, so we may see a repeat of the last race with the second to last row of the grid. Trying to make their way through towards the front. David Harvey and Dylan Kadir as well. So actually, as it would happen, the back 4 of the grid, the back 2 rows, ended up being the fastest 4 during practice. So expect to see a lot of movement during the opening laps in this one. On pole though is Ian Wilson, who did record a comfortable 6th best time during that practice session, so he's going to have good pace in this race. Tom Nunn, a little bit more of a midfield driver during that practice. We're about to get underway for heat number 22. You can see that gap on the left-hand side for a missing driver. The TRX Academy driver of Tom Nunn in his teal suit, managing to take the lead early on from Ian Wilson. And down the inside immediately goes the 7 of Dave Sumner. Racing for the British Deaf Karting team is Dave. Fantastic to see members of that organisation. Such a good organisation. Promoting people with hearing disabilities to get involved in racing. Dave representing them well here with a Nico Hulkenberg-esque helmet up into 7th place, and he's going to immediately be challenging for the lead. Tom Nunn senses the danger though and goes defensive. David Sumner absolutely desperate to get on with this though. You can see he's pushing the car up the hill. Huge commitment from Sumner in the number 7. Tom Nunn giving him a little bit of a hip and shoulder down the straight, as is the 16 of Justin Elliott on the 17 of Adam Barris. David Sumner takes the lead now. Barry Lewis into 2nd place in the number 5. Tom Nunn being a little bit left out to dry here. Ian Wilson in the 13 trying to go around the outside. David Sumner, you can see him trying to shove the car along using his body. He'll get very tired if he has to keep doing that during this race. Not a bad strategy though. Can sometimes unsettle the kart though. So here's Sumner who leads from Barry Lewis in 2nd. And Adam Barris, I believe, in the 17, gaining 3 places on this lap. So this top few just spread in a sort of orderly line as it would stand. Let's have a look then at some of the big movers from the opening lap, the biggest of which is Jack Evans in the number 3. He's already gained 10 places from 17th on the grid. You can see him kicking up a little bit of dust as he goes down the inside. Black suit, red helmet coming out of the second hairpin. He currently holds the best lap of the race as well of a 50.9. So these drivers head down the hill. Sumner's lost the lead now. So Barry Lewis up into first position. Sumner immediately dives to the inside again. There was the space. Nicely done there from Sumner. Lewis forced to concede the position. Nicely done move there. Sumner egging his kart down the straight with his body. Black flag for the number 30 of Tom Davies. He's further down the order. And round the outside attempt from the number 13 of Ian Wilson. That is the risk when you try and go around the outside. Just get hung out to dry. The number 3, though, 2 into 1 into hairpin 2, goes Jack Evans. Nicely done, but they're going to be 3 wide heading towards the follow-through section of the lap. Who's going to win that one? And it looks to be Jack Evans. So Jack Evans from 17th on the grid is already up into 4th position. Is he going to replicate what Bobby McGurr did in the previous heat and come from the second last row of the grid to take the race lead? He's definitely in contention. Meanwhile, the man he started alongside, Jordan Bolton, has just set the fastest lap of the race with a 50.8. Bolton making some good positions as well. He's in 11th. But Evans particularly is on a storm during this race. In fact, Dylan Kadir and David Harvey making good progress as well. They're just about to enter the top 10. And just like that, up into 3rd goes Evans. Sumner, you can just tell by his body language. He's really feeling the adrenaline of being at the front of this race. Using some old school techniques. So now this front train has just started to fracture a little bit. Down the inside goes Jack Evans, the door left open by Barry Lewis. And Evans saying, thank you very much, I'll have 2nd place. He goes from 4th to 2nd in just 1 lap. What kind of defence can Sumner offer at the front of this field? David Sumner looking over his shoulder. A feint by Jack Evans down the inside. Very nicely done from the number 3 of Evans. What an impressive drive this has been. David Sumner tries to force him back a little bit, but as we saw throughout most of yesterday, if you go down the inside of hairpin 2, you're going to sacrifice your exit coming out of the corner, and so the person you often are trying to overtake will often get a better run out of that corner. Jack Evans not racing for any team today. Of course, for the first time ever at the Kart Racing Champions, there is the team's trophy. But Evans just racing for his own pride. The 25-year-old British driver, actually most known for his exploits in the British Indoor Championship. His first time racing in this event. He's been racing since the 2000s. Used to race owner drivers, competing in the Honda Super 1 Series, the Cadet Super 1 Series. Sumner battling ferociously with Barry Lewis. Now I believe that's Ian Wilson trying to join the party as well. Some very nice lids between these 3. David Sumner with just a little bit of a gap now. He's just being super observant, trying to see where people are. Could almost be seen as a little bit erratic from the driver in kart number 7, but it seems to be working for him so far. He's in 2nd place. He's developed a little bit of a gap now back to those drivers behind. David Sumner once again, 36-year-old British driver. First time racing in this event. Came 2nd place in the Men's Nations European Deaf Karting Championship. Seems to me like a very niche competition, but nevertheless for a very, very good cause. Former fleet tester and mechanic at the Daytona venues. Been karting for more than 25 years, and he's showing that experience here. Employing some real 2000s karting tactics. Super late move, that one, from the number 10 of Dylan Kadir as he tries to make his way up through the order. out front. Jack Evans making good his escape. Fastest lap of the race of a 50.5. Nicely done, this one from Evans. The number 17 of Adam Barris battling with the 22 of Jordan Bolton through hairpin 1. Summer with a little look behind at Barry Lewis, just having a little tap on the head. The universal karting language code for please don't overtake me. Let's work together. Whether or not the number 5 of Barry Lewis will adhere to that is completely up to him, of course. Barry Lewis racing for the Vertice Racing team, which has become prominent in the last couple of years. So this battle from 2nd down to about 7th in this heat. Being pretty chilled out until about now when Barry Lewis goes down the inside of David Summer. David Summer with a little hip and shoulder and a little shove in the seat of his own for good measure, trying to go forward. Not quite having the acceleration. Ian Wilson trying to hold it. You can see the lead that the leader has at the minute. David Summer trying to go down the inside, all 4 wheels off the circuit. Ian Wilson not happy with those exploits from Summer. 22 of Jordan Bolton trying to have a look down the inside of Garda. Little look from one of the TRX drivers. There's Tom Nunn. Very, very brave if you can make a move into Cafe Curve. But Barry Lewis has now gapped this group slightly. Summer defending for his life in this race. Looking this way, that way. Gets a little bump from the number 22 of Jordan Bolton. Seems to nod his head to say, let's go together. But if I was Jordan Bolton in this situation, I'd see Summer as more of the cork in the bottle than someone I'd want to work with. And he seems to agree, hence why he's gone down the inside, all over the curb. When you go all over the curb down at Garda, in fact, it's a little bit too steep at that point in the corner to carry that much momentum. Summer with a super erratic driving style. Covers off the inside from the 22 of Bolton. Throws his hand into the air, seems to be super frustrated with how his race is going. Summer probably feeling like he has more pace in than what is being shown in this race. But this is the case with the Kart Race of Champions, is that it does showcase just how being slightly off the pace can cause you to fall down the order. Just under 2 minutes left to go in this one. Adam Barris giving the signal to Ian Wilson, let's work together. These heavyweight battles, even though it is very, very close, not quite the 3 wide, 4 wide action that we've been seeing. Super late defensive move from Summer. That was right on the borderline going down the straight. Jordan Bolton is now closed up to the back of the Vertice Racing driver of Barry Lewis. Summer falling further down the order. Jordan Bolton with the fastest lap of the race at the minute with a 50.3. 1/10 of a second faster than Jack Evans out front. Jack Evans having it all his own way at this point of the race. Down the inside goes the number 22. Jordan Bolton getting that move done. I think we're going to get 2 more laps of this race. I believe we are, yeah. We're just going to squeeze in 2 more by account of how far in front our leader has gotten. So Jordan Bolton, you'd have to say second's the best he's going to be able to do in this race. It will require a pretty huge mistake from Jack Evans in first for this to close up any more than it is. Summer doing very, very well to hold on to this 4th place. Though he has gotten a couple of contact warnings. Just getting a little bit spicy between these guys as they come down towards the far chicane. As this gets to the point in the race now where these guys have decided that they want to stop working together and they want to go for the best position they possibly can. That was a super late move in the background, making it 3 wide through Garda. Last lap of the race as the leader crosses the line. So now Jordan Bolton stretching out his advantage. Top 3 are probably going to stay as they are as they cross the line. The main battle we want to watch is the one Summer backwards. There he is, the number 7, with that Nico Hulkenberg style helmet. Very colourful outfit as well. Adam Barris going down the inside of hairpin 2. Oh, just backs out at the last minute. You need to really commit for that move if you're going to go for it. Very interesting hand gestures from Summer. I think he's aware of the danger that he's in, just giving himself a little bit of a Christian gesture, asking for higher powers to save him, and it looks like whoever was listening has answered the prayer, because Summer is going to hold on to this one. But out front it is going to be Jack Evans who takes the win, with Jordan Bolton in 2nd place, Barry Lewis in 3rd, and Summer holding on to 4th. So a carbon copy repeat of what we saw in the previous lightweight race, where the 2 fastest in practice both started on together on the 2nd last row of the grid, and they made their way up into a 1-2 position. So we're just waiting for the final drivers to cross the line. Fastest up of that race by Jordan Bolton, a 50.3, very respectable lap time that for a heavyweight driver. The confirmation of those on-track results. Evans taking the win ahead of Bolton, with Lewis in 3rd, and Summer holding off the rest of the train in what was a very enthusiastic drive. In fact, I doubt he got a clean lap throughout the entirety of that race. He was ahead of Adam Barris in 5th. Dylan Kadir making up some good places from 19th to finish in 6th. Justin Elliott in 7th. Adrian Perez 8th. Tom Nunn in 9th, and our pole sitter Ian Wilson finishing in 10th place. Cameron Francis starts the 2nd page of the results with David Harvey in 12th, Wesley Carr 13th, then come Andrew Spencer, Nick Salzido, Terry Ewan, Bradley Trevette, Tom Davies, and John Price rounds out your 19 finishes from that race. Well, pretty hectic race that one, at least in the mid-pack. We'll be back in a couple of minutes for heat number 23.
Okay, drivers, just to let you know we are refueling, so please just stay on the pit lane path until we can call you over. Thank you.
Well, here we go. Not many heats left to go for this morning's running. This is heat number 23 of 30. We are back to the lightweights. So after that practice session, let's have a look at how the grid order is going to line up. James King of King Brother Racing is going to be on pole position with Chris Bauer from the Too Much Apex team alongside him on the front row. Jack Lead and Robert Shevlin make up row 2 with Samantha Barron and Matt Ellis of Maple Motorsport on row number 3. Jack Goldsmith of Nameless Motorsport, he had a very, very disappointing heat yesterday, which has basically all but seen him out of the running for the A final. But the man who previously champion of this event and who has many, many championship titles, endurance race titles to his name, part of the very high-flying Nameless Motorsport squad. He'll be eager to get the highest grid position that he possibly can. Alongside him on row number 4 is Tommy Lee from Paragon Racing, and then Hannah Bars and Matthew Clark on row number 5. Carl Hillis and Rob Garud row 6 with Thomas Horton, Barry Morris, Megan Quirk, Johnny Pinder, Lily Jeffs, Harry Graham and Danny Hale rounding out the 19 driver strong grid for heat number 23. A reminder that this for most of our drivers, this is now going to be the third heat that they are, or the third and final heat that they are going to be participating in today. So for some of these drivers, this is going to be a final opportunity to score some much needed points that will get them in the highest possible final. After this race, just approximately 7 races to go. But let's have a look then at who to watch after practice. Jack Goldsmith, formerly mentioned, fastest in practice by 0.6 of a second. He starts in the number 25 in 7th position. He's just there on the right-hand side, white suit, blue helmet. Let's see what he can. Let's see what he can accomplish. And Harry Graham as well was the second fastest in that practice session. But we are about to get underway then. And we are underway. Pretty even start. The 29 of Rob Garud cuts across immediately off the race start. As they make their way through the first 2 corners into the first action zone on the lap. All fairly well behaved, a little bit wider at the back for a couple of drivers. A couple of drivers at the very back of the field going completely off circuit there at hairpin 1. They are still facing in the same direction. And James King from King Brother Racing, very successful endurance team from the Daytona venues. He's trying his hand at a bit of Sodi racing here at Buckmore Park. Jack Goldsmith in the number 25, immediately up 3 places. Man with his experience, the number of championship titles that he has under his belt, former Club 73 Super Pro champion as well. He will definitely have the experience around this track as second and third go side by side. So Jack Lead and Chris Bowers. And down the inside does Jack Goldsmith, taking advantage of this battling. 2 into 1 corner, or almost. Jack Lead managing to just hold on to that position. But Goldsmith, a man on a mission here after having a very, very disappointing heat result earlier on. He's not going to have a go down the hill, would he? That would be outrageous. But he's got it done. Fantastic move there from the driver in Kart 25. So James King leads, but not by a huge margin. Jack King, apologies there. Jack Goldsmith, I should say. Now into second, and he's already broken away from the battling group behind, which is comprised of Jack Lead, Chris Bowers, and Matt Ellis in the dark green suit, green lid. We saw him have a little spin, not of his own accord, on the opening lap of his earlier heat. Just a little bit of side-by-side action, but fairly well behaved actually between all of these drivers for the opening corners of this lap. You can see, like how Bobby McGurr was doing earlier, the amount that Jack Goldsmith is cutting that downhill section It's getting him a huge amount of lap time. He just needs to make sure that he doesn't sacrifice too many track limits warnings and winds himself up with a penalty. But he's already closed up to just on the bumper of James King as they head through turns 1 and 2. James King, a very accomplished driver, but perhaps a little bit out of his depth here at Buckmore Park, a track that he's got a little bit less experience on, and the Sodi karts, he's more used to driving Daytona's 2-stroke D-Max karts. Shapes for a defensive move, goes a little bit deep into hairpin 2. Textbook stuff there from Jack Goldsmith. Just gives a lazy little gesture to King saying, let's work together. Goldsmith, a man on a mission after the previous races. He recorded a win in his first heat. That was heat number 3 yesterday. But ended up finishing stone dead last in his second heat. So what he's doing at the minute is he's just trying to do maximum damage limitation at this point. I think his ideal goal would be if he can try and get into the B final, that at least gives him a sliver of a chance of getting into the A final. Where, of course, the A final, the grid for which isn't determined by how you do throughout the course of the day, as there was a little move in the background from the number 10 of Chris Bowers. Jack Leeds maintaining that third place, though. Chris Bowers going for the move down the inside, though, of the hill. Seems like he's got that move done. The train behind, big battle together. As you can see them heading through the final corner there. Quite spread out, actually, this field behind that midfield battle. Some of the slower drivers just doing their best to hang on at the back of the grid here. So now it is the 11 of Tommy Lee who's pressuring the 10 of Chris Bowers. Jack Leeds just falling down the order a bit. Matt Ellis still there in 5th place. But yeah, as I was saying, Jack Goldsmith, his aim will be, after that last place result in his second heat, he's already got a win so far in this event. If he can get 2 wins and a last place, that might just be enough to secure him a spot in the B final. And if anything is to go by, if he is in a slightly lower final, like if he is in the C final, then he may have the pace anyway to make his way through towards the front. A reminder that is the winner and only the winner of each lower final, B, C, D and E, that gets promoted to the final above them, where they will then start that final from the back of the grid. So Goldsmith will have preferred to do, he'll prefer to have to do as little work as possible to get to the A final, if that's possible. But his aim at this point, you'd have to imagine, is just getting into that B final to give himself just a slight chance at still battling for this overall title. The title he's won before. So we look back to the battle for third between Bowers, Lee and Ellis. Some distinct groups starting to break out in this one. This lightweight heat a little bit less hectic than what we've seen from the lightweights. Quite reminiscent of the heavyweight heat, this one. With the field just starting to stretch out as we cross the halfway point of this race. New fastest lap of the race for Jack Goldsmith out front, a 50.5. Still half a second off the best time that we've seen so far today. In fact, the lap times across the entire field are actually much slower than we've seen so far today, so you'd have to wonder whether the track conditions are perhaps just a little bit less optimal than they were an hour or so ago. Quite cold, actually, the air temperature when you're actually standing outside. On the weather app, so it's saying it's a relatively balmy 14-15 degrees for the UK. But we are expecting this cloud cover to burn off as we head towards the latter stages of the afternoon. We should be getting a sunny evening, and it'll be interesting to see the effect that that has on the lap times as well. But Jack Goldsmith was the fastest lap of the race of a 50.5. Next fastest is a 50.7 from Lily Jeffs, who's currently running in 10th position. Lily Jeffs, the reigning Jamie Chadwick Series Sodi champion. So this class of kart Daytona's all-female series. It's been a fantastic endeavour, that series, in getting young girls into karting. Down the inside goes the number 11 of Tommy Lee. He was a little bit out of control on the brakes, but got it stopped. Matt Ellis having a look as well to see if he can take advantage. But both of these guys are going to try and go around the outside of Cafe Curve, keep their foot planted. That gives them the inside for turn 1 and 2. And it seems like the number 10 of Chris Bowers is going to lose 2 places from that exchange. Meanwhile, in the background, Harry Graham just starting to close up onto the back of this train. The remaining places in the top 10, with the exception of second down to 6th, pretty spread out relatively on their own. The top 2 have disappeared up the front. 3 seconds between first and second, and between second and third. It's down the inside, goes to number 5. Harry Graham just received a track limits warning on that last lap as well. Needs to be careful. No black flags though throughout this race. Makes a nice change from some of the earlier races this morning. And now this 4-way battle's broken into 2 duels, one for third, one for fifth. Number 10 of Chris Bowers pushing Harry Graham all the way onto the paint on the outside there. The paint there, if you get up close and personal, it's actually got a little bit of ridging, so it's not an ideal place to be braking if you want optimal performance. You can see James King going through, King Brothers Racing. Tommy Lee in second place in kart number 11. The 19-year-old English driver racing in Club 100. Previous best in this event of 7th in the B final. So he's definitely doing the job here to try and push up for the top final. Started racing in 2020. And is actually the Club 100 Class 3 Sprints champion in 2023 as well. And winning back-to-back Northern Rental Kart League titles as well in 2023 and 2024, the now defunct series. It's a shame that series. It went to all of the lesser travelled to tracks up north, of which there are a few good ones. Rowra, Teesside. Most of the tracks in the UK are located towards the south of the country, so it is slim pickings for drivers based in the north of England and in Scotland as well. Matt Ellis there in 4th position. Most known from his exploits at Daytona Tamworth, the 35-year-old Brit participates in the Daytona Super Champs Championship there in the D-Max category. Also a very good photographer as well, Matt Ellis. He's also competed in the SRK Endurance. His first time here, 2024 SRK Endurance runner-up. 4 appearances in the Daytona 24 hours. All of these drivers with such histories and such careers behind them, and ahead of them as well. Out front it is this man in a class of exceptional races, just showing why he was touted as one of the favourites going into this event. When Jack Goldsmith was asked to fill in his list of achievements for qualification for this championship, he simply put that he had been racing for too long. He didn't care to list any of his achievements, mainly because his reputation speaks for himself. We've just seen how, in a race where there actually hasn't been a huge amount of battling, this 2nd to 6th battle now starting to close up again, as Matt Ellis almost going side by side with Harry Graham up the straight. In a race where there hasn't been too much battling, we have seen Jack Goldsmith just disappear at the front of this field. And it's not so much the pure best lap time that Goldsmith is able to achieve. But he's just able to deliver that lap time, lap in, lap out, consistently, within a tenth of his best lap for the last few laps, really pushing to the limit of adhesion. But we are now on the last lap of this race. Matt Ellis under a little bit of pressure for 4th place. Looks like James King has secured, looks like James King has secured 2nd. Ellis being forced onto the outside by the 5 of Harry Graham. Chris Bowers getting involved there as well. But as previously mentioned, Jack Goldsmith takes his 2nd heat win at the Kart Racing Champions. Good 2nd place from James King, converting that pole position. And Tommy Lee from 8th on the grid up to 3rd. Matt Ellis in 4th, Harry Graham 5th, and Chris Bowers in 6th. Special mention to Harry Graham as well. He did start 18th in that race, so he gained 13 positions. Lily Jeffs as well, with one of the strongest female drivers we've seen here so far in this event. Up 10 places from 17th, and one of the best laps of the race as well. So just confirmation of those events. Goldsmith takes the win ahead of King with Lee in 3rd and Ellis in 4th. Harry Graham in 5th and Chris Bowers in 6th, then Jeffs in 7th. Jack Lead, who led very briefly at the start, down in 8th with Samantha Barron in 9th, and Carl Hillis rounding out the top 10. Rob Garoud in 11th with Barry Morris in 12th, and then your 18 karts are rounded out by Danny Hale, Matthew Clark, Megan Quirk, Robert Shevlin, Thomas Horton and Hannah Bars. Well, 23 down, 7 to go of our heat races here over the last 2 days here at Buckmore Park for the Kart Racing Champions in 2025. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes' time with the heavyweights.
guys. So here are your numbers. G in 10, Nathan 22, Mark Baxey 16, Jonathan 12, Bright 23, Sean 29, Malcolm 30, Ashley 7, Mike Smith 20, Spencer 1, Daniel 14, Nikita in 6, Anton in 4, Lewis in 17, Stuart in 11, Matthew in 13, and Jason in 25.
All right, we're about to get underway with heat number 24. Just 7 left to go. 4 in the heavies and 3 in the lights. We're really getting to the business end of the heats now. Final opportunities for these drivers to get points for the finals. Let's have a look then at the starting grid for this one. Sahib Chana of TRX Motorsport starts on pole position with Nathan Parker alongside him in kart number 9. Mark Puxty of Accelerate Kent Brewery, the reigning 2-time heavyweight champion, is in this race starting from 3rd position. You'd have to tout him as the favourite for this race win. Jonathan Wilson of Paragon Racing, he's gone well today. He's going to start alongside Mark on row 2 with Bright Osemweji starting on row 3 alongside Sean Pope of Spicy Boys Racing and TRX Motorsport respectively. Malcolm Modell and Ashley Mason King on row number 4 with Mike Smith and Spencer Gent running out the top 10. Daniel Moore, Nikita Jevtov on row 6 with Anton Schoppler and Lewis. And I spoke with his father earlier, so I will not butcher his name. Lewis Appiaget, my apologies. Lewis Appiaget. I will become a professional at saying that last name by the end of this race, I am sure, if he went as well as he did yesterday. With Stuart Jones, Matthew Baxter and Jason Bolton rounding out this grid. Very useful, these practice sessions, in telling us who to look out for, but they do provide a little bit of a spoiler for the races, as we have seen the top 2 in practice finish towards the front in the last 3 or 4 heats. In this one, Jason Bolton, who was on track not too long ago, he's going to be starting from last position. 17th and last, the man who was fastest in the 3-lap practice just now. But as we saw in 2 successive heats earlier on today, it is possible to go from the depths of 17th, 18th and come through to win. That was done by Bobby McGurr, for example, in one of the earlier lightweight heats. Other people who did well in that practice session include Lucas Appiaget. He's going to be starting in 14th, so quite far down the order as well. Matthew Baxter, 3rd fastest. He's going to be starting in 2nd to last, so a lot of our fast drivers starting towards the back of the grid. You would think that was intentional. It's just how the grids have been falling for the last few races. Stuart Jones, 4th fastest. So we've actually had a very, very similar scenario in this heat compared to some of the earlier ones, where the 4 fastest in practice are going to be making up the last 2 rows on the grid. The exception to that, though, is Mark Puxty and Jonathan Wilson, who were 5th and 6th in the practice session. They're going to be making up row number 2. So expect to see those 2, as well as the 2 starting in front of them, to be fighting early on for the win. And expect to see some other people coming through later on in this race. Jason Bolton, who was fastest in that race, in that practice session, apologies. First KROC appearance. He's formerly raced in the British Indoor Karting Championship, the 45-year-old British driver. Champion of the Corporate Games, which is a karting event for working professionals, for the last 3 years. And our pole sitter for this race, Sahib Chana of TRX Motorsport. The 23-year-old British drivers. Raced in British University's Karting Championship as well as Club 100. So likely has experience around this circuit in the 2-stroke karts, which actually can work against some people because the line for the 2-stroke karts is slightly different for the 4-stroke karts, playing into the different advantages of each chassis. When he said, to give a brief description of his karting experience, he said, "I'm by no means, quote, good at karting." This is the man who was supposedly starting on pole position, although that slot is empty. And we are underway for heat number 24. Keep an eye out for Mark Puxey in the white helmet, blue suit, already slotting into second place from fourth on the grid. The two-time reigning and defending champion of this event. He's had a good weekend so far, as we have the usual three-wide shenanigans. Mark Puxey actually being forced a little bit wide through hairpin number 2. He's being challenged for position by, I believe that's Jonathan Wilson in the dark suit with the yellow accents. They head down towards the bottom of the hill. Fairly well behaved. It's going to be the number 10 of Sahib Chana who leads. Possibly selling himself a little bit short by saying he was, quote, not very good at karting. He has at least led one race, or led one lap of this race in his Liverpool University race suit. Jonathan Wilson in second. Just got the order sorting themselves out by now. Driver going completely onto the grass. Looks to be a bright helmet, and there's been a little bit of an incident further back in the pack. Now the battle for the race lead is hotting up. Sahib Chana under a bit of pressure from the 12 of Jonathan Wilson. Is Jonathan going to go for a move immediately? No, not quite. Reminder that for a lot of these drivers, this is their last opportunity to score some good points before the finals. Jonathan Wilson coming into this race, he recorded a win in one of the earlier heats and a 6th place in the first heavyweight heat. So if he were to secure a top 2 finish in this one, that would more than likely book himself a place in the A final. Brightos and Wedgie behind in third, with Mark Puxey and Spencer Gent rounding out the top 5 as it currently stands. Mark Puxey uncharacteristically losing a couple of positions. You don't often see the two-time champ going backwards in this event. He's often the one making the moves and pressing towards the front. So he might have a difficult race for him ahead. You see the number 9, I believe, of Nathan Parker going super wide at the bottom of the hill. He rejoins. Sahib Chana has actually now lost the lead to the 12 of Jonathan Wilson. So it's Jonathan Wilson who leaves. 2 firsts and a 6th would almost more than likely secure him a place in the A final. So ideally, he'd like to just break away now and control this race from the front. He's already got a little bit of a gap, hoping that Sahib Chana can be the cork in the bottle for this one. See the number 4 of Anton Schoppler, who's a former vice champion of this event, in kart number 4 in the purple suit, trying to make moves. Going down the hill, the Liverpool suit there, the dark purple colour scheme. Trying to make the move on the 23. Actually, the 23 making the move on this lap. So the 23 is going to cross the line in second position. This is ideal news for Jonathan Wilson, who's this opening start to the race is going exactly as he would want it to. Down the inside again goes Sahib Chana. And actually that's allowed the double cutback for Mark Puxey. Mark Puxey taking advantage of that battling up into second place. And number 5 as well of Spencer Gent getting involved. Mark Puxey now, he's dispatched of most of the upper midfield traffic. So he's going to try and press on ahead. He'll be looking to go into the final as one of the points leaders. He's already recorded a 1st and a 4th so far in this event. So similar to Jonathan Wilson, this event will do enough to secure his place in the A final. Sahib Chana, meanwhile, so far had a pretty difficult event. He's recorded a 12th and a 15th, so this result would be by far the best one that he's done so far. But he's under a bit of pressure for 3rd place. And number 5 is Spencer Gent, trying to go around the outside of hairpin 2, not quite working. He's going to leave it open to the 17 of Lewis, who's made his way up. the order from quite far back. In fact, I believe he started in 14th position. So he's made up 8 places already. Sahib Chana leaving the door open going into the corner. Actually, Wolf, the number 17 of Lewis, getting pit maneuvered there at Garda corner. Doesn't seem very happy about it, and you wouldn't expect him to be either. So he's dropped a bunch of places in the all-black suit and helmet. See the marshal just getting out of the way on the right-hand side. This battle's starting to hot up in the lower reaches of the midfield. Lewis in the 17 just getting bungled out the way again. It's Jonathan Wilson who continues to lead this race ahead of Mark Puxty. Gap last time only came down by about 0.04 of a second, so the 2 leaders' pace in clean air at the moment fairly similar as the number 5 of Spencer again goes down the inside. Gives Sahib Chana a little thumbs up. Not sure whether that's to say let's work together or whether that's just a cheeky acknowledgement of I've taken the position from you. Meanwhile, the number 7, Ashley Mason-King of King Brothers Racing. We saw James King take a very well-earned 2nd place in a previous heat. A reminder again, this is the first year in the Kart Race of Champions where we have a teams championship as well. So all these drivers scoring points not just for themselves, but for the teams that they're representing, whether it's an established entity or one that they've just come up with for this event. So there's Sahib Chana thinking about going for a move down the inside of Spence again, but thinking better of it. He needs to be very decisive in these kinds of packs. Stuart Jones giving the hand gesture to Sahib, saying, come on, let's work together. We're both in a good position here. But they can certainly be improved. Meanwhile, Mark Puxty doing his best to close down that train at the front. Stuart Jones in the number 11. Winner of a heat earlier today. Let's have a look at the gap between the leaders. It's down to 1.1. But Mark Puxty, even though he's in 3A, he's only gaining a 10th or 2 a lap at this point, so he might arrive on the scene just as this race is coming to a close. As down the inside goes the 11. Stuart Jones up into 4th position. Sahib Chana at this point just trying to do his best to hold on to as many positions and thus points as he can. Nathan Parker in the number 9 behind, looking to record a good result. Sahib Chana goes back up the inside, gets a bit of overlap, loses it. It's cut across by Stuart. Nathan Parker now on the scene. Battle developing behind Ashley Mason-King as well for 7th. Involved there is a number 4 of Anton Schoppler, previous runner-up in this event. There's a yellow flag in the middle sector, hence why hands are going up to acknowledge. Single file, no overtaking. You can see there the marshal just fixing that barrier. Slightly due to an incident further back in the pack that we didn't see. These drivers continuing on. Only 3 minutes left to go in this race. Jonathan Wilson and Mark Puxty, even as it stands, doing enough to secure their place in the A final, but both of them, of course, want the medal that you get from winning a heat race. Mark Puxty, I believe both of these drivers actually already have one of them. They want to get 2. And now Mark Puxty is firmly in the slipstream of Jonathan Wilson. So we'll keep an eye on this top 2 if we can as they head down the hill. Mark Puxty with just marginally more pace, just taking 2 or 3 tenths a lap out of them. Meanwhile, as we look back to Nathan Parker making a move on Sahib Chana, that's for 5th place. So side by side up towards Cafe Curve. Battle for the lead now, very, very close between Jonathan Wilson and Mark Puxty. Mark Puxty, you'd have to say, he's already done enough to secure his place in the A final, but he'll want that race win, so he is going to take risk here, you'd have to think, the 2-time champ. Unlikely that he's going to be the highest point scoring driver in heavyweights with that 4th place that he accrued in one of the heats. He is definitely going to be up there, certainly in the top 5. As we can see them filing down the fast downhill. Sahib Chana going for a move, in fact a double move going on. Sahib Chana trying to make it 2 wide on Nathan Parker, and Lewis in the 17 trying to make it 3 wide and force Nathan Parker onto the red stuff on the outside. Hustle for the lead, intensifying again. Mark Puxty's got a couple of laps with which to work. Trying to determine where Wilson is faster, where he's slower, and how he can use that to his advantage. Of course, a man with such experience around this circuit. Named the Driver's Driver of the Year in the Buckmore Park Awards. So head down the hill, still competing. Mark Puxty having a look at Wilson. They're going to get maybe 2 more laps out of this one. Depends how much time is left when they cross the line. Otherwise, this might be the final lap. Is it the final lap? It is, confirmed by race control. Final lap on the board. Mark Puxty actually a little bit further back from Wilson than he was this time on the last lap. So 2nd and 4th has sorted themselves out. Bit of a battle happening for 5th behind Nathan Parker. This is the most crucial battle on the track, the battle between 1st and 2nd. Puxty looking to make it, actually both of these drivers looking to make it 2 heat wins from 3 in their respective campaigns. It'll have to be a late move from Puxty, and it would seem that Wilson's actually responded to Puxty's pace, although Puxty much stronger on the downhill. Is he going to go for a move into the final corner? No, not quite close enough. But I don't think he'll be too disappointed. Good points for both of these drivers. Well, it's been an impressive drive from the Paragon Racing driver. Jonathan Wilson wins in heat number 24. Mark Puxty, good points in 2nd position. Spence again actually with the fastest lap of the race, but only marginally faster than Puxty in the 16. He comes home in a lonely 3rd with Stuart Jones a comfortable 4th. Nathan Parker making his way to the front of that train, although losing a few positions from his 2nd place grid slot. Lewis Apiaji in 14th place. Apiaje, I should say, apologies. Up into 6th position. 8 places gained in that race from 14th on the grid. Special mention to Jason Bolton from 17th up to 7th. I think the highest gainer in that race. Confirmation of your results then. Wilson ahead of Puxty with Gent in 3rd and Stuart Jones 4th. Parker and Lewis in the 17 in 6th place. Then comes Bolton, Baxter, Chana and Shopler rounds out your top 10 with Osenweji, Smith, Jevtichov, Model, Pope, Mason King and more round out your 17 driver strong grid. Well, just 6 of the 30 heats left to go. We are 80% of the way through. And we'll be back in just a few minutes with the lightweights. Well, here we go. Just 3 heats left to go in the lightweights and the heavyweights, respectively. Lightweights first, though. Heat number 25 out of 30 overall. Let's run through the grid for this one. Scott Lawrence is going to start in first position with Jerry Van Bussel alongside him on the front row. Peter Knight of Nameless Motorsport, who is the, I believe, the second highest scoring lightweight driver yesterday. He's doing his one and only heat today, starting from third, so keep an eye out for him. He's alongside Claudia Lance Jones, I should say, of Spicy Boys Racing, with Dean Everest and Reese Kello making up row number 3. Reese Barker and Glenn Marrison on row 4 with Andrew Hughes and Lucy Shuckford on row 5. Camille Majikowskiate, apologies if I butchered that name, Camille, and Nico Schweisner on row number 6. Blaze Turnstill and Ross Honeyman on row 7 with Martin Russell and Chris Clibor on row 8. Lawrence Cox and Charlie Ratford row 9 with Darcy Batty and Sinclair Green making up your 20 kart strong grid. In terms of practice, it was Chris Clisbor who got the fastest lap time. Of course, he's going to be starting down in 16th. So we'll see what the TRX, or the Kobe Motorsport driver, I'm sorry, for this event can do, formerly of TRX. Peter Knight is going to be starting from third, second best lap time during practice. So let's see what kind of performance he can extract. In terms of previous results for Clisbor, he's had a very middling event so far. He's received 2 11th places, so right in the middle of the pack. He'll be hoping that he can use this pace that he's shown in practice to make his way up towards the front of the grid and hopefully score a better points scoring position. As it currently stands in the lightweight results, it is Thomas Ronhaar who still has the highest points tally, although I believe that this has not yet updated. I think we need to wait until the end of all of the heats for it to update, because I know for a fact that Bobby McGurr, for example, is safely into the A final. But we're just about to get underway here with the third to last lightweight heat of the day. It's already 2 o'clock and the sun just starting to burn away these clouds. It's getting noticeably brighter here. Hopefully we should get some sunny weather later on today. Seems like we had a non-starter on the left-hand side of the grid, hence why there was a gap towards the back. But Scott Lawrence continues to lead on the inside through turn number 1 from first position. In fact, the 17 of Jerry Van Bussel got a huge amount alongside him, or even further along. Scott Lawrence just poking his nose in, keeping it there. Not sure if I approve on that move from the number 9. What that means, though, is that neither Scott Lawrence or Jerry Van Bussel are currently leading this race. It's actually the 25 of Peter Knight who's out the front of this field. Now, this pack needs to be careful if they want to try and battle for this race win, because given the pace that Peter Knight has shown so far in this event, if he's allowed a gap, he's going to disappear at the front of the order. We've seen him come through the field a few times earlier on in this event. But at the front, you see if he can use that pace to try and break away. The 17 of Jerry Van Bussel, now in a fairly comfortable second place at this stage. Won the 4th lightweight heat yesterday, but then recorded a 9th position. So he'll be looking for a result more akin to the first one, as Chris Clisbor gets almost pit maneuvered as he goes down the straight. Has to correct as we go 3 wide into the bottom of the hill. Reese Kello getting involved with that in the number 4. Clisbor having to take off the track, 3 wide into Garda. Clisbor again trying to go around the outside. They're 3 wide further back as well. But out front, it is Peter Knight who leads, with Jerry Van Bussel now in second, setting the fastest lap of the race last time out at 50.5. Battle for third between Lawrence and Dean Everest. The 23 of Reese Barker getting involved in that scrap as well. Dean Everest just slotting in behind Lawrence through hairpin 2, but getting a big shove from behind from Barker. So perhaps forcing Dean into the back of Scott when he didn't really intend to do it. And now, after a couple of laps of infighting, they've started to stretch out a bit more in this heat. Scott Lawrence choosing to go defensive still. Scott Lawrence, the 19-year-old British driver, first time competing in this event. He races in Club 73 and in also the Red Lodge Karting Internal Championship. Dean Everest trying to get up the inside. Super experienced driver is Dean in the number 10. Chris Clisborne, meanwhile, goes up the inside of hairpin 1, says thank you very much. Chris Clisborne, should be said. Getting the overlap on Lawrence. With many a lap around this circuit, has the 17-year-old Polish driver. Battle for the lead between the 25 of Knight and the 17 of Van Bussel. Van Bussel has closed down that gap. New fastest lap of the race last time out of a 50.3. There was a purple first sector as well on this lap from Van Bussel. Doesn't improve on his best lap that time, but understandable considering he's now got Peter Knight ahead of him for company. Knight has a little look over his shoulder. Both of these drivers will be hoping to make their way into the A final. Jerry Van Bussel, the 19-year-old Dutch driver, Dutch endurance champion in 2024. Good to see he has made the trip over the channel. Peter Knight, meanwhile, in the 25. 21-year-old British driver, has raced in the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship, which is a very high-profile series. Lots of talent in that one. So these two drivers, both endurance specialists at the front of this field. Slightly different to the sprint racing that they've been competing in this weekend, but they seem to be adjusting to it well. Meanwhile, Chris Clisborne in the number 5 has made his way up into 3rd position. And not only that, but he's also gapped Dean Everest in 4th position. So these front few spaces in this heat, with the exception of 1st to 2nd, just starting to stretch out. The gap from 2nd to 3rd, over 5 seconds at this point. So it is going to be one of these two you'd think who's going to take the race win at this point. Both of them lapping in the low to mid 50s. Clisborne would need some absolutely unbelievable pace to get anywhere near this battle by the end of the race. Van Bussel will be interesting if he has an endurance mindset about how he approaches this race. Is he going to choose to just slot in behind and pump in the lap times with Peter Knight to make doubly sure that they secure this 1-2 and to assess where Peter Knight is faster or slower on this lap? Although it looks like he is going for a more attacking style. In fact, he's got an overlap. Very difficult move that to achieve through hairpin 2, side by side as they head down the hill. Peter Knight is going to maintain the inside. It looks like he is going to keep control of that one. Has a look over the shoulder, shapes for a defensive move. Leaves a bit of margin. He could have come back across the track there to open up the corner more, and that's going to compromise his run up the hill. Good battle between these two drivers. Joe Van Bussel just shaping, just having a look, seeing where he can go. Peter Knight not feeling the need to defend into hairpin number 1. Peter Knight looking all around. He's not only checking where Van Bussel is, but he's also looking to see what their gap is to the rest of the pack and whether he can afford to defend. But as you can see, the other driver's not even in sight. Clisborne in a lonely 3rd. As they make their way down the hill. Down the inside goes Van Bussel. Oh, not quite far enough alongside to make that happen. Peter Knight just staying within track limits there. Had to accommodate for the 17 coming up his inside. Over halfway through this one. Track limits warnings lighting up the boards. And actually a first black flag of this race for the number 6 of Andrew Hughes, who's currently running in 12th position. But track limits coming up from the 9th of coming up for the 9 of Scott Lawrence, the 15 of Sinclair Green as well. We've actually got a retirement from this race as well. Glenn Marrison choosing to retire. Hoping that's not due to any kind of injury. Peter Knight staying on this battle for the top two. Despite their battling, still lapping very, very similar to the chasing Clisborn behind. Clisborn only gaining a couple tenths of a second, just shows the pace that these two have at the front of the field. New fastest lap of the race for Jerry Van Bussel on that last lap of 50.3, and a UPB lap as well for Peter Knight at 50.4. Round the outside, Van Bussel has a look. Very difficult move that to pull off. You need to be more than alongside. You need to be ideally ahead going into hairpin 1 for that to happen. These two, the class of the field at the moment when it comes to race pace. The top half of the field in the high 50s, these two in the mid to low 50s, bottom half of the field in the 51s. Just see sky starting to get a bit brighter. It is noticeably brighter here from the commentary box. Oh, big whack up the backside for Peter Knight. 3 minutes to go. Van Bussel will be going for every single point he possibly can. Peter Knight already with a first and a third to his name. He wants to make that 2 wins. But if he holds on to this race lead, he may be the highest scoring driver, or the joint highest scoring driver, because Bobby McGough, who's also in lightweights, also has 2 wins and a 3rd place. So it will be done on count back for best lap time, but then again, it doesn't really matter. When it comes to the A final, the order for the grid, not determined by not predetermined by the points earned from the heats. Instead, it's done by the Super Pole session, and all that happens with the points from the heats earlier in the race is that they decide the order in which the karts are allocated. So the driver who scores the most points during the heat rounds, they are going to be the one who will have first pick of the karts for qualifying and for the race. So even if you know you've already secured your A final position, it is worth watching the rest of the races to get an idea of which karts you had that were quick, or which karts that other people have had that are quick as well. Nice move to the inside for Van Bussel, got it stopped, forced Knight to go outside of track limits. He's been lining that move up for a few laps now. Van Bussel being cheered on by the crowd. He takes a little look over his right-hand shoulder. He's already built a half a kart length or so. He does lose that due to the slipstream. Making sure to take a few good looks. Keeping eyes open. Doesn't want to overlook behind him though. And he can be forced into a dummy by Knight, but Knight not really seeming too interested in claiming that place back for now. 80 seconds left to go in this race. I think they're going to get one more lap after this one, maybe 2. Ooh, slight hint of a whisper of a move for Peter Knight. Just gave it a casual move across to the right-hand side. Looks like they are going to get 2 more laps to go of this one. This battle for the lead as close as it has been. These two drivers are actually setting identical best lap times in this race. Both of them recording a 50.343, just a marker to show how competitive they've been with each other. Despite their battling, they are still continuing to gap the rest of the field, as is their pace, with the exception of Clisborn, who is on his own. So they're going to come onto the final lap next time round. Peter Knight takes to the right-hand side, and actually a fantastic momentum-based move that from Peter Knight. Van Bussel feeling the need to defend into the last few corners, and Peter Knight saying, thank you very much, I'm just going to take the racing line, and I'm just going to grab best momentum and be past you before even guard a corner. Van Bussel doesn't seem very happy with that move. He might think that Peter Knight has overtaken him off the circuit. That will be down to race control. Peter Knight has got a couple of track limit warnings already in this race. Van Bussel has a look round the outside. Peter Knight, down the inside he goes now. They're side by side, the 2 race leaders. on this final lap in a place on the track where it's very difficult to go side by side. As they head down the corner, Van Bussel, oh, fantastic move for Van Bussel if he can get it stopped, and he can't get it stopped. Seems to think that that was Peter Knight's fault. That Knight influenced him slightly, but it just looked like he was a little bit too late on the brakes. And he is going to have a move up into Cafe. It's been a fantastic battle between these two, but Peter Knight is going to win heat number 25. Provisionally on track ahead of Jerry Van Bussel. Chris Clisbour finally getting a decent result in this event. His best lap time only 1/1000th of a second behind the best lap time of the top two. Peter Knight and Van Bussel with a 50.343, Clisbour with a 50.344. And as the last stragglers just come across the line. Confirmation of those on-track results then. Peter Knight did take the win on track ahead of Jerry Van Bussel. We'll keep an eye out for any post-race penalties in that battle, or further down the order as well. Chris Clisbour in third. Ross Honeyman making good progress up from 14th on the grid. Chris as well coming up from 16th on the grid. He was the fastest in practice as well. So a good drive from the driver in number 5. The rest of your top 10 is Honeyman, Ratford, Cox, Everest, Schweisner, Barker and Reese Kello. Special mention as well to Ratford and Cox, both of whom came from 18th and 17th respectively on the grid. Page 2 of the results made up of Turnstill, Lawrence, Shuckford, Russell, Lance Jones, Maxi Juskiate, I do apologise, Batty, Green, Hughes and Marison. Well, just 2 more lightweight heats to go after this one, but before that we'll be back in a couple of minutes with the heavyweights. Well, here we go with just 5 heats left to go. This is the third last of our heavyweight heats, heat 26. That has been run over the last 2 days. Let's have a look at our starting grid for this one. Carl Gaffney is going to be in first position ahead of Joseph Hamlet of the K&R Racing and Suck On My Exhaust teams, respectively. Row 2 is going to be made of Bran van den Eyne and Sean Atherton. Todd White and John King make up row 3 with Hayden Harris and Murray Adger on row 4. Saul Gregory and Barry Lakes row 5 with Ross Sandwell and Ross McKenzie making it an all-Ross row 6. Lee Lincoln Crowther and Vito Dacris row number 7. Alex Jones, Stephen Soden row 8. Cale Simmons, Martin Marison row 9. And Johnny Brighton on his own at the back of the grid after an excellent defensive drive earlier today. Round out our 19 drivers for heat number 26 of 30. Well, Johnny Brighton seems to be a theme so far today, is that the people who are starting last in these races are setting the benchmark times during the practice sessions. So Johnny Brighton is going to be starting last, but he was the fastest driver for the 3-lap practice session just gone. John King, second fastest in practice, will be starting from 6th place in this race. And Bran van den Eyne, who was 3rd fastest in practice, is going to be starting in 3rd place in this race. So he's best of all of our front-running pace drivers. Bran van den Eyne, of course, making his way over from Belgium, the 17-year-old. And we are underway for heat number 26 of 30 here at the 2025 Kart Racing Champions. At number 7 of Bran van den Eyne being forced 2 wheels onto the grass heading towards turn 1. And what that's meant is that Joseph Hamlet in the number 11, he almost had to double check or double take a look over his right-hand shoulder as the number 12 of Johnny Brighton gets bundled super wide through hairpin number 1. The number 11 of Joseph Hamlet had to almost double check the gap that he had after turns 1 and 2 approaching hairpin 1. It's almost like he couldn't believe how much of a gap he'd accrued from the fighting going on behind. So it's Joseph Hamlet who leads, the 28 of Carl Gaffney in 2nd. The usual fighting as we head down towards Garda. A reminder that this is more than likely the last time that these drivers will be racing before their finals. Todd White in the number 4 in the Maple Motorsports suit, keeping an eye on his progress as well. Finished on the overall podium last year. Now we're side by side for the lead between Joseph Hamlet and John King in the 23. With Bran van den Eyne in the 7. Just observing this battle from behind before joining in. Fairly sizable gap already. You can see actually on that downhill shot the amount of rubber that's being laid down by these karts over the last couple of days. I don't doubt that the entire fleet will be in need of new tyres at the end of this competition. Buckmore Park, of course, being recently relaid in certain places for the 24-hour race, providing a more grippy surface, having more wear on the tyres. Defensive move from Joseph Hamlet. He gets slightly loaded into hairpin number 1. So this 3-way battle has now become a 6-way battle with the 29 of Ross Sandwell at the back. Sandwell's had a good event so far. Hoping to add another podium finish to the 1st and 3rd place that he's already gotten so far in this event. So a top 5 for Sandwell will pretty much guarantee him a space in the A final, you'd have to think. You see the field just stretching out behind. So these top 3, whenever they start battling, is bringing the 9, the 29 and the 28 back into this. Ross Sandwell back up to 5th now. Joseph Hamlet continuing to defend, seems to have no interest in trying to push on at the front, perhaps knows he hasn't quite got the 1-lap pace to lead this race outright. The only way that he can win this race is by defending and then hoping that the people behind them start battling, as we saw on the opening lap of the race. As they snake their way down the far side of the circuit. It is getting brighter here all the time. The forecast said that the sun would start poking out at about 3 o'clock, 2:30 local time. Joseph Hamlet is doing a good job at the minute. He's keeping a hold of this, taking the defensive line, making sure that Ross van der Nijn, who's now up into second place, is on his outside. Now the 23 of John King wanting to get re-involved. Ross Sandwell up to 4th, now up to 3rd. So the man who's already gotten 2 podium heat finishes, including a win so far in this event. I have to say he's probably one of the favourites. Oh, down the inside immediately goes Ross Sandwell at the bottom of the hill. Quite a rough move, that one, but he did get it done, shoveling the number 7 wide. Ross Sandwell, you'd have to say, on the back of this heat performance, will be one of the favourites going into the A final. He can continue this run up into the lead. Let's have a look at some of the big movers in this race. Ross Sandwell, of course, up 9 places from 11th on the grid, with Johnny Brighton in the number 12, moving from 19th all the way up into 8th position. Also, Johnny Brighton, he holds the fastest lap in this race, the only man so far to get into the 50s. Big shunt from Ross Sandwell there on the 11 of Joseph Hamlet. Acknowledges that the move wasn't on, and then, oof, day late and $1 short move there from Brand van der Nijn. You really need to be further alongside than just sticking your bumper into a closing gap. Good battle for 5th as well. That's currently being led by Carl Gaffney in the 28. Joseph Hamlet defends, but he doesn't defend enough. He has lost the lead, I'm afraid, but it's not to Ross Sandwell. It seems to be to the 7 of Brand van der Nijn, who is in right place, right time. You can see Joseph Hamlet, he defended, but he did leave a Kart's width on the inside, which Ross Sandwell pounced on immediately, a driver of Ross's caliber. And you can see, oh, what a threading the needle move there on the downhill. Dispatching the person who was attacking him and overtaking someone else all in one move. With a driver of Ross's caliber, if you give him a gap, he is going to go for it. He's not going to wait around. So Johnny Brighton, special mention from last on the grid. He's now up into 5th, fastest up of the race still. Ooh, quite a big shunt in the lower reaches of the top 10 as well. Todd White in the number 4 wanting to get involved. For some of these drivers, this race absolutely crucial for getting the points they need to get into their desired final. So Brandon van der Nijn in 1st, in number 7. He's actually gapped Ross Sandwell on this lap slightly. Sandwell having to dispatch of Hamlet and King. With 5 minutes to go, it'd be interesting to see what kind of pace these front runners have in clean air, because so far they've only been battling with each other, as evidenced from the slower lap times than what we've seen so far. This is probably one of the most action-packed heavyweight heats we've had so far today. The heavyweight battling style, a lot different to the lightweights. The heavyweights can use their weight a little bit more to push people out of the way. The lightweights, your body mass is so much less in comparison to the weight of the cart. It's more likely you that's going to be thrown around in the cart rather than using the cart to your advantage. But on this lap, it doesn't seem as though Ross Sandwell has made any sort of noticeable impression into that gap. In fact, it seems like that gap's almost widened between the two. Indeed it has. Faster lap that time from Brand van der Nijn. And actually Ross Samwell in 3A is under a bit of pressure now from the 23 of John King. John King has a look down the inside, shuffles his way past. But Ross Samwell, you bet he's going to go back up the inside. Gives him absolutely zero space, John King on the outside. John King not approving of that move, but can't keep the position because he kept all 4 wheels off the track. The white line there on the exit of hairpin 2 just does determine track limits, as well as here on the right-hand side. Track limit warning appearing on the board for John King in the 23. So after quite a hectic start for the man who started in 3rd, Bram van der Nijn is dispatched from those battling behind him. He's managing to stretch away at the front of this grid. Samwell and King for 2nd. Johnny Brighton now up into 3rd from the back of the grid. So this is a very good recovery drive from the driver in kart number 12. Johnny Brighton gave a good account of himself earlier on. He's recorded 2 4th place finishes so far in this event. So he's looking to make it 3 4th places. Just give an update on some of the standings as they are continually updated. Confirmation then in the lightweights. Bobby McGurr and Peter Knight are almost definitely through to the A final, both of them scoring 70 points each. That is significantly more than the next highest scoring driver who's done all 3 of his races. That is Jerry Van Bussel, as well as Ollie Smith as well. So McGurr and Knight definitely, let's say there's a 99% probability that those 2 are in the A final. Nothing confirmed yet, of course. In the heavyweight results, Jonathan Wilson with 2 firsts and a 6th place. You'd have to say he's in there as well as reigning champion Mark Puxty, who's gotten a 1st, a 2nd and a 4th. These results being updated constantly on Alpha Live, so the picture will change as we get into the last of these heats. That's what makes these heats, the last of these heat races, so interesting, because these drivers, it's their last opportunity for them to put some points on the board. If they don't qualify for the final that they're in, it's a long, hard slog for them to get back up to where they need to be. So this battle for 2nd between Samwell and King, they've now been joined by Brighton. This would be one hell of a drive from Brighton if he could come from the back of the grid to 2nd, especially when races where he started slightly higher up. He's only managed a 4th place. John King getting a little bit impatient, having a nose up the inside on the downhill of Samwell. And just out of frame there, you can see Johnny Brighton going for the move. Not quite able to get that move done. It surprised even our cameraman, I think, that move. This man, Bram van der Nijn, showcasing that the trip across the channel was worth it. This battle for 2nd place, thoroughly enthralling. Brighton up the inside. Nice, clean, textbook move that from Brighton. King's going to get the cut back. King not feeling like opening up the racing line. It's going to give him exactly a cut's width going into hairpin 2. This is the absolute best opportunity for Samwell, although this is the last lap of the race, so Samwell's only got a couple more corners to defend. Gap behind is big enough for Samwell to take the racing line. Brighton has to defend from King. But out front, it is going to be Bram van der Nijn in the number 7 that wins heat number 26, the 3rd to last heavyweight heat of Kart Racing Champions here today. Ross Samwell finishes in 2nd, Johnny Brighton in 3rd, John King in 4th position. Joseph Hamlet started 2nd, led for a short period in this race, did well to hold on to 5th position. So we'll have confirmation of the on-track results. It is van der Nijn who takes the win ahead of Samwell by a fairly comfortable 4.2 seconds in the end. Johnny Brighton in 3rd, fastest lap of the race of a 50.6. Significantly faster, at least half a second faster than pretty much everyone else in the field, apart from van der Nijn at the front. Those 2 the only 2 to get into the 50 seconds for lap times. So not quite as fast as what we've seen earlier on today. However, the track conditions may be getting slightly worse. There was a fair amount of battling during that race as well. The rest of your top 10, King, Hamlet, Jones, Gregory, Adger, Harris and Gaffney. Good drive from Alex Jones from 15th up to 6th as well. Second page of results, Todd White, he'll be disappointed with that result. The man who finished in the top 3 overall last year. Kel Simmons in 12th, Dakara's in 13th, then it's McKenzie, Souden, Atherton, Lincoln Crowther and Lakes rounds out your 18 finishes from that race. A black flag as well there for Barry Lakes, hence why he found himself towards the back of the grid. Well, just 2 heats to go in each of the weight categories. We'll be back in just a few minutes for heat number 27.
Numbers Alex Bolger 11, Sam Jewell 25, Ben Payne 16, Richard 14, Tony Folkestone number 9, Elden Dancer 28, Sam May 4, Simon 17, Diallo 26, David McAllister Brown 13, Paul you're in 6, Joshua Ball 10, Jack you're in 15, Max you're in number 13, Emma 7, Kit 29, Annabelle on 12, Thomas Rohar number 23 and Cameron you're in 20.
Well, here we go. The penultimate lightweight heat here today at the final round of the Kart Race of Champions at Buckmore Park in 2025. Let's have a look then at the starting grid for this one. Alex Brazier for the Too Much Apex team is going to be starting, well, not necessarily from pole, but from first position, as the grid slots are randomly allocated instead of being decided by qualifying. Sam Jewell from TRX alongside him on the front row, with Ben Paynes and Richard Levette on row 2. Tom Webster and Aidan Dancer on row 3, with Sam May and Simon Johnston on row number 4. Tiago Banza and Toby McAllister Brown make up row 5, with Paul Nicolai and Joshua Ball on row 6. Behind them, Jack Frey, Max Innes, Emma Rabbage, K-Up Jansen, Adam Beaumont, Thomas Ronhar and Cameron Das make up your 19 starters for this race. Results from practice, of course, gives us an insight on who to watch for in the race. Thomas Ronhar backing up his pole position and 2 race wins so far in this event, with a blistering third lap time of a 50.3. So you'd expect those drivers to be pushing towards the 49s throughout the course of this race. Toby McAllister Brown of the Buckmore Bandits team has done many a lap around this circuit. He was second fastest in practice, just 7 thousandths of a second behind Ronhar. But Ronhar, of course, starting from second to last in this race in kart number 23. You can see him there on the left-hand side. Toby McAllister Brown in kart number 13. He's going to be starting from 10th position. Thomas Ronhar, all he needs to do is get a top 5 finish to 100% secure his place in the A final. And we are underway. Immediately cut across is the number 14 of Richard Levette in the bright orange suit, but he isn't able to get on that inside line. That's being held by Tom Webster in the 9. But out front, it looks like Sam Jewell in that TRX suit has gotten into the lead. Side by side as they head down towards hairpin number 2. Cameron Das getting completely on the grass and losing the kart slightly. A little bit of a collision down there, hairpin 2, but they're all still going in the same direction. So these drivers file down through the hairpin. Get the impression that this is going to be a high-octane lightweight heat, this one. Some big names in this one. McAllister Brown, Ronhar, Sam May, Tom Webster in there as well. So they make their way across the line. Already quite a big field spread in this one. Some big movers on lap 1. Toby McAllister Brown up 4 places from 10th position. Emma Rabbage up 5 places, as is Adam Beaumont, who started in 17th. Thomas Ronhar, though, the biggest mover, up 15 places from 18th. This is a race where he'll have to get a move on, be very aggressive with his racing in kart 23. See what kind of progress he can make towards the front of this field. But it is Sam Jewell who leads in the 25 as it currently stands. Alex Brazier moving the background. Toby McAllister Brown on Tom Webster. McAllister Brown making that move stick, delivering on his practice performance. Sam Jewell out front for the moment, though. The TRX driver. Had a mixed event so far, finished 4th in his first heat, but then 17th in his second, so he'll be looking to back that first result up with another strong one. Alex Brazier in the number 11 has kind of gone under the radar, which you'd think is quite difficult to do in his bright green suit. He's only recorded 2 14th places so far today, as we're side by side between Sam May in the 4 and Simon Johnson in the 17. Ben Paynes at the bottom of the hill in the 16, just oversteering slightly. McAllister Brown already onto the back of him, Webster shadowing him. There's some drivers in this field needing some big results if they're going to be in any sort of respectable final. One of those is Ben Paynes. He's only recorded a 16th and a 20th so far, so for him to be so far up the order can only be a good thing for his points tally. Otherwise you'll face the not so desirable circumstance of racing in the bottom final. Granted, the winner from each final will get promoted into the final above them, but it is nigh on impossible to come from last in the final that you get promoted to the next one. So if you're not in the A or the B final, your chances of getting anywhere near the overall title is going to be very, very slim. So McAllister Brown has now made that move on Paynes. Paynes having a look over his shoulder for Tom Webster. These two will know each other. Ben Payne's been racing at Daytona Tamworth recently. Tom Webster behind is actually one of the kart testers at that venue. So quite a happenstance that these two are meeting on track among so many drivers. Simon Johnson now battling with the 23 of Thomas Ronhaar, who's made his way up to 7th position. Ronhaar making good progress in this heat. The top 5 are now broken away. McAllister Brown now up into 2nd past Alex Brazier. McAllister Brown delivering on that practice pace that he showed. McAllister Brown racing for the Buckmore Bandits team. New fastest lap of the race of a 50.2. That's very near to one of the fastest times we've seen in this event. But McAllister Brown, despite his experience around this circuit, no doubt he's done tens of thousands of laps of this track, both in the wet and the dry. He's had a pretty middling event so far with 2 8th places, so solid points. But a top 3 finish or even a win would go a long way. Oh, and down the inside he goes immediately. Would go a long way towards securing him a good final position. Very nicely done move there by McAllister Brown. He's no doubt done that move many, many times before. Sam Jewell now, shadowing him going down towards turn 1. McAllister Brown immediately going defensive. I think that the pace shown by Toby during this race, he could probably break away if he wanted to at the front. Sam Jewell going for the cutback, but just hitting the back of McAllister Brown's cut, which compromised his run out of that corner, which has allowed Alex Brazier now to get up the inside. Nice opportunistic driving from Brazier in the 11. But now a cutback for Sam Jewell. They're going to go too wide down the hill. But Brazier maintains that position. Ben Payne's there as well. Thomas Ronhaar now on the scene. He's gotten past Simon Johnson. Excellent pace from Ronhaar in this race, but we wouldn't have expected anything less from the driver who has yet to be beaten in any kind of session so far this weekend. The F1 Esports driver, of course. This is a black flag for the number 10 of Joshua Ball, who's currently running in 10th position. It'll be unfortunate for him. Down the inside again goes Sam Jewell on Alex Brazier. Nice move that. But Thomas Ronhaar now on the scene. Thomas Ronhaar, as I mentioned, the F1 Esports driver, took the title right to the last event with rival Jarno Opmeer, before Opmeer took the spoils. Showing that skill in online racing certainly transfers to rental karting at the very least. Thomas Ronhaar with the fastest lap of the race at this point, a 50.122. That's definitely in the top 5 of all lap times that we've seen so far this weekend. Ronhaar, one of only 2 drivers this weekend in any session to get into the 49s. Certainly looks like he has the pace to do it in this session. A retirement, I believe, from Joshua Ball there in the number 10. After serving that black flag. Ronhaar goes slightly wide into hairpin 2. Ben Paynes throws it up the inside. But Ronhaar keeps his foot planted, goes all 4 wheels off the circuit to get past Alex Brazier. Now, it's going to be very interesting from race control, that one, because Ronhaar was all 4 wheels off the track and 2 wheels on the grass, indeed, to get past Brazier. So whether he gained advantage from that will be interesting to see from race control. Ronhaar known for his super aggressive driving style. Ronhaar now up into 3rd place, and barring any sort of issues for him, he's already done enough to have secured his place in the A final. Interesting to see what kind of pace he has now in free air as well. He's already closing up to the back of Sam Jewell in 2nd. This 3-way battle now for 4th as well. Ronha with a respectable sector 1 on that lap. Closing right now, right onto the back of Sam Jewell in the TRX suit. Dives to the inside, nicely done. Keeps all 4 wheels off the track, Jewell just not. Jewell has to concede the position, and he does. Meanwhile, almost 3 wide between Brazier, Paynes and Webster as they round the final corner. Ronha with his head tucked down, streamlined position, get that maximum speed on the straight. But I'll tell you who has better straight line speed is the 25. Sam Jewell back up the inside. I don't think Ronha was expecting that, but he does get the cutback done. Nice and late on the brakes from Ronha. Super precise with that apex. Ronha doesn't seem too impressed that Sam Jewell is trying to fight back the position. Jewell is well within his rights to go for that. Ronha with a little shimmy across the track as well. Perhaps should focus less on gesturing and more on holding the steering wheel. But Sam Jewell now not quite with the pace to match the man in number 23, who has got a track limits warning. In fact, Ronha's actually accrued 2 track limits warning in the last 2 minutes. So he needs to be careful. 1 or 2 more of those, and he'll be at the receiving end of a penalty. Although if it's just a 5-second penalty, I think he might have already done enough to negate that from affecting him from getting into the A final at least. So McAllister Brown and Ronha now 1 and 2, starting 10th and 18th respectively. Ronha gaining 16 places during the course of this race. 2 minutes to go. Pace between Ronha and McAllister Brown fairly similar. McAllister Brown, specialist at this circuit. Ronha, a driver with so much ability. Ronha also known for his outright 1-lap pace in F1 Esports as well. And that's a black flag for the number 9 of Tom Webster for multiple contact warnings. So the Maple Motorsport driver with the Fernando Alonso helmet is going to be dropping to the back of the field. I believe that was for multiple contact warnings with his battle with Brazier and Paynes for 4th. So that is a costly mistake there from Webster. I think we might get 1 more lap in after this. You can see how much McAllister Brown is cutting that corner. Doesn't seem like track limits are being monitored too much on that downhill. And if that's the case, then it is the fastest line to just absolutely send it across that left-hander. Ben Payne's running slightly wide on that downhill. Brazier seems to have won the battle for 4th for now. Webster, despite that black flag, continuing to fight for 6th position with the likes of May, Beaumont and Johnston. But we are on the penultimate lap as it currently stands. So Webster now into the pit lane to serve that black flag. Let's have a look at some of the highest, some of the big gainers from this race. Ronha obviously 16 places. Adam Beaumont up 10 places up to 7th place. Cameron Dass up 7 places but can only manage 12th from the back of the grid. So a slightly disappointing event, you'd probably have to say, from the driver with such a popular YouTube channel, Cameron Dass. He's probably going to find himself in one of the middling finals. It's going to be a good haul of points though for McAllister Brown. He might have done enough to secure himself a B final slot. Meanwhile, Sam Jewell, he's had a 4th and a 17th so far this event, so a 3rd will come very handy indeed. Brazier as well. This will be his best finish of the weekend by some distance, scoring 2/14. Paynes as well. Good haul of points for him. Previous best finish of 6th. But we are on the final lap now. And as we look back to the leader, Toby McAllister Brown wins heat number 27 at Buckmore Park. And he is happy with that one. Thomas Ronha, probably the drive of this race, up 16 places into 2nd. The first time all weekend that he has failed to finish top of any session. But I don't think you can hardly forgive him for finishing. I don't think you can hardly hold it too hard against him for finishing 2nd with fastest lap. Sam Jewell finishing in third, a pretty lonely race for him in the end in the second half. But we'll have confirmation of those provisional results. It was McAllister Brown who took the win. Ronhard with the fastest lap and second place, and Jewell in third. Brazier won that battle with pains for fourth, with Sam May, Beaumont, Johnston, Innes and Janssen rounding out the top 10. The second page of results made up of Cameron Das, Aidan Dancer, Richard Levette, and then comes Frey, Nicolay, Banzer, Ball, Webster and Rabbage. Well, just 3 heats left to go, and I'm salivating at the prospect of some of the finals that we're going to have later on. But coming up next is our penultimate heavyweight heat of the day. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get underway with the penultimate heavyweight heat here at the Kart Race of Champions. Just 3 heats left to go. This heavyweight heat, the last lightweight heat, and then the last heavyweight heat. The last chances for some of these drivers to secure those much-needed points to get themselves into the finals for later on this afternoon and this evening. Let's have a look at the grid for this one then. Paul Lyford is going to be starting on the front row for TRX Elite alongside Rich Neal of Falcon Motorsport. Hassan Zafar and Ben Pickard on row 2 with Adam Preston and Reese McKenzie on row 3. Ezekiel James, Nathan Lee make up row 4 with Brian Atkins and William Rumsey on row number 5. Max Taylor on his own on row 6. He's got a drop out next to him with William Woods. Keep an eye on him on row number 7 with Mitch Taylor alongside him. Dan Wright and Russell Shepherd, row number 8. Then it's Carl Etziamezian, William Emerson and Dom Hughes-Clary round out the 18 drivers for this one. In terms of the fastest drivers from the practice session, Hassan Zafar was on top by just over 0.2 of a second, which in the context of this practice session was a vast yawning chasm because the gap between 2nd and 5th was just 1.5 of a second. So Hassan Zafar having a good event so far. He's recorded a 3rd place in the first heavyweight heat. And then he put a 6th place in his 2nd heat earlier on today, I believe. So Hassan Zafar with 2 top 6 finishes so far. We'll be looking to add to that performance. Carl Etziamezian, he's also had a decent event so far, a 5th and a 2nd. He's going to be starting from near the back of the grid this time out. So for the 2nd and 3rd heats, all drivers having the same weighting of grid positions. So if you're starting at the front for one, you'll be at the back for the other. If you're starting in the middle for one, you'll be in the middle for the other one as well. Russell Shepherd, he's had a good event so far, 3rd place in the practice. It looks like we're about to get underway with Paul Lyford and Rich Neal looking to lead us away from the front row. And we are underway for the 3rd to last heat here at the Kart Race of Champions. We have done 90% of them, just 10% of the points left to be handed out. It seems to be Paul Lyford of the TRX Elite team that leads through turn number 1. And already a group of 4 has formed, which is comprised of the 12 of Hassan Zafar is in there. Lots of batting in the mid-pack. Couple of Maple Motorsport drivers. I believe that's Dan Wright and William Emerson. 16 of Paul Lyford to the front. Hassan Zafar looking to pressure as they go down the hill. Ben Pickard up to 3rd. Seems to be a yellow flag on this section of the track. Very strange considering we haven't yet been through this section of the track yet, but I don't believe there's anything left over from Sector 1. These drivers back racing again now. Top 4 has become a top 3 with a chasing 2 behind. So we'll see the live timings coming up in a second. So Paul Lyford leaves ahead of Hassan Zafar with Ben Pickard rounding out that group of 3. Rich Neal and Ezekiel James sort of on their own in the mid-pack. Big movers on lap number 1. William Emerson up 10 places from 18th on the grid. Carl Etziamezian up 6 places from 17th. And Dan Wright up 6 places as well from 15th. So Maple Motorsport as a team gaining 16 places on that opening lap. Fastest first lap of the race was from William Emerson. This seems like we've missed some kind of action that's happened down there at the far end of the circuit, because Paul Lyford of the TRX team is no longer in the lead. He's now down to 3rd place. Some drivers further back go 3 wide for some of the more minor points paying positions. So this top 3 has now become a top 2 with Hassan Zafar and Ben Pickard at the front of the order. Paul Lyford perhaps just struggling to hold on to the pace a little bit here. Ben Pickard, I believe he too has had a good event so far, looking to round out his heat races. Recorded 2 top 8 finishes so far, but as with McAllister Brown in the previous event, or the previous heat I should say, top 2 finish would certainly do something to bolster his chances of a good final. These two seeming to have the pace on the rest of the field as it currently stands. Paul Lyford now caught, our pole sitter, by the likes of Rich Neal and Ezekiel James. Gap in front now just over 2.5 seconds from these two to the chasing pack. You can see Ben Pickard just takes a slightly wider line into the bottom of the hill, but seems to be working for the number 12 of Hassan Zafar. These two starting to stretch their legs at the front of the field. Hassan Zafar with the fastest up of the race last time out. What can he do this time? He does improve, but only by a little bit, and that fastest up of the race now goes to Pickard, also a 50.9. It's actually Carl Edzemayan in the number 23, down in 10th place, who holds the fastest up of the race. Those three, the only 3 drivers to be in the 50s at this stage. There's a big battle happening further down the order for 3rd place. Paul Lyford, I think, has been swallowed up by the pack at this point. The dark purple helmet of William Woods in there as well. He's had a fantastic event so far, has Woods. Now the leader just starting to pay a little bit more attention. Indeed, Woods has actually recorded 2 out of 2 heat wins so far today. So if Woods were to make that 3, he'd be the highest scoring driver across both categories as it currently stands. As it stands, even at the minute with a top 5, you'd have to say that he's probably done enough already to get into the A final, assuming he doesn't lose any places. Hassan Zafar continued to lead ahead of Pickard. Pickard, new fastest up of the race. He's actually got an overlap going into the downhill. We're side by side. Very difficult to make that move. In fact, he's just compromised his run a little bit, which has allowed Pickard to open a kart length or so, which is immediately closed up again by Pickard. These two lapping within a tenth of a second of each other, but it seems like Pickard just has the pace at the moment. Certainly seems to be more comfortable on corner entry. Black flag being shown to the number 23. Big moment in the race for Carl Edzemayan. So one of the fastest drivers out on the circuit has been awarded a black flag. He only had 1 track limits warning, so that might be for a penalty offence-esque takeout or bump and pass. Really a race of 2 stories here. The one for the battle for the lead, and then the other for 3rd downwards. These two lapping at least half a second a lap faster than the rest of the grid, despite battling with each other. They've already stretched out a 5-second gap, almost 6 seconds last time round. You'd have to think in maybe another heat, these two would have had the pace to escape towards the front. Now Pickard looking for the cutback. Is he going to send it up the inside of hairpin 1? Yes, he does. Nice and late on the brakes. The space given. All 4 wheels off the track for Hassan Zafar, but he keeps his foot in. Reclaims that position. But is Pickard going to get a better run around the outside? Yes, he is. Are we going to go too wide again? Yes, we are. But not quite able to hold it in the same way that we were previously. So Hassan Zafar for the Connecticut Racing Black team, doing a good job out front. The IKC national finalist, I believe. 22-year-old, never competed in this event before. In fact, Hassan Zafar, the 2024 national BIKC champion. So obviously that skill transferring to outdoors as well. Ben Pickard, though, got a career that can't be scoffed at. Previous best of 18th in the A final in this event. 23-year-old British driver, competes in Club 100. The 2024 Club 100 lightweight C3 sprints champion, so he's done plenty of laps around this track. Also has competed in series such as Northern Rental Karting League, the Paragon Racing driver. These two have truly left the rest of the field behind. But Rich Neal now leads that train for third position. Not sure whether or not Ben Pickard is reluctant to make a move here, or if he's just going to bide his time. There's still 4 minutes left in this race. You can just see the chasing pack behind, having a right old scrap. Just see them there coming through the exit of turn number 1. So big movers in this race. William Emerson up 14 places from 18th on the grid. He's now in 4th. So good performance from the Maple Motorsport driver. Dan Wright as well, up 9 places from 15th. It was an audacious attempt by Ben Pickard. Not often do you see moves down there at that corner. The 23 being told to come in. Carl Etzermine still hasn't served his black flag. It's been the 3rd time he's had to be told to come in. So he may get in trouble from race control if he does not adhere to their instructions. Either that or he's forgotten what number he is, which is equally heinous. Ben Pickard really pushing Zafar along. This will be a well-earned win from Zafar if he can keep hold of it. These drivers not really making that many mistakes. See the gap behind as well. These guys have the entire length of the gap between the downhill corner and Garda, between them and the rest of the circuit. Will Emerson up another place into 3rd place. Joining these drivers, setting lap times in the 50s. UPB for Emerson on that last lap at 50.997. See just how big the gap is. There goes Emerson in the background. William Woods as well, up 9 places from 13th on the grid up into 4th. So he'll be one of the highest scoring heavyweight drivers. If it ends like this, he'll have 2 firsts and a 4th place. Very impressive performance from the driver in car number 10. Hassan Zafar just feeling the need to go slightly defensive into that corner. But I don't think Ben Pickard was realistically anywhere close enough. Less than 2 minutes left to go in this race now. If Pickard wants this race lead, he has to earn it. It seems like Zafar's doing well at taking a compromised line, but still keeping up good lap times. Both of these guys doing 51.0s as compared to the rest of the field who are in the 51s or even the 52s as most of the mid-pack from their battling. In fact, 5th down to 10th, separated by just under 2 seconds. This battle for the lead, though, is the one that's important, raging between these two drivers. Both these drivers, Zafar, his first time racing in this one-off event. Pickard has been to the A final before, he knows what to do. Still, Zafar seems to have his number, and down the inside goes Pickard. Lovely move that. He forces Zafar out onto the side, but this is going to be a carbon copy of what we saw. Zafar keeping his foot in, all 4 wheels off the circuit. Zafar keeping the move. This is the last lap of the race. I really did think that Ben Pickard had got that move done. He has got the overlap. He's throwing caution to the wind now, is Pickard. He's going to try and keep his nose in around the outside. Is he going to send it to the inside and downhill? No. He's going to get a better run, though. He's got one last opportunity into Garda. Hassan Zafar defends that well. Ben Pickard's going to go for the cutback. He's going to try and hold it around the outside, but it looks as though Zafar is going to do enough. They are side by side, and they are going to run to the line. Pickard off the circuit, and they're side by side across the line. And it is just going to be Zafar who takes the race win in that one. One of, if not the closest race finishes that we've seen so far in this event. Pickard, you thought that he was going to be left out to dry on the outside there, final couple of corners. He just kept his foot in. Fantastic bravery over the grass as well. I doubt his spine will be thanking him for it, but there we go. So provisional on-track results from heat number 28 then. It was Zafar who took the race win ahead of Pickard, who took the fastest lap. 0.03 of a second between those two as they cross the line. Fantastic race from William Emerson, up 15 places from 18th to 3rd, with William Woods in 4th. Russell Shepard 5th. Carl Etzemayen did not come into the pit lane to serve that black flag, so he's gotten a post-race penalty from race control. And I doubt that race control will be very happy. I entirely expect the 23 to be called up to race control following this race for not following the race director's instructions. This will be a race to forget for the driver of 23. Dan Wright finishes 7th, Paul Lyford 8th, Dom Hughes-Clary in 9th, and Ezekiel James rounds out the top 10. Only 16 finishes from that race, the least that we've seen from any heat so far in this event. And the second page of results were made of Rich Neal, Max Taylor, Atkins, Lee, McKenzie, and Rumsey. Well, just one more heat in each category to go. 28 down, 2 to go, and then we'll be on to the finals, but we'll be back in a couple of minutes for the final lightweight heat of the day.
Carl, you will pop to race control, please, Carl. Just pop up. That's it, up here. happens with you about that? What about you? We're trying to put 26 and 7, yeah, well, you've got 2. So, why they couldn't push 5 is like that car was there ready. Basically, the white have cars that's in this race, we are now not getting the top 4. We're getting the parts that are just extras in the sat in the pole. So instead of getting any of the top, like 12, 17, 10, 25, 5, the one part in that back group that I get is that 26, which we sat to the side, rolled, and it wasn't a good one to begin with. So out of like all of the chances to get a good one, like I've managed to pull the slimmest chance again, which is the worst one. What happened to you? What happened to you? It made sense when I saw it happen, unless they are now, maybe all of that is, now I have no idea. But basically what's happening is there weren't these parts in the previous race, so the back 4 will get sent onto the back, and then they would add extras. Rather than adding the extras and... Drivers, listen to your numbers. Jasper Stewart starting 13, Samuel Edward 23, Gilco number 7, Rory O'Neill 16, Scott 11, Ollie Cooper 4, Jake Douglas 20, Ben Johnson 6, Emily 14, Jaden Giles 28, The Wood 29, Jaden Lyford 15, Stuart number 12, Trevor 17, Amelia 25, Jack Underdown 10, Bradley Philpott 26, Oliver Fairkettle 5.
When you say locked off, do you mean just don't move it? Okay, yeah. I didn't move it anyway. Okay, I've lost the warning section for a minute while we just sort out the solution. Okay, and what's happening? It's just running the matches. Oh, okay, right. I've always like a monitor issue or something. Yeah. Transmission. that. So I'm 54 now. Let's see what it's like after 10 minutes or so. Okay? 20. No problem.
Well, after what feels like an eternity, we're getting to the final couple of heats here for the 2025 Kart Race of Champions here at Buckmore Park. The final lightweight heat, heat 29 of 30. So let's run through the grid for this one. Jasper Stewart-Staff starts on the front row alongside Samuel Esri, with Federico Contesi and Rory O'Regan of Nameless Motorsport making up row number 2. Scott Clenaghan and Ollie Cooper-Welton on row 3, with Jake Everest and Ben Johnson on row 4. Emily Lloyd and Jaden Giles on row 5. Next comes Drew Suji, Jaden Lyford, Job van Leeuwenhorst, Hansford Charlesworth, Underdown, Brad Philpott in 17th, and Paul McGuinness 18th, with Oliver Thurkettle rounding out this 19 kart grid. Results from the 3-lap practice: it was Samuel Esri who recorded the fastest lap time, but only by 0.06 of a second ahead of the number 12 of Job van Leeuwenhorst from the Legends of Karting team. Those two were a significant distance ahead of the rest of the field, but it was Federico Contesi who was best of the rest, with Rory O'Regan in 4th position. So Samuel Esri, after recording the fastest time in practice, is starting 2nd on the grid for this race. We'll see what kind of performance he can pull out. You'd have to mark him as one of the favourites for this race going into on the back of that. Before we get underway, let's have a look at the lightweight provisional results overall. Thomas Ronhard does lead it after the heats with 2 firsts and a 2nd place. Bobby McGeer with 2 firsts and a 3rd. Jerry Van Bussel, despite getting a 13th, has managed to score enough points with 2 firsts to pretty much guarantee his spot in the A final by now. Who will join them in the A final? Let's have a look in this final lightweight heat of the day. Or at least we should do very shortly if the lights were to go out. Oh, a replacement kart being brought out onto the grid. So that just gives us a little bit more time to run through some more people who have qualified provisionally for the A final. Some of our highest scoring points from the heat. Thomas Ronhard with 72 points out of a possible 75. He'll be very happy with those numbers. Bobby McGeer with 70 points, and then quite a big gap down to the aforementioned Van Bussel with 59, with 2 firsts and a 13th. So that actually gives some hope to the likes of Jack Goldsmith, who going into this final race is currently sitting 13th overall. So as long as too many of his competitors don't come up with some good results in this one, Jack Goldsmith may still be in with a chance at the A final with those 2 firsts and a last. We are underway for the final lightweight here today. Very poor start for Sam Esri from the front row in the number 23. Got jumps immediately off the line, and I believe that the 16 of Rory O'Regan is now immediately into the lead from 4th on the grid. Perfect start, you'd have to say, from the nameless motorsport driver, who previously ran a fairly bog standard white helmet and black and orange suit. Used to be confused a lot with Fraser Brunson, the Cardiff BUKC driver. But now he's got a pretty distinctive look at the front of the field. Easy to pick him out. I'll tell you who has got a white helmet though is Sam Esri, who's currently pressuring the number 7 of Federico Contesi for 2nd position as they cross the line first time round. It is Rory O'Regan who leads the way with Contesi 2nd, Esri in 3rd. I'm sure we're going to get the live timings here very shortly as they suddenly appear, as if by magic. So battle now between Esri and Federico. Contesi just holding around the outside. They're going to go side by side through the fast chicane. Rory O'Regan perhaps not having the pace that he would expect at the front of this field, not really breaking away from these two despite their battling. Rory O'Regan far enough ahead as down the inside goes Sam Esri. Nice move that. Very decisive, late on the brakes. Did not allow Contesi to hold it round the outside. Just goes to show you the ferocity of these races. That in normal circumstances, perhaps you'd give your rival a little bit more space, as Sam Esri immediately looking down the inside of Rory O'Regan now. O'Regan covers him off at the last minute, but that compromises Esri, and Esri's going to lose a couple places here. First to Scott Clenahan. They actually go 3 wide on the outside of Hairpin 2. The Maple Motorsport kart of Trevor Hansen getting involved in that scuffle as well. So this is exactly what I was talking about earlier in the day. If you're part of a train that's this close, you need to be decisive about the moves that you're making. Well, you need to make sure that the moves that you're making are successful. From a long way back, Sam Esri having a look down the inside of Contesi. Of Scott Clenahan, sorry, in the number 11, who's now in 2nd place. This front pack still quite close together. Esri looks like he has good pace in this race, so he's wanting to utilise that as quickly as he can. Almost being pushed around the corner is Esri, actually being loaded quite a lot, almost sideways into Scott Clenahan. Job van Liedenhorst trying to make some progress here as well in the number 12. Rory O'Regan, maybe with slightly subpar machinery under him. Not having the pace at the front of this field that we would expect him to have, but you know if he's not got the pace to just disappear up the road, he's going to defend when the time comes. Down the inside again goes Esri. Lovely clean move. No contact that time. Now, Esri's game plan, you'd have to say, would be to try and isolate O'Regan, not have to worry about these others behind. But such is the pace of O'Regan with his defending, it's not going to be long before the rest of the drivers are on them. And just like that, all it takes is one corner of defending, and third and fourth are right there. Esri trying to go around the outside. Very difficult to make moves down there at turn number 2, or at least for them to pay off. If you go down the inside, the person you're overtaking often gets a better run and launches it out of the corner exit. If you try and go around the outside, the double apex nature of that hairpin with a sort of square apex. It's a hand in the air from Federico Contesi. Not happy with Scott Clenahan's driving standards. 3 wide further back as well. Samuel Esri being forced off the track by O'Regan. Such is the nature of that hairpin too that it's almost impossible to make moves around the outside there, if not in wet conditions. So this is a fairly ferocious battle now for the lead. Second, third and fourth squabbling among themselves about which one of them is going to overtake Rory O'Regan. Black flag for Scott Clenahan. That is a very big call from race control. They obviously weren't happy with that move by Scott down there at this corner on the previous lap. Seems like the hand in the air for Federico Contesi was justified. So Scott Clenahan getting a black flag, the man who crossed the line in third place last time round. Samuel Esri has a look up the main straight. I think Clenahan's going to notice that black flag. And he has just a hand in the air of disappointment. Esri's trying to go around the outside again. O'Regan placing him exactly where he wants him. Fantastic scrap at the front of this field. All due to the fact that O'Regan perhaps doesn't have the pace that many would expect him to have in this race, a nameless motorsport driver. This top 11, still all within close contact, being headed by O'Regan and being brought up by Amelia Charlesworth. Any one of these drivers could still finish on the podium in this race. And actually, Contesi is now back past Esri, so Esri seems to have the pace under him. He's not able to utilise it, such as the defending from O'Regan. Does Contesi have any better luck? As Joop van Liedenhorst has a look down the inside of Esri. Esri, that's a little bit of a scruffy move from Esri. He loses it under the brakes and then he pushes the 12 of Joop van Liedenhorst onto the grass. I think Esri a bit frustrated with this race. Joop van Liedenhorst probably should have been given some more space there on the outside by Esri. Esri knows that he has the pace to compete at the front of this race. Probably feels like he should be at the front of this race already. Good race as well from Trevor Hansford actually in the Maple Motorsport Kart. In the 17, he's made his way up from 14th place. He's now up into third as a result of that squabble between Esri and Liedenhorst. Meanwhile, O'Regan continues to lead. Down the inside goes Hanford. Does he make it stick? Yes, it seems like he does. Little wag of the finger from Federico Contesi. Don't know whether that's to say, oh, you got me, or actually no, he seems to be a little bit more upset with that move than accepting. Contesi with the hand gestures, calling Trevor Hansford a crybaby, it would seem. Love these hand gestures from Federico. Down the inside goes, not Sam Esri that time, but Jos van Liedenhorst. And no love lost between Liedenhorst and Esri. Just caught that out of frame. There's absolutely no love lost between these three. They're all going to be in danger of getting a black flag if they continue to go this way. And a black flag for the number 12 of Joop van Liedenhorst. That is a big call there again from race control. Race control not pulling their punches with penalising these top runners. So of the previous top 6, 2 of them have now been black flagged. Unsure what that move was, what that black flag was for Liedenhorst. It might be one of the incidents with Esri that occurred earlier on. But that's just come through on our race control screen, so he's going to see it very shortly. I don't know whether Liedenhorst will have seen that yet. 3 minutes left to go in this race, and personally I hope it continues for a lot longer. One man who I'm sure wants this race to end as quickly as possible is Rory O'Regan. He obviously doesn't have the pace underneath him in this race, but the mark of a good driver is being able to win even when you're not the fastest man on the track. Trevor Hansford has come from 14th in the Maple Motorsport suit, one of the strongest drives we've seen from him. Esri again, a super rough move down into hairpin 1. Esri himself needs to be careful. He's been very, very unequivocal in his defence. In fact, he's going for his attack on Hansford down the hill. Hansford has to yield. So now Esri, after a bit of back and forthing and quite a lot more battling with other people than I guess he would have liked, is now onto the back of O'Regan again. Now Esri, he'll have learned from his mistakes. He needs to make sure he gets this move done as soon as he possibly can. So as soon as he arrives on the scene, he might even go for it into turn 1. No, he doesn't. O'Regan defends well. White lines it. Super difficult situation for both Hansford and Esri. Contesti going to the outside. Oh, not quite able to get it done. We're also going to see a Macaulay Bishop-esque move there around the outside. Contesti does pick off Hansford, so Hansford's gone from 2nd to 4th in the last lap or so. Seems like none of these drivers, when they get up into 2nd place, they're too busy fighting with each other that none of them are able to catch up to the 16 of O'Regan. Less than 2 minutes to go in this race. Will be one of the great defensive drives of this event so far if O'Regan manages to hang on. O'Regan so far with a 2nd and a 3rd, so looking to add another podium that will guarantee his spot in the A final. He could even afford to drop down to 4th at this point, and he would still qualify quite comfortably for that A final. But of course he wants that winner's medal from this heat. Contesti again looks to the outside. Trevor Hansford to the inside of Esri. Trevor Hansford runs Esri completely onto the grass. And this will have been Rory O'Regan's plan from the start. When he realised he couldn't break away, these 3, all of whom are likely faster than the 16, just can't get past. They're too busy battling with each other. It's going to be last lap next time, most likely. I'll tell you who is on the scene is the 28 of Jaden Giles as well. He's joining this battle. It's been a truly enthralling one in this race. Final lap. So if Trevor Hansford's going to make this move, he needs to do it now. Rory O'Regan places on his left and then drives back across to open up that corner from him. Lovely defensive driving from O'Regan. He needs to make sure he doesn't get loaded into hairpin 1. No, he deals with that very nicely. How's he going to deal with hairpin 2? Hansford gives the hip and shoulder to Esri. Esri goes down the inside of Hansford. These 3 wide on the exit. Jaden Giles just looking back. They're now 2 by 2. Rory O'Regan really struggling to break away at the front of this field. You can tell he's just lacking a bit of power in that car. Otherwise he'd likely be up the road by now, the amount of battling between these 2. But incredibly, it looks like the young British driver who dominated Club 100 Juniors for so long before making a senior debut last year, in a fantastic defensive drive, Rory O'Regan wins heat number 29. Excellent performance from that young driver in kart number 16. Machinery that didn't really seem to have it. You could see it was noticeable on the straight actually between hairpin 2 and the downhill, how much he was being caught. That is one of the most well-earned wins of the day, that from O'Regan, really showing his class in that race. So just a confirmation of the results from the penultimate heat of the day. O'Regan taking the win ahead of Esri, and it was a marker of just how much fighting was in that race. That none of those drivers, with the exception of Joop van Liesjenhorst, who did indeed get a black flag, were able to dip into the 50-second laps. So O'Regan with the win, Esri in 2nd, Contesti 3rd, and Trevor Hansford, despite probably being a bit disappointed with 4th, he did come from 14th. Jaden Giles in 5th. Ben Johnson 6th, Oliver Thurkettle in 7th. Some good positions gained from Thurkettle, Underdown and Philpott, all of them coming from the back of the grid to inside the top 10. Dhruv Suji in 10th, The rest of the field made up by Charlesworth, Lyford, Cooper Welton, Everest, Lloyd, and Van Leeuwenhorst and Clennigan, both towards the front early on, but both receiving black flags for driving standards. Well, we are almost there, ladies and gentlemen. One more heat left to go before our finals for the 2025 Kart Racing Champions. Join us back in a couple of minutes for the final heavyweight heat.
I just tried to argue my case that you're allowed to change carts. I mean, it's like 15 carts there, and if you just followed the rules when I came in, I'd have already been out again and it wouldn't have taken any extra time.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, 25 is on my list of like absolute best carts. Yeah, basically the rules in terms of the cart we were in have gone out the window. The targets are good, I tried to do the same thing. Like, I've got to come in to change carts, it's like, yeah, we're not changing it. one that finished second. I'm in 17th place, that's the second place off. And he was like, yeah, but it's not my fault that some people didn't turn up to the last race. And I was like, no, it's not my fault either. I'm the competitor. So it's your job to make it right. And he was like, well, I'm not doing it. So I tried, but I tried as hard as I could. And then when it was like clearly not going to go, I just got in that time. It was good.
Well, would you look at that? The sun has finally come out, and just in time for the final heat of the day. This is heat number 30, not 1330, heat number 15 for our heavyweight drivers. So let's have a look at the final random grid of this event. Barry Weller for the 2 Max Apex team starts on the front row alongside Tom Porter. Alan Wild and Dimitri Oros make up row number 2 with Jake Purnell of TRX and Alex Mitchell on row 3. Mark O'Grady's going to be on his own. Row 4, we have a dropout next to him with Jacob Robinson and Sam Lukes on row number 5. Scott Revel and Stu Stretton make up row 6 with Tristan Lloydell, who went very well yesterday representing Paragon Racing, and Danny Everest of the Buckmore Bandits All-Stars on row number 7. Sam Oatley and Ben Riches row 8, and Will Shevlin, Alex Haig and Kieran Wakefield make up this 18 driver strong final heat for today. Well, now that the lightweight results have all concluded, we should be able to bring you some of our confirmed A finalists for later on this afternoon. As previously mentioned, the highest ranking A final, or the highest ranking lightweight driver, I should say, was Thomas Ronhaar, collecting 2 firsts and a 2nd place, scoring 72 points from a maximum of 75. Bobby McGurr with 2 firsts and a 3rd, making it 70 points, and Rory O'Regan a 1st, a 2nd and a 3rd. Then quite a big gap down to Joe Van Bussel, who despite a 13th in his 2nd heat, made up for it with 2 wins elsewhere. Peter Knight a 1st, a 3rd and a 9th, enough to secure him 5th overall in lightweights. Just goes to show how much variance there was in each of for each of the drivers. Adam Beaumont, K-Up Jansen were separated on best lap, but both are definitely through, with Ross Honeyman, Ollie Smith and Charlie Ratford again all separated on best lap, but all separated by best lap alone. And here we go, we are underway for the final heat of the day. Tom Porter immediately going down the inside, it would seem, in the number 6. Oh, sorry, that's the number 5 of Alan Wilde actually making moves, not the number 6. There was a big puff of smoke there. Driver locking all 4 wheels, and a big puff of dust on the way up to turn 2 to make up for it as well. Alan Wilde in the number 5, making it a very, very good start. So head down the hill for the first time in this final heat of the day. We've seen in the lightweight heats how important every single position is, even as we go down between 8th and 10th in the lightweight drivers, separated purely by best lap, nothing to separate them in terms of points. So scoring every single point possible is absolutely crucial for those drivers who may be on the cusp of making it into the A final. The usual battle happening further behind. We've seen in this race that it's starting to spread out a bit. Typical heavyweight race start, this one. And I highly doubt we're going to get a race as entertaining as we saw from Rory O'Regan in the last race. So Alan Wilde leads this one. So the best first lap in the race. He's really taken advantage of that high grid position. Alan, he's had a pretty middling event so far with a 9th and a 14th. So for him to get a first would be very, very welcome for him. Similarly, Dimitriouris, who's now found himself in 2nd position. He's only scored an 11th and a 12th so far in this event. 28 of Barry Weller as well behind them in 3rd. He's had an even worse event so far than the 2 in front of him. Best result so far of 13th and finishing 19th in his 2nd heat. So for him to be up there in the top 3 is a very good effort indeed. Dimitriouris now closing the gap to Alan Wilde. Alan Wilde, the 48-year-old British driver. He's racing in Club 73, but his first time racing in this event. First Club 73 season in 2024. A lot of Club 73 drivers being invited to this event on account of Clinton Bell, who organises this event, also organising that championship. Club 73 is a fantastic championship if you want to dip your toes into the world of rental kart racing. Anyone watching this broadcast and think they might want to give it a try, highly recommend that one. You'll always find someone who is your ability. Dimitriouris as well. 60-year-old driver from the UK, Greece and Cyprus. He's won multiple over 50 Club 73 championships. He's been racing since he was 14 years old. Probably one of the most experienced drivers in this field. There's been a bit of an exclamation from the crowd, and you can see why. A couple of karts stricken find out who those are in a second, but there was an audible gasp from the crowd and a bit of a slapping of bumpers otherwise. Wild and Dimitriouros. Probably the oldest battle for the lead that we've had all event. Still showing us that these gentlemen racers can mix it in with the young guns and beat them. Gap now between second and third. Over 2.5 seconds. Fastest man on track is Will Shevlin in the number 17. Started in 17th place. He's already made up 10 places to 7th. Currently locking in a 51.1. Track conditions seems like they're a bit slower than what we've experienced so far in the weekend. None of these drivers dipping into the 50s as such. It is pretty spread out now, apart from this battle for the lead. Alan and Dimitri matching each other's best lap down to 15 thousandths of a second last time round. Leaving the likes of the number 28 of Barry Weller behind. He's dropping about half a second a lap on average to these guys. Marco Grady in 4th, just behind, lapping pretty similar pace to the leaders. New fastest lap of the race from Sam Oatley, but he's only down in 17th place. Number 23. Only started in 15th, has lost 2 places, so he's having a disappointing race as far as his raw pace is concerned. So they're very, very typical heavyweight race, this one. We're seeing some distinct groups breaking up, all about the raw pace that you can deliver in this one. Alan Wild with a purple sector 1 on that last lap, just extending the gap by about 3/10. Dimitriouros getting the benefit of the slipstream behind him. Battle as well for 4th place, it would seem. Or 3rd place, actually, sorry. The number 30 of Kieran Wakefield now has gotten ahead of both these drivers. Kieran actually started last in this race, started 19th, so he's had a fantastic drive to get up into 3rd position after just 6.5 minutes or so. Wild and Oros very matched at the front of this field. It would be interesting to see what kind of pace Kieran Wakefield has at the front of this field when he gets into some clean air, because the progress that he's made so far, you have to say that it's at least comparable to the leaders, if not a little bit faster. Sam Oatley still holds the fastest lap of the race. He's now up into 13th, so utilising that one lap pace. Just 4 minutes left to go of the heat racing here. We've had 30 heats of racing. These karts have travelled many hundreds of miles by now over the course of this weekend. The track incredibly rubbered in at this point. We've had no rain. You can see it's actually noticeable as you go down the hill. The sun out shining properly now. It was a very gloomy start to the day, very cloudy, very overcast. It would seem like the weather forecast prediction of a sunny evening is going to come true. It is a couple of hours late to what was originally forecast. Kieran Wakefield chasing behind in the number 30. 22-year-old British driver, races in the URKC, first time appearing in the Kart Racing Champions. Been racing for 2.5 years. Recently competed at the Le Mans 24-hour race. The karting one, that is. See Wild and Oros just trading lap times consistently. Just the last couple of laps, Oros has just started to bleed a couple of tenths. Last time round it was just over 3/10 of a second. He was slower. The fastest lap of the race for Will Shevlin, the first driver into the 50s, a 50.989. Still quite a ways off some of the best heavyweight times we've seen so far this weekend. So despite rubbering in, track conditions perhaps not as good as they were earlier this morning or in the latter half of yesterday. There's been a couple of black flags in this race as well. Black flag for Stu Stretton in the number 12. I believe he's retired from this race. Black flag for the number 7 of Ben Ritchie's as well, currently running in 8th. As we approach the last couple of minutes of this race, race control starts. Let's call down the lightweight drivers for the first of our finals, the E-final. Reminder that the winner of the E-final will be promoted into the D-final and will receive a very snazzy medal indeed. So those drivers who might not otherwise leave here with any sort of medals or trophies will at least be fighting for something. Winning any kind of race at an event of this caliber is no mean feat. Very nicely spread out now, this race. Over a second now, the gap between first and second. 2 seconds between second and third, and then another 3 or so back to the battle for fourth between Weller, O'Grady and Shevlin. Just see them approaching into turn 2 at the top of the frame just then. I think these drivers, if they're lucky, they're going to get 2 more laps. Some of the big movers in this race. Kieran Wakefield up 17 places, or 16 places, sorry, from 19th to 3rd. Last lap of the race now as they cross the line. Here's the battle for 4th between Weller, O'Grady and Shevlin. Shevlin in the bright highlighter suit. Shevlin looking to the outside, not quite able to get that move. These drivers fighting to the end of the final points-paying heat. Could be the difference between one final or another. Well, after a pretty hectic 30 heats or so, this has been a nice relaxing one to end off our day, or at least it has been in the commentary box. Not sure these drivers would say the same, but after a fantastic drive, Alan Wilde wins the final heat of the day, with Dimitri Oros in second, and Kieran Wakefield, a fantastic drive, getting 16 positions up to 3rd. 4th, 5th and 6th side by side across the line, but it was Weller who won in the end ahead of Mark O'Grady and Will Shevlin. Shevlin taking the fastest lap of the race as well, the only driver in that race to record a 50-second lap time. So confirmation of those on-track results. It was Wilde ahead of Oros, Wakefield in 3rd and Weller in 4th. O'Grady in 5th with Shevlin in 6th. And then came Alex Mitchell, Tristan Lloyd or Sam Oatley and Sam Lukes rounding out our top 10. Second page of results comprised of Richie's Haig, Everest Revel, Robinson Purnell, Porter and Stu Stretton was our one retirement from that race. Well, we've finally done it. 30 heats of racing, the biggest event that I've ever commentated on, and now it's all about to pay off as we're going to get into the real dessert of this fantastic event, the 10 finals. 5 in lightweights, 5 in heavyweights, E, D, C, B, A in that order, and of course the Super Pole before the A final. But join us back in a couple of minutes for the start of the finals.
And she's got 17. And she's got 17. Oh, Lily Jeffrey.
They're all having a go in now. They're all having Joe.
We've got Amelia's got 20. He didn't even turn up.
Attention relay, sorry about the delay. It was just a penalty that needed to be applied. To check the points level before we allowed everything to happen, but it hasn't changed anything on the grid. It hasn't changed this final.
Right, lads. Kelsey's got on there.
Drivers, Fernandez, German with 24, Robert Jeff 17, Justin Stewart 32, Carl Lewis 11, Barry Morris 23, Lucy 15, Samantha 7, Amelia 25, Ollie Cooper 21, Buzz Batty 14, Henry Ford 3, Robert Shedler 26, Glenn Mouser 12, Hannah Bars 5, Sinclair 10, Emma 30, Mark number 28,
Well, here we go. After a quick refueling delay, we are about to get underway with the first of our 10 finals. The 2E finals first, then the D, then the C, then the B, and then our Super Pole sessions. Or actually, Super Pole for the lightweight A final, and then Super Pole for the heavyweight A final. But this is going to be just a bit of entertainment, these lower finals. A chance for some bragging rights and for these drivers to collect a medal for winning this race. So let's run through the starting grid then of our 19 drivers who qualified in the E final. Thiago Banza on pole position, just missing out on the D final on countback, by fastest lap. Lily Jeffs is going to be starting alongside him. Jasper Stewart-Staff on row number 2 with Carl Hillis alongside him. Barry Morris in 5th, Lucy Shuckford 6th. Row number 4 is Samantha Barron and Amelia Charlesworth. Ollie Cooper-Welton and Darcy Batty make up row number 5. Emily Lloyd and Robert Shevlin in row 6. Glenn Marison and Hannah Bars row 7. Sinclair Green, Emma Rabbage, Mark Holden, Jay Adams and Camille Majukuskiate make up our 19 drivers for this race. I believe we've got a dropout, perhaps of Jasper Stewart-Staff, I believe that is. Hence why that third place grid slot is empty. So we're actually going to have 18 starters from this race. This race only 10 minutes long compared to the 12-minute heats that we've had throughout today. Reminder that the winner of this race will be promoted to the lightweight D final. And we are underway for the first of our finals here at the 2025 Kart Race of Champions. Thiago Banza leads from pole, but Lily Jeffs in the Maple Motorsports suit is challenging him for second position. Or for first position, I should say, as we head down into hairpin 1 for the first time. 10-minute races only, these ones, so they're going to be short, sharp action. A bit like the 13 of Camille there, just losing the back end a little bit, using someone else as her brake, but they're both still going in the right direction. Thiago Banza leads from Lily Jeffs, from Carl Hillis, and Barry Morris in fourth. Now, theoretically, the grids for these finals have been determined based on merit, so we'd expect these grids to stretch out a little bit more than the heats than what we've seen previously. But to the inside goes Barry Morris on Carl Hillis. Those two side by side as they make their way up the hill. They're going to be side by side as well through Cafe Curve. Yellow flag though in sector 1. Not quite sure what that's for. Thiago Banza slowing right down to respect those yellow flag rules. And it is actually a red flag for the first bit of this race. So there seems to be an incident somewhere on the circuit. We've got a stricken kart. Oh dear, I wonder what's gone on there. We've got a stricken driver over to the left-hand side. I wonder if they've attempted to go multiple people wide through that part of the track. And that driver, we don't have the number for you yet, but maybe they've made contact with a couple of barriers and they've just lost the wind out of them a little bit. Driver giving the thumbs up, says she is okay. I believe that might be the 7 of Samantha Barron, if I'm reading that number correctly. Looks like she's just had a big hit into the barrier, but she seems to be okay, if a little bit winded. So it'll be interesting what that's going to do to the starting procedure. I don't know if these guys are going to have to regrid, or if it's going to have to, or if it's going to go to full course yellow. But you can see the damage that's been done to those barriers actually by that collision. Marshall's doing a fantastic job in repairing them. It was just towards the back of the field. It was just outside of our cameras. There seems to have been some sort of incident. If I were a betting man, I'd probably theorize that they tried to go 2, 3, or even 4 wide through that section of the track, something that they were explicitly told not to do by Clinton Bell, the event organizer, during the driver's briefing this morning. But as they crossed the line last time round, it was Thiago Banza who led ahead of Lily Jeffs and Carl Hillis. All of these guys now coming to a standstill as we wait to hear from race control what is going to occur. Well, this is a good chance now. This is a good chance now to find out some more about some of our drivers in this E-final. Thiago Banza, the 24-year-old Portuguese driver, has been racing in Club 73. Previous best finish of finishing 8th here in the A-final. Apologies, of finishing 8th in one of the heat races. Started karting in 2021 with Club 73, won their midweek Clubman Class Championship. And has also competed in the 24-hour Le Mans karting race. And has since had a go at driving some senior Rotax as well. Very different driving style to these rental karts. Lily Jeffs, who's currently sitting in second position, the 18-year-old British driver, the current reigning 2024 Jamie Chadwick Series Sodi champion. So the same manufacturer of kart that we have here at Buckmore Park. And I do wonder if there had to be a kart swap there for the number 7, I believe, of Samantha Barron. Maybe one of the karts suffered a bit of damage during that incident. Drivers just being rebriefed now on the restart procedure. Back to Lily Jeffs, first person in Daytona 3-hour endurance races to win a 3-hour race on her own as a solo team. We have got drivers starting to get moving again. So I wonder what the start procedure is going to be for these drivers. I believe, if we're not very much mistaken, then that we're going to have a regrid for this one. It might have been possible as well that the Kart's Samantha Barron possibly suffered a mechanical failure while on track as well. Maybe stopped in a dangerous part of the track, which caused the race directors to have to deploy the red flag. So it does look like it is going to be a regrid for these drivers. So just worth reiterating what the starting grid was for this race. Thiago Banzer on pole, Lily Jeff second. I believe Jasper Stewart-Staff is not competing in this race. No, I don't believe he is. So that's an open third place grid slot. Carl Hillis in fourth, with Barry Morris, Lucy Shuckford, Samantha Brown and Amelia Charlesworth making up rows 3 and 4. Ollie Cooper-Walton in P9 with Darcy Batty P10. And we're just getting information about what caused that collision. The 28 of Mark Holden colliding with the 7 that we saw there of Samantha Barron. 28 Kart damaging the barrier. That is the information that we've had from one of our cameramen. So thank you very much for that information. So now we know what caused that red flag. We're in the midst of regridding for this race. So Ollie Cooper-Welton 9th, Darcy Batty in 10th. Then comes Emily Lloyd of TRX, followed by Robert Shevlin, Glenn Marison, Hannah Bars, Sinclair Green, Emma Ravage, Mark Holden, Jay Adams, and Camille Majikuskate. I'm sure I've pronounced that last name a different time every single time I've said it. But I'm not sure she'll mind too much. We saw Carl Hillis and Barry Morris having a little scrap there earlier in the race. Carl Hillis, the 26-year-old British driver participating in Club 73. First time participating in this event, however. Started karting in 2019. In 2020, he finished runner-up as part of the team for the Buckmore 24-hour race. Barry Morris, who was fighting with the 43-year-old Englishman. Home track of Daytona Milton Keynes. Previous best finish of the B final here, so this will be a little bit of a drop down from what he's used to. 5-time Sodi Super Champs heavyweight champion at Milton Keynes. So won the 24-hour race there as well in 2023. Runner-up in D-Max in 2024. So we are waiting for confirmation that this event is about to start. Seems like whatever issue was pertaining Camille at the back, she's sorted it out and we're ready to go. Let's hope that for the second time this race can actually get started and we can make it through the first 2 laps. We've got plenty of finals left to run today. And we are underway for the second time. Let's hope they can keep it cleaner this time and no barriers destroyed. Lily Jeffs gets the better run this time, and Lily Jeffs takes the lead this time. Thiago Banzer will be a little bit annoyed that we had to restart that race after leading the first time of asking. As they head down into hairpin number 1. Confirmation there at the top that there's going to be no time taken away from this race. They're going to get the full 10 minutes. A reminder that the winner of this final is going to be promoted up into the D lightweight final. Sun well and truly out now. Lovely backdrop for our finals after what was quite a gloomy morning. It seems to be almost a carbon copy of the first start, with the exception of Tiago and Lily the other way round. Lily very used to driving these Sodi karts in anger after winning the JCS Sodi Championship, a women's only championship run by the Daytona venues. Barry Morris now up into third. He's got Amelia Charlesworth for company, the Jamie Chadwick Series driver as well. Oh, and that was a very rough move from the 12 of Glenn Marison. Just absolutely steamed into hairpin 2. Didn't seem like he had any intention on stopping. A little bit of afters exchanged with one of the TRX drivers. I believe that is Emily Lloyd, who he had afters with. Fantastic to see so much female representation as well at this event. The ratio just increasing every single year, partly due to initiatives like the Jamie Chadwick Series. And there was a big exclamation from the crowd for something that just happened out of shot. It seemed like drivers trying to go 3 wide through Cafe Curve towards the back of the grid. Some of the most perilous racing, you'd have to argue, of the day is going to happen towards the back of this final. But Lily Jeffs continues to lead. 1 promotion spot up for grabs. Looks like at the moment it's going to be between Lily Jeffs and Tiago Banza. Tiago Banza fastest lap of the race last time round. Barry Morris in a comfortable third at the minute. What can he do? Can he press up to the back of these leaders? We're not going to see the kind of lap times that we saw in this race from the absolute top end of the heats. But still respectable lap times being put in. Glenn Marison in 4th place, so 51.0. Respectable lightweight lap time, that one. Amelia Charlesworth battling away with one of the TRX drivers. I believe that's the 15. We rejoin our battle for the lead. Lily Jeffs able to respond last time to Tiago Banza's pace, and it seems like the 2 behind, Morris and Glenn Marison, have slightly better pace than this top 2, so this may become a 4-way battle for that 1 promotion spot. Meanwhile, Amelia Charlesworth battling with Ollie Cooper-Welton and Carl Hillis for 5th position. It's fantastic to see that, even though this is the bottom rung final, the E-final, the support and the interest from the other drivers is paramount. The balcony here in the clubhouse, 2 deep with people at some places. Glenn Marison continues to hold the fastest lap of the race. He's got the best pace of the 4 car group that he's involved in. But Lily Jeffs just starting to creep away at the front of this field. And actually this battling between Tiago, Barry and Glenn is going to play right into her hands. Barry has a look up the inside, gets completely alongside. Nice move done there. Are they going to get both double cutback by the number 12 of Glenn Marison? Yes, they are. So Glenn Marison taking 2 positions in that exchange. Barry Morris staying where he is in 3rd. Tiago Banza going from 2nd to 4th in the case just 2 corners. Now actually that situation is probably the worst case scenario for Lily Jeffs. She'd have liked Tiago to maybe have held up the number 12 of Marison for a little bit more time, because Marison is the one who poses the biggest threat to Jeffs in the number 17. Short, sharp races, these ones. We're more than halfway through already. Best of the rest at the minute in this race is Amelia Charlesworth in the 25. Still defending from Carl Hillis. And it's this top 4 battle that we're interested in. With all due respect to all of these drivers, none of these positions particularly matter now, apart from the winner. The rest of these drivers will leave here with nothing. But the winner will leave with a medal and a place in the D final. A chance to improve their overall position even further. See Barry Morris pushing to the maximum. All 4 wheels off the circuit. So make sure he doesn't get too many of those. A couple of contact and track limits warnings appearing on the screen. New fastest lap of the race for Glenn Marison, a 50.8. Took 0.4 of a second out of Lily Jeffs on that last lap. Gap now under a second. 0.983 last time they crossed the line, and he's dragging Barry Morris along with him. Lily Jeffs and Barry Morris racing for the Maple Motorsport Bravo division, with Glenn Marison racing for Falcon Motorsport. Barry Morris has been able to up his lap time, getting within 1/10 of a second of Marison. Seems like Lily Jeffs, she's led this race for the majority of it. Can she hold on towards the end? She's having a few good looks over her shoulder. 3 laps to go. They may get 4 laps yet out of this one. Glenn Marison will be praying that this race goes on for as long as possible to use the time to catch up. Thiago Banza has now fallen off the back of this train. A bit of a lonely fourth is the driver in Kart 24. We've already had a retirement from this race, the number 7 of Samantha Barron, who was involved in that red flag causing collision. So best wishes to her. Hope she's okay. And now this battle for the lead is hotted up, and immediately Glenn Marison is going to try and slot it down the inside of Garda. Quite a rough move. Lily Jeffs not happy. She's managed to keep the position. Glenn Marison's going to have to do a little bit better than that if he wants this race win. And now Barry Morris going for a move on Glenn Marison down the inside. Bumper to bumper. But Marison just able to keep hold of it. Lily Jeffs will be happy with this. She'll want these two to battle as much as possible. Morris will be fancying himself for this race win. Marison, on evidence of what we've seen in this race, perhaps just lacking that little bit of racecraft. But does have the best one-lap pace, or at least he did. Contact warning for Glenn Marison from race control, by the way. But Barry Morris on that last lap, new fastest lap of the race, another 50.8, but he's actually been dropped on this lap. Lost 0.3 alone to Marison in that middle sector. Now it seems to be a one-on-one duel between Jeffs and Marison for the time being. I think we're going to get 2 more laps of this to determine who's going to be our E-final promotee. There's audible shouts from the crowd here supporting Jeffs. Very popular figure among the British rental karting scene. Taz is one of the most talented young female drivers in the UK at the minute in rental karting. Glenn Marison's going to have maybe 1.5 laps to try and get this move done. Lily has to keep her wits about her. Needs to make sure she doesn't take a compromised line. It seems Marison was better through there. Now he's going to slot it up the inside properly. Lily Jeffs complaining about that one. I don't know what she's complaining about though, because Marison was more than alongside heading into that corner. So Marison's second time of asking does get that move done. Final lap of the race. Barry Morris is on the scene as well now. There we go. Lily Jeffs will be heartbreaking if she leads the race for as long as this and doesn't get that promotion spot. She's going to have 2 more overtaking opportunities down at the bottom of the hill, but a good sector 1 from Glenn Marison, gaining just over 1/10 to Lily Jeffs through those first few corners. If Lily's going to have a move, she needs to go for it now. We've seen that Marison gets a better run than Jeffs. Morris pushing for his life, going super wide. Doesn't seem like, heartbreakingly, Jeffs not going to have enough. A little shake of the head. Well, it took him a few attempts, but Glenn Marison from 14th on the grid, by the way, is going to secure that E-final promotion slot. Glenn Marison wins the E-final. Fantastic performance from the bright orange driver. As the rest of our E-finalists cross the line. Glenn Marison started 14th, perhaps a little bit of a false position. He did very well to gain the positions that he did. Barry Morris took the fastest lap of the race, but the best lap time for our top three, all separated by less than 1/10 of a second, so any one of them could have taken it in the end. Confirmation then of your provisional on-track results. Glenn Marrison is your promotee to the D final, with Lily Jeffs in second, and Barry Morris taking the best lap and third position. Thiago Banza, after being on pole for this race, finishes fourth, with Carl Hillison fifth and Amelia Charlesworth in sixth. Ollie Cooper-Welton takes seventh, with Hannah Barr's Camille Magiskiate from last on the grid up into ninth, and Sinclair Green rounding out the top 10. Emma Rabbage, Darcy Batty, Robert Shevlin, Jay Adams, Emily Lloyd, Mark Holden round out your finishers, and your one retiree was Samantha Barron, who was involved in that red flag incident. Once again, all hoping that she is okay and she doesn't feel too sore tomorrow morning after that one. Well, that's it for the lightweight E-final. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes for our other E-final, this time the heavyweights.
gave her the gap back again. And then suddenly, because she was still throwing her hand, she had to back her elbow on it. And then she allowed it to go round. She didn't keep going down the route. And the was getting out and I shouted. He went, no, 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 they don't show for the ball. No, they didn't show to ages, but the penalty came up.
Hey drivers, here are your pass numbers for the final heavies. Lee, 15. Ben Richards in 11, Williams 25, Sean 21, Tom 5, Hayden 13, Malcolm 10, Ross 13, Jacob 14, Grant 26, Jake 9, Nathan 4, John Price 28, Stu 12, Bradley Trevor 17, and Rick McKenzie in 23.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It seemed like no one was walking out to the karts on the grid, and now suddenly they've all materialised in their seats. So we'll very quickly go through the grid for this one. Lee Lincoln Crowther on pole ahead of Ben Ritchie's, William Rumsey, Sean Pope, Tom Porter, Hayden Harris, Malcolm Modell, Ross McKenzie, Jacob Robinson and Brian Atkins are your top 10. With Jake Pennell, Nathan Lee, John Price, Stu Stretton, Bradley Tourette, Reese McKenzie and Adam Preston is your 17 driver strong grid. Seems like we've got that grid done just in time. And we are underway for the first of our heavyweight finals. Lee Lincoln Crowther leads from pole position. You can see, with all due respect to these drivers, how much slower the karts are driving away. There's a textbook start from Lee Lincoln Crowther in the number 15. Once again, similar to or exactly the same as the lightweights. The top driver, top finisher from this race, the winner, will be promoted into the D final. And will walk away with a lovely race winner's medal as well. The other drivers will go home with nothing except emptier bank accounts and tears, as down the inside goes the number 13 of Hayden Harris. He's batting with the 11 of Ben Richards. It's been a dream start from the 15 of Lee Lincoln Crowther. It's a gap out front, nearly 2 seconds already. Once again, only a 10-minute race, short, sharp racing. So if Lee Lincoln Crowther can build on this pace, as the number 11 of Ben Ritchie's goes down the inside of the 13 of Hayden Harris, then Lee Crowther will be well on his way to the D final. Side by side through the far chicane for the 11 and the 13. The 21 and the 13. Sorry, it was the 11 and the 13. The 21 of Sean Pope, dropping a couple of positions in the first half of that lap. You can see these drivers, despite it being the bottom final, still taking that corner at quite a pace. 25 of William Rumsey. Easy to spot there in his lime green shoulders, lime green helmet. Being very defensive on this early stage. Gap extended out front by another 0.8 of a second from Lee Lincoln Crowther. Lee Crowther, the 45-year-old British driver. First time competing in this event. Has secured podiums in the Three Sisters Sprint event. Also done a handful of Club 100 races as well. So relatively less experience than most of the other drivers. Getting into racing a little bit later in life. That's the great thing about this sport. It is for everyone. We've got drivers competing in this event, between the ages of 16 and 73 is the gap in age between our youngest and oldest drivers today. Nearly 200 drivers over the course of this weekend. Yeah, it's just a mark of the caliber of drivers that have been brought to this event. These guys are still putting on a fantastic show as we approach the halfway point of this race. That gap up front has stabilised. Lee Crowther holds the fastest lap of the race. And he's on another purple lap. Purple sector 1, purple sector 2. See what kind of lap time he does this time as he crosses the line. Hayden Harris now unleashed into a bit of clear air behind him. Sets a new fastest lap of this race at 51.1. Very respectable lap time for a heavyweight driver. Harris can only manage 51.5. Hayden Harris, the 18-year-old British driver, competes in the Elite Karting Series and Club 100. Just down the inside goes to 21 of Sean Pope. Looks like they're going to be 3 wide on the exit, or at least they're going to try to be. The number 5 slots in behind. There's Hayden Harris in second place. He's now thoroughly gapped the chasing pack. It is this man, Lee Crowther, who is in control at the minute. Hayden Harris, the 18-year-old British driver, as I said, EKS Club 100. He's competed in 2 British 24-hour races, the 24-hour Le Mans karting race. Top 10 in the BIKC Nationals as well. That experience at the moment, not quite enough to keep hold of the back of Crowther. Battle's happening a little bit further down the field. This is for the lower points in the top 10. With every passing lap, this gap out front seems to be extending, and this man seems to have done enough. Again, another new fastest lap of the race. First man into the 50s for Lee Crowther. Might have qualified out of position here slightly. Definitely has a better pace than what his points tally has showcased. Missed out on the D final by just on countback. There's a roar of the crowd as it goes up, as this battle for the minor positions seems to be hotting up. Currently led by the 21 of Sean Pope, the 25 of William Rumsey. Any battle that he's involved in, you know, is going to be spicy. But Lee Crowther recording an 11th, a 13th and a 17th. Doesn't particularly sound too bad, those results. As 2 into 1 corner goes the number 9. I think that's of Jake Purnell, who I think's about to gain 4 places as he crosses the line this time round. So a very, very productive lap from Jake Purnell. And a very unproductive turn 1 as he then loses 2 more places. William Rumsey using his larger frame to use the kart to manhandle people all over the circuit. Jake Purnell goes back down the inside. It's allowing the 21 of Sean Pope to disappear back up the field. If you look at these results for these drivers from the heats in isolation, they actually don't appear to be too bad. William Rumsey, for example, an 11th, a 15th and a 16th. Unfortunately, only enough for the E final. Just see the gap there between our top 2 and the battle for the podium. So now there's a battle forming between Ben Ritchies and Malcolm Modell in the number 10. The big movers in this race, as we would expect to see, slightly fewer positions gained on average for our big movers due to the grids being done more on results from the heats. rather than randomly allocated. But Hayden Harris in second is up 4 places. It's not going to be enough at this stage. Lee Crowther leading from pole. Malcolm Modell started 7th up to 4th. Jake Purnell started 11th up to 6th, some of our big movers. Stu Stretton and Bradley Trevette both started towards the back, now into the top 10. It seems like 2 of the 3 spots on the podium have been decided. It's between the 11 and the 10. So which one of them is going to join them on the well, imaginary, admittedly, podium for this race. Only the winner of this one getting any sort of plaudits for it. Some of the big losers in this race. William Rumsey down 4 places. So we're side by side with these two as they come up towards Cafe Curve. Being cheered up on the crowd, you can audibly hear the barrier being bumped by the number 10 of Malcolm O'Dowd as he's just left a cart's width by the 11 of Ben Ritchie's. Ben Ritchie's sees him on his right-hand side, moves across to give him the space. Cutback attempted by Modell. Modell going for the cutback here. This is going to be the penultimate lap of this one. Gap to the lead now, 12 seconds. Lee Crowther, the only man in this race to get into the 50-second lap times. Defensive shape thrown by Ritchie's. And Modell trying to pull it off, but himself having a little bit of oversteer. On the exit of Garda, and therefore he wasn't able to take advantage. Nice battle as well developing for 5th place, but these two are side by side. Need to make sure they give each other enough room. Just about done it. These positions just for pride at this point. But they're being cheered on by the crowd on the balcony in the on the main building all the same. As we approach the downhill for the final time. 14 seconds up the road from this battle. It is going to be the number 15 of Lee Crowther who takes the race win in this one. Absolutely out of the sight of our cameras, are very focused on this one. Very unsporting L to the forehead raised by Ben Ritchie's. You'd have to hope that those two are friends, otherwise those two may have some words to say with each other. William Rumsey, despite losing positions from his grid slot, seems to be delighted with that 5th place. And Hayden Harris as well, honourable mention, from 6th up to 2nd. Just a confirmation of those provisional on-track results. Lee Crowther is going to be our promotee, the only man to get into the 50 seconds for lap time, converting his pole position in that race. Hayden Harris up to 2nd, with Ritchie's winning the battle with Modell for 3rd. William Rumsey a delighted 5th, with Purnell, Pope, McKenzie, Trevette and Porter rounding out the top 10. And then our second page of results is comprised of Atkins, Price, Lee, Robinson, Stretton and McKenzie. Well, that's it for our E-finals. With each passing tier of final, we're going to get better and better lap times, with each final just meaning slightly more as the chances of being promoted into the final above come with more rewards. But we are going to see 2 of those drivers again in the form of our promotees, but we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with our D-finals. shoot over your shoulders. Okay. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, about to get underway with our third final of the day. Back to the lightweights now for the D final. And the starting grid for this one goes as follows. Danny Hale on pole position for Kinetica Racing Team Black. Thomas Horton alongside him on the front row. Callum Oatley and Oliver Thurkettle make up row 2 with Richard Levette and Reese Barker on row 3. Job van Leenhorst and Joseph Simcock, I should say, not Joseph, although I don't think he's European, on row number 4 with Andrew Hughes and Lino Lucas on row 5. Scott Lawrence and Jack Lead on row 6 with David Metcalf and Claudia Lance-Jones, one of our highest qualifying women, on row number 7. With Scott Clenahan, Brandon Barker, Matthew Clark, Joshua Ball and Martin Russell making up the rest of our pre-qualifiers, with Glenn Marrison getting that promotion into the E-final from winning, into the D-final I should say, from winning the E-final. I think we've got just a couple of minutes before we get underway for this race, but let's learn a bit more about some of our competitors in this one. On pole position, Danny Hale, racing for Kinetica Racing Team Black. The 17-year-old British driver, first time competing in the Kart Race of Champions. Been racing for about 3 years, he says. But here we go, we are underway for the lightweight D final. And it's going to be Danny Hale who leads us away. Keep an eye out on the progress from Glenn Marrison in the bright orange suit, if he can make any. Danny Hale feels comfortable to take the racing line, not worried about being sent up as inside. Some well-known names in this final. Once again, only the winner gets promoted into the C final and gets to walk away with a race winner's medal. Everyone else will go home sad and with nothing but emptier wallets. But immediately down the inside, the number 9 of Thomas Horton, has he made the move? Nice driving though from Hale to keep it pinned round the outside. It seems like we're going to see a little bit more of a battle in this race than we saw in the heavyweight E final. These races, as you'd expect, they're going to get more competitive as they go further up. As the lap times get closer, the standard of driver gets higher and higher among what is already a collection of some of the best rental kart racers from across the UK, Europe, the USA, and a scattering of other international countries as well. So there seems to be a group of 4 that have broken away at the front, led by Danny Hale. Thomas Horton behind in second. Well, actually, no, Reece Barker now in second, with Thomas Horton demoted down to third. And Richard Levett rounds out this top 4 group. And then last time out, there was about roughly a second from Levett back to Callum Oatley, who's the first in the chasing pack. Richard Levett with a new fastest lap of the race last time out, a 51.3. A reminder, in the heavyweight E final, the best lap time was a 50.9. So we'd expect to see these guys getting down into the 50s at some point, once the tyres have warmed up. It's turned from a very cloudy day of what was here this morning. It's down the inside, goes the number 5 of Reece Barker. You can see the drift from the 25 of Danny Hale, the sideways momentum that was put into him. Thomas Horton trying to take advantage as he goes up the inside. The 17 of Richard Levett trying to follow him through. Seems like Horton's got that move done, but Levett and Reece Barker continue to go side by side. Levett keeps his foot pinned on the outside. A little shake of the head as he's unable to claim that position. Jack Lee in his distinctive black helmet and black suit, sort of on his own in no man's land at the minute in the number 15. He's going to try and push up to join these guys, setting very similar lap times. He just set a purple sector 1 on this lap as well. So once again come through the bottom half of the track. Contact warning for the number 5 of Reece Barker. He needs to make sure he doesn't get too many of those. Contact warnings are many coming through the race control screen. You can see it on the left there on the board as well. Contact warnings for the 27, the 8, the 24, another one for the 8 as well. Track limit warning as well for Glenn Marrison. So Glenn Marrison, after getting promoted from the E-final, he's managing to collect more warnings from the race director than positions at the minute. Still remains at the back of the grid. As they come down the hill. This top 4, a little bit more spread out this time round. None of them really in a position to make a move just yet. I thought the number 9 of Thomas Horton might have a last minute look down the inside into Garda. Doesn't quite have it that time. Keep an eye on the 15 of Jack Lead. Set another new fastest lap of the race last time round. First man into the 50s, a 50.7 last time, and a 50.6 this time. So Jack Lead with this pace is going to join the back, and is in fact, as I speak, indeed joining the back of this group. A little bit of afters between Thomas Horton and Reece Barker, no love lost, and all through goes Jack Lead, going from 5th to 3rd throughout the space of a flat out section of the track. So the 17 and the 5 so preoccupied with fighting with each other that they've let the 15 of Jack Lead through. One of the most opportunistic moves of the day, that one. The 17 of Richard Levett not happy that he's lost a position, and now this top 5 has been broken up a little bit more. So I was going to say that Jack Lead will have to be careful about how he gets through this pack, but he's already gotten through 2 of them, and he's now already going to go up the inside of Thomas Horton. Makes that move easy, but of course out of that hairpin you can get the up and under. But Jack Lead, in the space of exactly a lap, has gone from 5th to 2nd in this race. And despite it being only 10 minutes, he still has 4 minutes left to work. Less than a second to the race leader now. Last lap from Lead, a good 4 seconds faster than Hale, the race leader. 0.4 of a second. 4 minutes to go as they cross the line. Another fantastic lap time from Jack Lead. Just 200ths off the fastest of the race so far. That was with him doing an overtaking move as well. He's going to find himself already onto the back of Danny Hale. Jack Lead coming from 12th place on the grid in this race. I think this is going to be the predominant theme in a lot of these lower finals, is you're going to have the odd driver who's perhaps a little bit out of position, perhaps has not had a very good day, maybe been on the receiving end of some black flags or some incidents. So hence he's qualified out of position, as on the cutback on Garda goes Jack Lead. Round the outside, they're going to go side by side up the hill. Doesn't quite have the overlap, but he does going to have the overspeed going in towards turn 1. He's going to make a dive to the inside. Yes, he is. Slots his car in there and gets the move done, and that gives him the inside line for hairpin number 1. Now Jack Lead from 12th on the grid has taken the race lead. He holds the fastest lap of the race as well. So if he can get his head down in the last 2.5 minutes or so of this race, he can secure this promotion spot to the C final. A lesson in how battling can distract people in a train from what's really important. These four had a several second lead over lead in the number 15 at the start after the opening laps of this race. But Jack, the 18-year-old British driver, a local to this track, races in the Buckmore Park Sprint Series. So he'll know how to conduct himself in a race around this circuit. But it's his first time competing in this event. 2023 won the Buckmore Park Junior Pro Lightweight Summer Championship. 2024 won the Lightweight Sprint Series Championship. And named the 2025 Buckmore Park Driver of the Year as well. So definitely his home circuit, this one. The 18-year-old Brit. 2 laps to go in this race. Black flag being awarded to the 26 of Job van Legenhorst. I doubt that he'll be very happy to see that come up on the screen. The 23-year-old Dutch driver made the trip over. Depending on what his goals were, maybe a little bit disappointed with only placing in the D final. Though this is his first appearance at this event, and likely his first appearance at this track as well. Hale and Horton battling for second, but a battle that was so important early in the race is now more just for pride than anything. Final lap of the race this time round. Race control seem a little bit slow to change that board. So I'm not sure if Jack Hale actually knows it's the last lap, but I think he probably suspects it. Down the inside goes the number 9 of Horton. Gets that move done again. This top 4, which is now broken into 2 groups of 2. Just losing sight of what was important at the start of this race. Probably would have been better if they'd worked together, because the real threat of Jack Lead is set 50.9 best lap time, 50.5, sorry, best lap time in this race. Very competitive lap time. Was the real threat all along. So there we go. From 12th on the grid is going to be the number 15. Jack Lead wins the D final for lightweights here at Buckmore Park. Absolutely delighted with that, as have all our race winners been throughout the course of this weekend. Maybe one of the lower tier finals, but you do still win a final at the Kart Race of Champions, which is no mean feat. And what it will mean is that we are going to see Jack Lead again. Glenn Morrison, by the way, our promotee from the E final, managing to gain a few places up into 16th. Well, just a quick confirmation of those provisional results. Jack Lead taking the race win by a fairly handy 2 seconds in the end, ahead of Horton and Hale. Reese Barker taking fourth with Levette, Lawrence, Metcalf, Thurcattle, Barker and Lance Jones rounding out the top 10. Second page of results comprised of Clark, Russell, Oatley, Van Leeuwenhorst, Simcock, Marison, Ball, Lucas and Clanahan. Well, that's it for our heavyweight D final. Sorry, our lightweight D final. We'll be back in a few minutes for our heavyweight D final.
Riders for the D final heading: Mike Smith, 17, Stephen, 23, Kyle Gaffney, 14, Zahid, 13, Alex Haig, 10, Barry Lakes, 13, Tom Davies, 1, Barry Weller, 24, Nick Salzman, 21, Terry Ewan, number 26, Tom, number 28, Brian, number 8, Ashley, 27, Murray, 12, Nikita, 11, Kylie, 15, Ian, 9, Scott, 25, and Luna, 5.
Well, here we go. Quick turnaround that one, but we're about to get underway with the heavyweight D final. Quick run through the starting order then before we get underway. Mike Smith on pole position ahead of Stephen Soden, with Carl Gaffney and Sahib Chana making up row number 2. Alex Haig and Barry Lakes on row 3, with Tom Davies, Barry Weller, Nick Salzido, Terry Ewan rounding out the top 10. The rest of the grid: Tom Nunn, Bright Awesome, Wedgie, Ashley Mason King, Murray Adja, Nikita Jevtichov, Kale Simmons, Ian Wilson, Scott Revel, and our E-final promotee, Lee Crowther. Looks like I got that grid done just in time. Much more efficient changeover, so well done to these drivers. So we are underway for the fourth of our finals. So as they round through turn number 1, the 17 continues to lead of Mike Smith. A little bit of contact between some of our drivers as they head into the hairpin. But again, all seeming to be fine after that drama that we had in the first of these finals. We haven't had anything close to it since then. Another reminder, even though it is a slightly higher final than the E-final, only the winner will get promoted into the C-final. Keep an eye out for Lee Crowther as well, our promotee for the E-final, down in 18th at the minute, cut number 5. It is Mike Smith and Barry Lakes at the minute who do lead. Barry Lakes with a fantastic first lap, going from 6th to 2nd. setting a purple sector in the second and third sector on that last lap. So we've seen in a couple of these finals that we've got one driver who's a little bit out of position being in this final. And perhaps should have qualified a little bit higher up if not for extenuating circumstances. So it'll be interesting to see if that driver emerges either in this race, sorry, at the front of this race, or from further back. Of course, not like the heats this one. This morning, where the practice sessions were able to give us some clue as to who was going to be competitive. We go into these races completely blind, which I think makes them more exciting. The top three seeming to have formed already. The sun now streaming down on the parts of the circuit that aren't being shaded. So the sun waiting at the very end of the day to come out here at Buckmore Park down in Kent. So it is this group of three at the front. Mike Smith, our leader, currently holds the fastest lap of the race, but only by 1/10 of a second. Barry Lakes in second, Stephen Soden in third. These three, the pace seems to be quite a bit better than those behind. The fastest lap of the race from Lakes in the 13. The 51.0. As these drivers continue to circulate, it'll be interesting to see if they learn from the previous heat, whether they choose to battle with each other immediately or work together. But at the minute, in this final, no one else with the pace to challenge them, although the rest of the pack, must be said, with the exception of the 30 of Sahib Chana in fourth, is together in one big group. There's a change for the lead actually on that last lap. Barry Lakes getting ahead of the 17 of Mike Smith. Mike Smith needs to be careful that he doesn't get flustered by being overtaken at this stage. The pace between these top three extremely similar in the opening stages of this race. 6 minutes left to go. We approach the halfway point of these short, sharp races. As Mike Smith has a look up the inside, a little bit about our top three. Barry Lakes, the 50-year-old Englishman, has done quite a bit of racing. Previous best finish of 16th in the A final here last year. So just goes to show that an A finalist last year is now mixing it in one of the lower finals. Goes to show how much the standard of this event has raised in just 12 months. 17 of Michael Smith involved in this one as well. The 60-year-old British driver. So on average, quite an old front pack. Well, I guess we're not allowed to say old, we say experience. Has had multiple top 5 finishes in the A final. Again, showcasing how even though this is one of the lower finals, the standard at the front is still super high. The lap times from these guys, by the way, night and day clear of most of the rest of the field. The next fastest is actually Mason King. It's 23 of Stephen Soden, takes advantage and gets into the lead. This is a fantastic battle. None of these guys particularly seem like they've got a huge amount of pace compared to the others, or a huge pace deficit or advantage. It's just whoever gets into the lead suddenly under a huge amount of pressure. And actually a better run through that corner from Mike Smith. He's going to slot it up the inside. Nicely done. Pushed through by the 13 of Barry Lakes. Barry unable to follow him through that. So this order has completely changed. In fact, it's changed twice in the course of just a couple of laps. Quick note, by the way, black flag for the number 8 of Bright, Osunweji. So we see him drop down the order. Not sure if he's going to be retiring from this race or not. With our focus, despite there being a good battle for 4th and for 6th, with all due respect again, none of those positions matter at this stage. It is just for the first position. That's when the only plaudits from this race are handed out. With these drivers battling to not leave this place empty-handed. Again, the slipstream here worth about 1 to 3 tenths, depending on which way the wind is blowing and the size of the person creating the slipstream. With these guys being so close in lap time, their best lap time all within a tenth of a second of each other. As the 13 goes for a cutback. Fantastic battle going on here in this final. Double cutback attempted by Steven Souden. Looks like he's going to get 1. Is he going to get 2? He does get the 1. So these guys chopping and changing. I think all of them have led at least a lap in the last minute or so. Steven Soden a little bit of loading of the 17 of Mike Smith as they come down the hill. In terms of defending, it's kind of a, or being in second place, it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Where if you go for a slightly wider line, you're going to be overtaken by the person in 3rd. And this is the difficulty with being in a group of multiple people. Has a little bit of overlap from Barry Lakes, but decides to back out of it. Steven Souden on the outside, just taking the normal racing line to get a better run down to hairpin 2. This is what I mean. Barry Lakes decided to take the racing line there, almost lost second because of it. 2 minutes left to go in this race. And if there was such a thing as a 3-sided coin, as down the inside it goes Barry Lakes, I said as if there was such a thing as a 3-sided coin, we're 3 wide into Garda. And an unbelievable hip and shove movement on the 17 of Mike Smith. I was going to say, if there was such a thing as a 3-sided coin, it is a coin toss between these 3 as to who is going to take this final. 2 laps to go. Steven Soden now in the lead. That was a pretty epic 3-wide moment. And Mike Smith is not going to hang back. Straight back up the inside he goes. So again, these guys chopping and changing position. Ashley Mason King in the background is going to be best of the rest in 4th. But I doubt he's going to be able to do enough to catch these guys at this stage. Fantastic battle we've seen here between these 3. But who is going to take the win? We've seen a lot of moves down into Garda. Mike Smith goes for it. The door was open. And a beautiful move from the number 17 of Mike Smith. Going to come into the final lap now. Is it one of those cases where you actually don't want to be leading this race going on to the final lap? 14, black flag for the 14 of Carl Gaffney, but he's down in 7th place. We're watching this battle for the lead. Could be any of these 3, providing an excellent show here. Steven Soden goes to the cutback. Mike Smith is on the defensive line. Steven trying to go around the outside. Is there going to be a double cutback? We're almost going to be 3 wide, side by side as we go down to the flat out part of the track. Steven Soden keeps his nose in. Barry Lakes looking to take advantage on the inside as well. And Steven Soden takes the lead, crucially, with 3 corners left to go. 1 overtaking zone left. Steven has to defend to the inside. Does he leave it open? Barry Lakes goes up the inside of Mike Smith using what little space there is available. But it seems that the winner of this excellent 3-way battle is going to be Steven Soden. Steven Soden wins the heavyweight D final after a fantastic race between those 3. Really, really good stuff. Right on the ragged edge. Just enough space left between all of them. All the way until the end. So Steven Soden is going to be our promotee to the C final, and what a hard-earned promotion it was as well. Special shout out to Lee Crowther, our E-final promotee, found his way up to 9th in that race. So that's confirmation of your results. So Snowdon takes the win ahead of Lakes and Smith. Those three delivering a great performance for us. Ashley Mason King best of the rest, with Chana, Haig, Gaffney, Weller, Crowther and Jevtachov rounding out the top 10. Aja, Ewan, Simmons, Davies, Revel, Wilson, Nunn, Salzido, and Awesome Wedgie, who received a black flag in that race, but who did set the fastest lap, must be noted, rounds out our 19 finishers from that race. Well, 4 finals down, 6 to go, and with each one, the stakes get raised just a little bit. If that's the kind of racing we see at the front of the D final, I bet you can't wait until the A final. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
For the C final. The C final. Can I stay here?
Which is the final lap?
C final first.
Well, here we go. We're about to get underway for the first of our C finals. Again, very, very quick with sorting out the grid. So I'll try and speed run this grid. Well, we are about to get started, but your grid is Kello, Lyford, Das Dancer, King, Hale, Tozer, Turnstill, Bowers, Garud, Ellis, Innes, Paynes, Brazier, Hale, Marison, Quirk, Everest, and Webster. Although it seems like that was all in vain, because it doesn't seem like we're about to get started just yet. All these drivers giving a thumbs up. Seems like there's some kind of issue with one of the drivers in the pit lane. Just waiting for now. So Reese Kello and Jaden Lyford on the front row, making it a TRX Elite 1-2. Both those drivers hoping to get promoted into the B final. Things are starting to get serious at this point in the finals. You can almost think of these finals as sort of tiers of the football pyramid. National League, League 2, it's all well and good. By the time you get to League 1 and the Championship, chance of you getting to the Premier League, aka the A final, they become better and better. Some notable drivers in this race. Cameron Das starting right of picture, second from the front. Very popular with his YouTube audience. We've also got another YouTuber in the house as well. Super GT has been spotted in the building as well. The popular sim racing content creator and racing driver as well. Seems Clinton Bell there, the event organizer, standing at the front of the pack, deciding he wants to make a little announcement to these drivers. Perhaps just reminding them about the driving standards before we head into this race. Some other notable names in this race include James King, starting immediately behind Das in the black and yellow suit of King Brothers Racing fame. Got a couple of Maple Motorsport drivers in this one as well. Matt Ellis in 11th and Tom Webster starting down in 19th. Closest to the camera on the right-hand side. Unsure what the delay is at the minute. But Reese Kello, who's starting on pole position, representing the TRX Elite team. A reminder as well that the team's championship is running for the first time this year, with points counting from all of it. It looks like we're about to get underway finally for the lightweight C final, this one is. And we are underway for our middle final of the afternoon. Reese Kello leads from pole position. Jaden Lyford, his teammate, alongside him on the front row. Reese Kello identifiable by that bright orange and purple suit. And the number one of Aidan Dancer gets shuffled wide. 1 point, we're 5 wide going across the track. You can see on the left side of that approach to hairpin 2, the grass has been completely demolished by the amount of karts going over it this weekend. It's just a little patch of dust now. As Das goes up the inside, reclaims that third place. He's going to be sent into hairpin 1, no. James King decides that just the 1 is good for now. The Das, YouTuber with a couple of 100,000 subscribers, makes content about racing, about karting. Former best finish of 5th in the A final here last year. So a little bit worse than he did last year, but I remember, if I remember correctly, he did get promoted into that A final from the B final, if the memory serves. 2021 Euro Formula F3 champion, Cameron Das. 2016 Formula 4 United States champion as well. So a man with genuine real-life racing experience. At the moment, the two TRX boys at the front of Reese Kello and Jaden Lyford. Communicating between each other, these teammates. It's such an advantage having a teammate up with you at the front, because you can communicate with each other, choose to work together, and then at the end of the day, it will be one of you two getting that promotion spot. Jaden Lyford doesn't really seem to want to wait around behind his teammate though. Did shape for a move on the inside. Jaden Lyford, fastest lap of the race last time round, a 51.3. Again, the lap time slower than what we've seen at any point this weekend. Combination of a cold track temperature from being in the shade after a cloudy morning and a hot air temperature from the sun beating down on the track now. It's pretty much the opposite of what you want in terms of ideal track conditions. It is the 30 and the 10 who lead at the minute. Cameron Dass holding on to third. The winner from this race being promoted into the second tier final and going home with a lovely winner's medal as well. Kello shapes for a defensive move, so even though these two are representing the same team, it doesn't seem as though they've been able to decide on a race strategy, and they're just going to go for every man for themselves. As Lyford has a look up the inside of the downhill, he'll be a brave man if he can get that done. Not quite able to do it. Reese holding on to the front of it. And down the inside goes Lyford. There was a Kart's width, but Kello closed it off just at the end. I'm not sure what race control are going to think about that move. It seemed a little bit late, a little bit day late and a dollar short. The gap was there to start with, but Lyford went in super late on the brakes. You'd have to argue that if Kello was not there to help him with stopping, he wouldn't have made the corner. But what this is doing, the two TRX teammates, is it's allowing the chasing pack behind, who is now headed up by Aidan Dancer in the #1 kart of Vertice Racing, to bridge that gap. Dass down to fourth, still there or thereabouts in terms of this race win. And down the inside immediately goes Aidan Dancer upon arriving to the scene. Sort of caught Reese Kello a little bit napping, not quite able to pull off that move. Need to be very committed on the brakes, otherwise your opponent's just going to hang it around the outside of you. It's hard to believe that. It's only been 2.5 minutes gone in this race. And that's because there hasn't been 2.5 minutes gone in this race. That's because this race is 12 minutes, not 10. The length of the race being upped from the 10 minutes that we saw in the E and D final. And we can see just the difference in caliber between these two finals. So that the C final, fields just a bit more close together. Down the inside again, identical move for Dancer. He's not going to make that move if he just keeps putting it right next to Kello and expects him to yield. Reese isn't going to do that. These guys fighting for a place in the second highest final. Cameron Dass being swarmed a little bit now. Doesn't quite have the pace in this race to compete at the front. But now down the inside goes the #1 of Aidan Dancer. Managed to get it done that time. Is he going to stay defensive? Yes, he parks it in the middle of the track. Nicely done there from Aidan. But what this has allowed, it's allowed for the other TRX driver of Jaden Lyford to build a little bit of a gap up the road. Personal best lap time as well for Lyford on that last lap, a 51.1. Fastest man on track at the minute is Tom Webster of Maple Motorsport, now up to 11th. In fact, his pace is significantly better than most other people around him. He's now up to 11th place from 19th on the grid. You don't often see more than 10 places gained in any kind of final, unless you choose to sandbag. But I highly doubt that's happened in the case of this event. Chris Bauer's now on the scene as well. You'd have to argue with Kello defending these positions. Seems like this race win might be contested between Dancer and Lyford. Dancer with the best lap at the minute by a pretty comfortable 3.5 tenths. see he's utilising that pace on this lap. He was 4 tenths faster in the middle sector alone on this lap than the number 10. So Kello, even if he's not going to win this race, he's doing a good job for his teammate here by holding people up, which is allowing Lyford to just focus on pumping in the best lap time he possibly can. But an absolutely rapid lap time last time out from the number 1 of Aidan Dancer, a 50.2. That is the fastest lap time we've seen across these finals so far. Even despite a PB lap for Lyford, only a 50.8. I say only a 50.8, he was the second fastest man on the track last time round. But still got 6.5 tenths taken out of him by the driver in kart number 1. So it seems like perhaps maybe once again, got a case of a driver who qualified a little bit out of position. Dancer starting from 4th on the grid in this one. Four minutes left to go in this race. Lyford acknowledging that Dancer's on the scene, shaping for a defensive move. Dancer, he'll have seen by the rate at which he caught up on Lyford. He does have the pace, just needs to make sure he utilises it at the right time. Doesn't get stuck where he knows he's faster. Down the inside, tries another move at that corner. He's currently 0 for 3 with those attempts. So maybe the hairpin's a better place for him. That we saw him pull off with the move with Reese. 3.5 minutes to go. Little look over the shoulder from Lyford. Even despite that move, another 100th of a second taken out of Lyford on that lap by Dancer. Is Dancer going to have a look down the inside into hairpin 2? No, not quite. Lyford covers it off nicely, makes Dancer go to his outside. Dancer trying to make that number 1 on the kart reflect his position on track as well. 4th time of asking now for Dancer down the inside. It's the furthest alongside he's ever been, but still unable to get that move done. If he wants that place in the B final, he perhaps needs to start thinking about overtaking him in a different area of the circuit. Might be worth for Dancer, because at the minute he's going for that same move at the bottom of the hill, and it's taking him the rest of the lap to catch up, only so he can make that same move again. Might be worth waiting behind Lyford for half a minute or so until he gets to a better overtaking zone for him. That move can be done, but it does require great confidence on the brakes. Is he going to try it again this time? No, not quite. Thinks better of it. Said he's going to set up a move into Garda. Uses all of the track. Lyford again. Good defending. Places him to his outside. The teal TRX suit. Clearly visible in the now starting to set sun here at Buckmore Park down in Kent. 96 seconds left to go in this race. I think we're going to get 2, maybe 3 laps. Dancer feints to the inside, not quite able to get it done. Meanwhile behind, Kello's still over, and another feint from Dancer to the inside. I was going to say behind, Kello still holding down that 3rd position. Doing a good job for his teammate of making sure he only needs to worry about the 1 driver. But could that be a curse in disguise? As this is allowing Dancer to throw everything at Lyford. Gets a little bit of an overlap, switches to the other side into Garda. Now Dancer has proven that he's very good through turns 1 and 2. Moving to hairpin 1 seemed to be what worked for him. The black flag shown to the number 17 of Dean Everest. He's currently in 14th. Again, feints to the inside. I think Dancer needs to do a little bit less feinting and a little bit more trying to overtake him. We're on the last lap of this race. I think Dancer will be annoyed if he doesn't pull this move off. He's going to have 2 more overtaking zones. One down at the bottom of the hill, one into Garda. Which one's he going to choose? Because you can't do both. He decides not to do the one that he's been weak at so far. Little nudge into the back of Lyford. He's not going to do anything by being on the outside. Not quite able to make that move. Aidan Dancer, despite having the pace in this race, or he's going to be alongside actually. But despite having the pace in this race, it is going to be Jaden Lyford who takes the win in the C final. Race control neglecting to turn the board to the checkered flag in time. They really need to be better with timing that one. But it is going to be Lyford who takes the win, the winner's medal as well, and the promotion spot into the B final. Our promotee from the D final. Sorry, our promotee from the C final. There's your confirmation of provisional on-track results for the C final. Jaden Lyford holding on with a fantastic defensive drive towards the end. Dancer threw everything he could at him, but in the end just wasn't decisive enough with those moves. Dancer having the best lap time of the field by a good 0.3 of a second or so. Good defensive drive from Keller as well to hold on for 3rd, even if it was just for pride. Bowers in 4th, Hale 5th. James King in 6th. Tom Webster, good drive from him from 18th on the grid up to 7th. Dean Everest 8th. After ignoring that black flag from race control, he might get called up for a conversation. Megan Quirk in 9th and Matt Ellis in 10th. And I think Megan Quirk with that is our highest placed female as well. Second page of results. Blaine Tunstill in 11th. Michael Marison 12th. Toby Hazel 13th. Then comes Ben Paynes, Toby Tozer, Rob Garud, Cameron Dass from 3rd on the grid down to 17th. He's going to be disappointed with that result. Alex Brazier, Jack Lead and Max Innes round out your 20 finishes from that race. Well, there we go. We are officially halfway through our finals here for the closing day of the 2025 Kart Race of Champions. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with the heavyweight C final.
I'll buy you several beers. Okay? Well, Alex will. Intense drugs, yeah.
2 seconds. I need to come down and speak to your right there. Clubhouse. Michael Marrison, come to race control, please. Michael Marrison to race control.
Well, here we go. We're about to get underway with our second half of the finals. Justin Elliott on pole position for this one, the heavyweight C final. Todd White of Maple Motorsport alongside him on the front row. Todd White, who finished third overall in this event last year. Probably be a little bit disappointed to be this far down the overall order. Dimitri Oros, who we saw have a good battle in the last heat of the day, in third, with Sam Oatley alongside him in fourth. Rich Neal, Saul Gregory, Vita Dakers, Alex Mitchell, Barry Lewis and Matthew Baxter make up the rest of the top 10, with James, Summer, Bolton, Everest, Taylor Carr, Moore, Atherton and Soden, our promotee from the D final, making up the rest of this 19 kart grid as we are underway. Justin Elliott leads the way, a man with plenty of experience racing in Sodi karts, mainly at Daytona venues. He immediately checks over his shoulder to see where Todd White is. Todd White, you'd have to argue, probably a bit out of position with his qualification in the number 15. So we'll have to see what kind of pace he can deliver in this race. If you get into the lead and you can get some good lap times down, I don't think there are going to be many in this field who are going to be able to match the likes of Todd White. Todd White already getting that overlap on Justin Elliott. Thought about the move. Justin Elliott closed it off at the last minute. Dimitri Oros following close behind. Justin Elliott, the 45-year-old driver. Previous best finish of 9th in the A final in 2022, back when there was just an A, B and C final. Todd White now under a bit of pressure from Dimitri Oros behind. So he seems to have a front group that's broken away already. So you say Dave Sumner in the pack there as well. The number 24, who's representing the English deaf karting team. Absolutely fantastic cause, that one. Also seen a lot of success in his 25 years of career, has David Summer. Justin Elliott continues to lead in the minute. Todd White just sizing him up. And positions exchanging behind. Rich Neal now up into third position. Todd White recognises, forces him to go to the outside. A little bit of a bump from Rich onto the back of Todd White. Top 5 moving through as they are. Quite a lot of bouncing from the front of the 27 of Dimitri Oros. Not sure if that's a specific kart characteristic or just the way he's driving it. Todd White, third in this event last year. The 34-year-old Englishman participates in the Club 73 Endurance Championship, run by Clinton Bell, who also runs this event. Looks to the outside, but you have to get up early to go around the outside of Garda. He's trying to make that move up the main straight. Doesn't seem to be working for him so far. Now Rich Neal is involved as well. Rich Neal, a 42-year-old British driver, part of the DJ Motorsport organisation that run races here at Buckmore Park, so he's done plenty of lap at this circuit. So all of these drivers around the outside, tries Todd White. You have to get up very early in the morning to go around the outside of hairpin 2, especially with a driver with the experience of Justin Elliott. He did give it a good go. Todd White obviously has pace though in this race. It's actually a purple middle sector from White and a purple final sector from Neal that last time round. But all of these drivers still lapping in the high 51s. And actually the fastest lap of the race is held by the number 1 of Daniel Moore, who is currently in last place with a 50.7. Just goes to show the amount of battling that's been going on in this race. These three relatively unchallenged at the moment. A little bit of a gap now forming back to Sam Oatley as he made his way through. Contact warning for Sam Oatley. Contact warning for Dimitri Oros as well. Dimitri Oros just falling through the order just a little bit. So these three, the early favourites for that promotion spot to the B final as it currently stands. Todd White going for the move finally on Justin Elliott, gets it nicely stopped, gives the racing room. So Justin Elliott he did absolutely very well there to keep the momentum up after the downhill corner. Personally, I thought Todd White had got that move done. And now this top three has become a top four. As Sam Oatley, who dropped a few positions off the start from his 4th place grid position, is back where he started. And he is pushing onto the back of these guys, and as well as a chasing pack behind. So like we saw with Rory O'Regan in one of the earlier heats, Justin Elliott might have to defend his way to a race win. Doesn't quite look like he's got the best lap time at this point. Oh, a spinner behind. Something has occurred there. I believe that's the 13 of Sam Oatley has actually taken a turn round. So it looks like there was contact made. Sam Oatley with a little shake of the head as he rounds Garda. But now this top four's become a top 3 again with Vito Dakers. He's been having a very, very good event so far. He previously only qualified for the bottom final of this event, now finds himself at the front of the C final. Trying to bridge that gap between these three and the chasing pack. Justin Elliott continuing to defend. Rich Neal just lying in wait. This is one of the most challenging positions to be in when you're in 2nd or 3rd. Because for every failed overtake the 2nd place person does, it's not only incredibly frustrating, but it also forces you into taking alternate lines. It also provides an opportunity for the 3rd place driver to get past you. Speaking of which, the 17, Rich Neal, no one on him, so he can take whatever line he wants. That's going to change very soon when the 25 of Vito Dakers arrives. Justin Elliott with a little look over his shoulder. Rich Neal trying to keep his foot in on the flat out section. We're over halfway through the race at this stage. You don't take your eyes off this battle for something explosive might happen. Rich Neal, the 42-year-old British driver, just using the back end a little bit there. And now Vito Dakers has joined the fight. Vito, 27-year-old British driver, competes for Club 73. Competes in the Club 73 series. Todd White looks over his shoulder, not able to make the move. He is able to get a wonderful switchback, but there's not a huge amount he's going to be able to do. He tries to hold it all the way around the outside. Again, a move that's very, very difficult to make, but Todd White, credit to him, he's kept his foot in. He's alongside. This will be an excellent overtake if he can get past. And it seems as though he has. One of the overtakes of the move there one of the overtakes of the day, it should be said there, from Todd White. He set that one up super early, a place that you don't often see overtakes, the outside of hairpin number 2. And now Justin Elliott with a forceful re-overtake on Rich Neal, who tried to follow Todd through. Black flag being shown for the number 23 of Alex Mitchell, who's currently running in 5th place. That's going to bring his day to an early end. Indeed, he chooses to finish the race at all. But now, crucially, for the driver in kart number 15, this train, this queue behind Justin Elliott, is continuing. The most ideal situation that White would have wanted from that outcome, that battle, is that Justin Elliott would still be in 2nd place, because he seems to just be lacking a little bit of pace at the minute, and is the cork in this bottle. Took Todd White best part of 7 or 8 minutes to find a way past. So, Justin seems to be quite strong at that final corner. He's gapped them a little bit. Todd White now in clean air, new fastest lap of the race of a 50.5. 8/10 faster than anything that Elliott's been able to achieve so far this race. Elliott as well. Elliott and Neal both setting PB laps that last time round, but both in the mid-51s. So Todd White almost a second a lap faster than these two as it currently stands. You'd have to say, if White does secure this race win, it will be through a very well orchestrated move around the outside of hairpin 2, restricting the line of the person he's overtaking. It doesn't happen very often, but he just managed to keep his foot in for long enough to be able to claim the inside for the downhill section. Now Vito Dacres on the inside, trying to make it happen. Vito shows Rich Neal the outside. Actually, Vito, he's being hung out to dry a little bit on the outside. Alex Mitchell, despite being shown that black flag, is refusing to come in. We'll have a stern word with the race director afterwards. The race director will have a stern word with him. For failing to follow race director instructions. You must come in if you're shown a black flag. Now the 17 of Rich Neal. It's obvious he's got a lot more pace than Justin Elliott. Not quite able to use it though in this race. You can see Todd White in his Maple Motorsport colours. The red and white flashing past. Fun fact, none of those drivers or team members are actually from Canada, despite them being called Maple Motorsport. Just so happened that the street name that Martin Webster, the founder of the team, down the inside goes Vito Dacres. The street name was had the word maple in it, so they chose a maple leaf to represent. So this has been a perfect outcome for Todd White. I think we're going to go on to the final lap this time round. Yes, we are. Todd White leads. Now that he's been unleashed, he's been pumping in those lap times. Within a tenth of a second of his best lap for the last couple of laps. A full second or so clear than the rest of the pack. In fact, he gained 1.3 seconds on that last lap. As we head towards the downhill. Todd White, finishing third last year, you've thought he was a little bit disappointed coming into this race, only to qualify in the third highest final. While he is going to get the opportunity to compete for a space in the A final, how far he gets is up for question. But after a fantastic attacking drive, Todd White takes the win in the heavyweight C final by a distance ahead of Justin Elliott. Good drive from Justin. Didn't quite have the pace in that one, but managed to hold on towards the end. And then it was fairly close behind him. In fact, second down to fifth, separated by just 0.6 of a second as they cross the line. As the last stragglers cross the line, it's confirmation of those provisional heavyweight results for the C final. Todd White winning the race and getting that promotion spot up to the B heavyweight final. Justin Elliott, a good defensive drive for second, with Dacres in third. Alex Mitchell fourth, despite being told to come into the pit lane multiple times by race control. We're seeing what kind of outcome that has afterwards. Rich Neal in fifth, Dimitri Ora sixth. Then comes Stephen Soden, Barry Lewis, Daniel Moore, and Dave Summer rounding out the top 10. Ezekiel James, Saul Gregory, Wesley Carr, Matthew Baxter, Sam Oatley, Jordan Bolton, Sean Atherton, Max Taylor, and Danny Everest round out your 19 carts. Danny Everest, the only non-finisher from that race. Well, we've had National League, we've had League 2, we've had League 1. It's now time for the Championship. Your B finals coming up next.
part numbers for the next heat. Hey drivers, here are your part numbers for the next heat. Shane in 17, Simon 27, Oliver in 12, Trevor 8, Ben 1, Lawrence 11, Jack Underdown 24, Jake 26, Sam 10, Craig 28, Chris 13, Adam 14, Andy 30, Kieran 4, Jacob 15, Paul 5, Bradley 25, Jack Clay in 23, Drew in 9, and Jaden in 21.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, really getting into the business end of the day now. It is time for our lightweight B final. So we've had our consolation finals E, D, and C. There is a genuine prize up for grabs in this one. The winner of this race will be promoted to the championship final. And a reminder that if you get promoted to the A final, it's not a case of you're starting from the back and your chances of winning being 0. There is a separate Super Pole qualifying for that A final. And hence you could go from starting in last in this race to winning this one, unlikely but possible, to then qualifying on pole for the A final. So while the race wins for the earlier finals were more consolation prizes, this one has some genuine weight to it. So with these drivers, there's some real talent among these fields. Sam May on pole position, with Simon Johnson starting alongside Oliver Wedden and Trevor Hansford on row number 2. And we are underway with this race. Brad Philpott at the back looks like he got quite a bad start. Put his hands out to the side to acknowledge that he had a bad start. But Sam May holding on to the race lead. The winner of this race going into the A final. Oliver Wedden, having looked down the inside, acknowledges that the move wasn't on, puts his hand up to apologise. Good stuff there. Got Trevor Hansford, who we saw had a good race earlier on today. He's got Ben Johnson for company. Some serious names in this final. As they continue to make their way down. Sam May continues to lead. Oliver Wedden behind. The race of these drivers catching even our cameramen out. As Sam looks over his shoulder. Oliver Wedden pressuring him for the lead at the minute. Simon Johnson involved in that battle as well. Expect to see even faster lap times. The tempo of these finals is just going to raise with every single one. And the harsh truth of it is we've seen throughout today and yesterday drivers starting in towards the back of the grid on these random grids and making their way towards the front. The caliber of this race means that unless you're starting in the top half at the very least, you're unlikely to win this event, to win this race and get a spot in the A final. May and Wedden pressing away. Ben Johnson now making the move on the 27. As Oliver Wedden again challenges for the race lead, not quite able to make it happen. Ben Johnson now up into third. The former, well actually reigning I believe, Club 73 Super Pro champion, which is by no means an easy thing to do. 34-year-old British driver. Previous best finish of 10th in this final. Starts to make his way after the top two. Sam May, whose CV was delivered by his dad earlier on today, with a list of all his racing achievements. I don't know if they realised that they were required to give us a list of their achievements in order to enter this event. But nevertheless, Sam May, who finished third overall in the lightweights this time last year. Oliver Weddon's now got the overlap. Who's going to win this battle as they come out of the corner? Oliver Weddon getting that move done then. Ben Johnson now on the back of these two. Sam May managing to get that position back though from Oliver. But Ben Johnson in the number 1 car is now on the scene. Oliver now realising that he's got more than him and Sam for company. He's going to be even more desperate to make the move, is the former Loughborough University BUKC champion. Even in this B final, the calibre of these drivers is not something to be scoffed at. Even the likes of Lawrence Cox, Trevor Hansford, Sam Jewell. These drivers start making their way back up the hill. Sam May, cheeky look over his shoulder. These three lapping in the high 50s for May and Weddon. Ben Johnson, fastest lap of the race with a 50.4. So made their way down the hill, can't quite shape for the move yet. Battle for 5th going on behind. As we cross 10 minutes to go in this race. Sam May continuing to lead this one out front. Oliver Weddon trying to make that move, not quite able to pull it off yet. Meanwhile, Ben Johnson trying to get the cutback going. Simon Johnson and Trevor Hansford moving in behind. As down the inside goes Oliver Weddon. We've lost the camera there at the bottom of the circuit just for now. But who is going to come out on top in this battle? Sam May keeps the lead, but Ben Johnson now moves up into 2nd place. This 3-way battle for the lead now becoming a 6-way battle for the lead. Sam May has led this from the start from pole position. But his defence has encouraged others to join the party as well. Weddon losing that 2nd position. Hansford down the inside. You now see what's going on at the final corner. Up the inside goes Chris Clisborne. The Buckmore Bandit driver, or actually representing Kobe Motorsport this time round, but he's got plenty of experience around Buckmore Park, has Chris Clisborne. It seems to be a similar case of what we've seen throughout this weekend, whereas this chasing pack made up of Hansford, Johnson and Clisborne having difficulty deciding between each other which one of them is going to be the one that is going to lead them towards this top 3. That's allowing this top 3 to sort of fight amongst themselves. Now Sam May and Ben Johnson, these two have raced each other many times in Club 73. They'll know what to expect from each other. Sam May will not be particularly pleased to see Johnson behind him, as Wedden gets shuffled down now by Clisborne. Breakaway in the front two between May and Johnson. May, pretty methodical every lap, just doing what he needs to do to keep that number 1 plated kart behind him. Stays to the defensive line, doesn't even have a look over the shoulder. He knows where Ben Johnson is. These two again, just an imperceptible margin over those behind. The number 15 of Jaden Giles in the green helmet is joining the back of this train as well. Down the inside goes Wedden again on Clisborne. These two really not too far from these top two. Clisborne holding on to the lead for now. On to third place rather. We approach the halfway point in this race. Just 12 minutes this final. May doing everything he needs to do. The driver who's been invited to Saudi World International Finals in Spain in just a couple months' time, just showing why he is due that invite. As down the inside goes Ben Johnson, pushes Sam May completely off the track, acknowledges that that wasn't the move to be made. He backs out of the throttle, allows Sam May back through. Ben Johnson, an incredibly quick customer, but behind him he's got Chris Clisborne, who is a local to this circuit. And Oliver Wedden behind as well. All of these drivers have raced each other in Club 73. Club 73, the fantastic series started by Clinton Bell, who was also the runner of this race. Runner of this event, rather. He and his team do a fantastic job. Club 73, highly recommend if you're watching this and thinking, I want to give this a go. Open for people of all abilities, not just of these talented individuals. Look over the shoulder from Johnson. He's had plenty of laps now, and round goes Wedden. Wedden goes round, gives a little nod to the camera as to say, yep, that's what I expected. The Wedden is now out of it, and now there is a gap back from third to fourth. Decisive moment in that race could be. Critically, Clisborne was ahead of it at the time. See if Race Control had a better angle of that than we did. Seemed like it was a case of 3 into 1 doesn't go. Clisborne has done tens of thousands of laps around this circuit. Knows exactly where he needs to be. Using so much of that inside on the downhill. Sam May again. Sam's doing an incredibly impressive job at taking defensive lines, but it's not hampering his overall lap time that much. He's still lapping in the low 51s, high 50s at the minute. Chris Clisborne fastest lap of the race though at the minute, 50.3, or that was before he caught this battle. Again, we're seeing so difficult when you're in a group of 3 karts all roughly similar pace. So difficult for second and third to work out among themselves which one is going to overtake the leader. Chris Clisborne, only 17 years old, Polish driver, first time competing in this event. Johnson and May have both been to this event before. They both know what to do to get the most out of their performance on this track. Good drive from Jaden Giles behind. He's made his way up from 15th on the grid. However, as I say that, he does also receive a black flag, so that wasn't without incident. Less than 3 minutes to go in this one. Again, Sam May shapes for a defensive move. He's choosing to leave just less than a kart width on the inside to give himself the best possible run out of each corner. really showing his experience here is the number 17. Chris Clisborne taking a wider line than Johnson in front. Johnson managing to hold him off though. Clisborne goes to the outside, nowhere he can go though. Jaden Giles behind, but he does have a black flag, so this won't count for anything. Meanwhile behind, Trevor Hansford and Simon Johnson battling for the next P4 on the road as Jaden Giles comes in to serve his penalty. Once again, this battle becomes 3 again. These 3, especially the top 2, have taken our imagination so far in this race. Only one of them can be promoted to the A final and have a chance for the ultimate title in rental karting. Sam May, he's led every single section of this race. And down the inside goes Ben Johnson. Unbelievable move. But he's forced Sam off. Well, it was a bit of a day late, dollar short from Johnson. Didn't quite look like he got it stopped in time. And by unbelievable, I meant unbelievably bold. Didn't quite pay off in the end. He had to back out of the throttle to let Sam May back through. Respectful racing from Johnson. The one who was compromised there was Clisborne. 2 laps to go. Clisborne, he'll be so frustrated being up behind these 2. He's shown that he has better pace than both of them at this stage. Good drive behind as well from Trevor Hansford. Contact warning from Ben Johnson from race control. Needs to be careful. If he gets too many of those, even if he wins the race on track, he might get a post-race penalty. Sam May again, just one look over the shoulder, nice and efficient. Going right to the line this time, taking absolutely no liberties. This has been a very, very impressive drive from the young Sam here. Final lap of the race, could be any of these 3. If Johnson or Clisborne is to make a move, it needs to be within the next 40 seconds. Sam May shapes for a defensive move. Trevor Hansford arrives on the scene as well. One of these drivers is going to the A final, which one we don't know. Trevor Hansford now fully on the scene, but has he arrived too late? Ben Johnson, he's going to have 2 more overtaking opportunities. One into the downhill, one into Garda. He can only choose one because one compromises the run into the other. Doesn't quite have that move yet. Is he going to have it into Garda? Sam May is going to go ultra defensive all the way to the white line. Johnson not quite able to get that move. Clisborne's had enough of waiting. He's going to go around the outside. Johnson across the track. Side by side they go. But after an excellent defensive drive, Sam May is going to win the B final and be promoted to the lightweight A final. And I must say, that is a fully deserving drive from Sam May. The driver who last year finished 3rd overall in this event is going to get the opportunity to go 2 better and to win this A final. Well, we can take a break after that. Confirmation of the provisional results then. Sam May taking the win ahead of Ben Johnson. Johnson threw everything at it in the last few laps of those races, but he was compromised by Clisborne behind. Trevor Hansford, good drive from him in 4th. With Sam Jewell, Paul Nicolai, Simon Johnson, Oliver Wedden finishing down in 8th, with Lawrence Cox and Jack Underdown rounding out the top 10. Jack Frey, Brad Philpott, Drew Suji, Andy Liu, Jaden Giles, Craig Dickinson, Callum Jones, Jaden Lyford and Jake Everest rounding out the 19 karts. Some big names now eliminated from this competition. Fastest lap of the race as well for Jaden Giles after serving that black flag, a 50.0. To think what he could have done if he'd just been a bit cleaner with those overtakes. Well, that's it for the lightweight B final. Let's see if the heavyweights can deliver as exciting a race. Be back soon.
make sure you're underneath, please. You need to be wide, guys. First four drivers underneath those control, please.
I'd already made score. I wasn't the same person. I don't know who did it. I didn't see it. I wasn't there. Yeah, I think it's really well. So I literally made the call and then stopped. And then straight away. But then
Well, here we go. If the lightweight B final was anything to go by, then this one is certainly going to deliver. The B final for the heavyweight drivers. William Emerson starting on pole position ahead of John King, or actually alongside John King. Nathan Parker immediately beside him. Nathan Parker immediately behind him, I should say, with Tristan Lloyd beside him on row number 2. The rest of the grid is comprised of Hughes Clary, Gent, O'Grady, Spencer, Wakefield, Hamlet, Perez, Wild, Bolton, Harvey, Etienne Mezian, Lyford, Lukes, Wright, and Todd White at the very back. In car number 13 is our promotee from the C final. Maple Motorsport sandwiches this grid from the front and the back. A little bit of a wave from Sam Lukes in the 17, trying to get the marshal's attention. But a reminder that the winner of this race will earn themselves not only bragging rights and a lovely winner's medal, they will also book themselves in with a place for the final race of the day in the heavyweights. The Championship A final, which will determine our 2025 Kart Race of Champions champion. Just 3 race sessions left to go. In fact, I think we've got a non-starter, the 21 of Carl Etienne Mezian. So his cart's just being driven off the grid now. Will Emerson ahead of John King, just on count back by best lap time, scoring identical points, both 52 out of a possible 75 during the heats. We're about to get underway. Just goes to show how close the points were going into this race. Will Emerson and John King both on 52, Nathan Parker on 51, 4 people behind them on 50. 15 minutes to decide our final driver in the heavyweight A final, and we are underway. Will Emerson from pole position. Is he going to keep it into turn number 1? No. John King around the outside. John King leads in kart number 5. We saw in the last race that Sam May didn't quite have the pace at the front, so he had to defend for the entirety of the 15 minutes. Down the inside immediately goes Nathan Parker on Will Emerson. Side by side, these two are going to run through the chicane. These two need to be careful. 12 of Tristan Lloyd is there as well. If these guys battle too much, as Emerson actually keeps that position and Lloyd will take advantage, they need to be careful that they don't let John King escape up the road, and this race will be over before it even started. Late on the brakes from Emerson. Mistake punished by Lloydall and by Parker. It's across the line for the first time of asking. What is the gap? 1.1 is the gap. That is a dream opening lap for John King from second to first, and a 1 second advantage. Nathan Parker into second. Will Emerson from first dropping down to 5th, with Tristan Lloydall now in 3rd. 15 minutes is this B final. Longer than any of the heats that we've had so far, so a chance for these drivers to really get in their teeth into this race. See what kind of sector time. Sector 1 and purple sector 1 and purple sector 2 from Nathan Parker on that last lap. He's really getting the hammer down to chase after the 5 of John King. Fastest lap of the race from Nathan Parker, a 51.3 on warming up tyres. Tristan Lloydall has now consolidated that 3rd place. He's followed by Dom Hughes Clary and Will Emerson. That is your top 5 as it currently stands, but it seems like the top 2 just scampering away. Nathan Parker, courtesy of 2 purple sectors, gained over half a second on that last lap. So it doesn't really seem like if John King was going to win this race on pure pace, he should have taken that opportunity. Now he's going to have to do it through his racecraft. Runs slightly wide there at the bottom of the hill. Runs even more wide, does the 24 of Dom Hughes Clary. Down the inside goes Andrew Spencer as well on Will Emerson. Will Emerson After qualifying on pole position, just missing out on the A final. He's dropping like a stone throughout. Oh, we got a driver going slowly as well. I believe that is a tester coming out to test the car. But we are side by side for the leaders now. Between the 5 and the 27. Ignore on your timing tower that it says Spencer Gent is in first place. This is the battle for the lead at the moment. Nathan Parker has a look down the inside. They're side by side down the hill. Oh, and an outrageous dive bomb from the number 12 of Tristan Lloydell. Right to see next to me, leaning back in his chair as he came into frame. These guys make their way up again. Spencer Gent. Ignore him on the timing tower. He's not leading the way. John King is your actual race leader. Down the inside goes Nathan Morris. John King not seeing that move coming. Sorry, not Nathan Morris, Nathan Palmer. Parker, apologies. At least I got it third time of asking. He's only going to lead perhaps for a couple of corners or so because Tristan Lloydell seems to have more pace than either of these. Contact warning for Tristan Lloydell. Fastest lap of the race for the number 17 of Sam Lukes, but he is down in 11th position. Tristan Lloydell just running a little bit wider halfway down that hill, trying to see if he can slot it up the inside. Can't quite get it done. John King, despite leading going onto this lap, still very much with this fight. Oh, down the inside goes Tristan Lloydell. What a move that is, side by side across the line. He's going to do well to go all the way around the outside. He couldn't possibly. No, he can't. And what that's going to do is that John King is going to go back up the inside. So John King back up into second place. It was a very optimistic move from the 12, in fact. So Nathan Parker, who won the B final last year to get promoted into the A final, is trying to make it 2 years in a row. Down the inside again goes the 12. John King holding it around the outside. Has to concede though. Trying to keep his foot pinned. And what this is doing is it's allowing the chasing pack, comprised of Spencer, Hughes, Clary, Emerson, Gent and Perez, to close in on this battle. Parker again going defensive. Gets a big bump through turn number 1. Doesn't allow anyone to go up his inside though. 5. Oh, and there's been a sideways moment for the 25 of Andrew Spencer. Oh, and a late move by Andrew Spencer, almost taking out the 7 of Sam Lukes. That was poor racecraft from Spencer. Needs to be more aware when he's rejoining the circuit, even if it wasn't his fault. Understandably frustrated. Nathan Parker feels comfortable to leave that downhill open. He's happy to use the weight of the kart to dictate where his opponents are going to be. The rest of this heavyweight final stringing out in a nice line behind. So Tristan Lloydell now up into second place. He's trying to pressure and a little bit of a bump through turn number 1. Nathan Parker not happy with that one. Bit of a hand gesture. Oh, and a huge piece of contact by Nathan Parker going into hairpin 1. Not quite sure that was on. And the number 8 of Spencer Gent from 5th at the start of this lap is trying to go all the way around the outside. They're going to go side by side through the far section of the lap. Spencer Gent is going to gain 4 places in about 3 corners. And now it's just chaos behind as the number 15 of Adrian Perez is starting to get involved. Huge contact between these heavyweight drivers. With a spot in the A final up for grabs. The racing is so aggressive, so furious. But Spencer Gent, it's as if his birthday and Christmas have all come at once. Because from being in 5th across the line last time round, he's now in the lead. Nathan Parker down to 3rd now, perhaps a bit overly aggressive. Did seem like there was contact though from Tristan Lloydell that started that whole chain of events. So now, from being absolutely nowhere in the lead fight in this race, we're currently looking at Spencer Gent and the 15 of Adrian Perez as the 2 challenging for this race win. Nathan Parker's still there or thereabouts in 3rd. Much better run through Garda for Adrian Perez. Hand up in the background for one of the drivers. These drivers really towing the line between what's acceptable and not in this race. Black flag for, I believe, the number 10. That is Will Emerson. That is unfortunate. The pole sitter getting a black flag. Let's keep an eye on this lead battle. Down the inside goes Nathan Parker, trying to reclaim that. Really forces Perez off the track. Perez keeps his foot in, giving Parker a taste of his own medicine. But what that is going to lead to is a double cut back for Tristan Lloydell. Lloydell trying to keep his foot pinned. Perez absolutely not yielding whatsoever. Super aggressive fighting at the front of this field. Spence again, if he's going to make... Oh, super late lunge from Parker. Forces Perez off the track. So there's a day late, dollar short from Parker. I think Perez was within his rights to maintain that position. It looked like he was forced off the track. But Gent, if he's got any kind of pace, he needs to use it at this stage in the race. He's being handed a spot in the A final on a silver platter here. Adrian Perez, he's now got a good gap behind. Perez in the number 15 also holds the fastest lap of the race. Hand up from the 17 of Sam Lukes. Parker now dropping down the order. So as it stands, Gent, Perez, Lloydell and King is your top four. With Sam Lukes now up ahead. Perez shapes for a move. Doesn't quite seem like Spence again has race-winning pace at this stage of the race. Perez shapes. He's going to try and go for a move through Cafe Curve. That would be brave if he can get it done. What that's going to mean is he's going to be on the outside going into turn one. He's trying to keep his foot pinned, but when you're on the inside there, you have such an advantage. Turns 1, 2, and 3 all are all right-handers, so being on the right-hand side is the best strategy in terms of defence. Tristan Lloydell in the 12 is now coming back into it as well. Adrian Perez had a little look down the inside of the hill. Thinks better of it. Spence again. He's got 5 minutes left to withstand this pressure. Super late dive bomb move from Tristan Lloydell. Really outbreaks himself. No contact there, so completely clean, but just outbreaks himself. It was a very, very ambitious move. So plaudits to him for trying it, but that's now going to open him up to the 5 of John King. These four breaking away from the chasing pack behind, which is now currently led by one of the Maple Motorsport drivers. Dan White in 5th. Our C final promotee Todd White is up to 6th. Excellent drive from him, from the driver who finished 3rd overall in this competition last year. He'll need something unbelievable to happen for him to repeat that feat, or for him to even get to the A final this year. But he is giving it a good go. Perez has a look to the inside. Spence again, doing everything he possibly can to keep hold of this one. Perez, super late move to the inside. There was a Cartwitz there, just forces him a bit wide. Gent keeps his foot pinned. That's the first good opportunity that Perez has had, but he had to dummy him to do it, and it might need to be the case for him to get this move. Perez all over the road trying to make a move past Gent. 3.5 minutes left to go in this 15-minute race. Lloydell and King waiting in the wings if these two were to have a coming together. The two Maple Motorsport drivers as well, there in 5th and 6th. Down the inside goes Lloydell. A move on down the inside of Hairpin 2 doesn't often work, but he has actually gotten a better run than Perez. So has Perez wasted his opportunity now? Lloydell, he's been there or thereabouts throughout this race. But at the end of the day, it is just the winner that matters. The winner of this race gets a chance to compete for the overall title. And look how much it means to all of these drivers. Just a chance to compete for that title. Just under 3 minutes to go as they cross the line. Spence again, after he was handed the race lead a few minutes ago, has kept hold of it. Perez again shaping on a move for Lloydell, mirroring what we've seen in several of the finals so far, that when there's a group of 3 at the front, 2nd and 3rd are too busy fighting with each other to focus on the leader. especially for Spencer Gent. This is such a tough situation to be in. So much pressure, so much on the line. Lloydell to the inside. Lloyd to the inside, gets that move done. So Gent led for a while, but 2 minutes to go, and it seemed to be a fairly fair move from the number 12. We've seen him be super late on the brakes through that corner before. Now it's Perez versus Lloydell for the win. King to the inside of Gent. Lloydell immediately defensive. Look how many karts are now on the scene for this race win. Nathan Parker's getting involved. 3 wide going down to hairpin 2, but these top 3 are the ones we're most interested in as it currently stands. All of these drivers definitely think have the pace to compete in this race. Black flag for Nathan Parker. Race control have deemed it's one too many contacts for him. He will no longer play a factor in this race. Well, as long as he comes into the pit lane. We've seen several drivers so far stay out of the pit lane. Perez super far out of the way. Gent trying to take advantage. Black flag for Nathan Parker on the board there. To the inside goes King in the 25, or Spencer actually in the 25. Sam Luke's in 5th with the fastest lap of the race with a 50.6. Perez trying to go around the outside of Lloydell. Can't quite happen. Defensive move from Lloydell. This battle has been chopping and changing throughout this race. Okay, we're going to have one more lap next time we cross the start-finish line. Again, defensive move from Lloydell. He knows there isn't much time left in this race. There is the risk that if you lose the lead again at this stage of the race, if you drop down to 3rd, that might be it. You won't have enough time to get back up. Parker told to come in, ignores it. Final lap of this B final. 1 spot in the A final up for grabs. Lloydell, he has to go defensive. He has to going into hairpin 2. Perez doesn't have an answer. You can see this top 10 or so, top 11 strung out. Just a couple of seconds separating all of them. Lloydell, Perez has 2 more overtaking moves. Spencer to the outside of Gent. Lloydell maintains on the inside. Perez going for the cutback though. They're going to be side by side. Lloydell shows him the hip and shoulder. While Lloydell, he's been there or thereabouts all race. Tristan Lloydell is going to claim the final A final space and win the heavyweight B final. A fantastic defensive drive there from Lloydell. Perez, he was in 2nd for so long. And even against multiple different race leaders, didn't have the answer to secure that last overtake. So these B finals have delivered some exceptional racing. Provisional results as they stand. Lloydell takes the win and that final slot in the A final. Perez 2nd, Gent in 3rd. Spencer 4th, good drive from him, with Sam Lukes taking the fastest lap in 5th place. Special mention to Sam Lukes, Dan Wright and Todd White. Finished 5th, 6th and 7th respectively on the road. Started in 17th, 18th and 19th respectively. So before this race I said it was unlikely for them to feature in this race. It turns out they did. John King in 8th, Kieran Wakefield 9th, Dom Hughes Clary rounding out the top 10, and then it's Bolton, Harvey, O'Grady, Parker. Not sure whether or not he served that black flag in the end. Wild, Emerson, who started on pole position, he'll be disappointed with that. He also got a black flag. Lyford and Hamlet are your 18 finishers. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We've had all the heats. We've had all of the lower finals. There are just 4 sessions that remain. The Super Pole qualifyings and the 2 Championship A finals for the lightweights and the heavyweights. Do not go anywhere. We will be back in just a few minutes.
scales, please, guys. Underneath race control.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Possibly the most important lap that these drivers are going to do throughout the course of this weekend. It is Super Pole time for the lightweight A final. Reminder for those of you who have not done Super Pole before, or have not seen Super Pole before, this type of qualifying, drivers get an out lap, a flying lap, and an in lap. You can see some of the drivers waiting in the pit lane at the minute. Sam May as our B final promotee, the first man out on track. With the drivers going out in the reverse order that they scored points in. So the driver going out last, trying to get the track in the best possible condition. Sam May, first to cross the line. Sam May with a 51.8, replaced by Jay Hansford with a 52.6, for May. Replaced by a 51.8 for Hansford. Frederico Contesi in the middle of those two. Currently in second. Nico Schweiner drops Sam May down to fourth. Now fifth, because Harry Graham goes up to second position. So Jay Hansford with the best lap in the minute, a 51.8. Jack Goldsmith, disappointing lap from him. Only good enough for seventh. Now eighth as Aldas goes up into fourth. Toby McAllister Brown, fantastic lap from him, 51.5. Currently on provisional pole by 0.3 of a second. Tommy Lee in third. So that is it. That is qualifying for the first half of this grid. You only get the one lap. So for the likes of Sam May, Sam Esri and Jack Goldsmith, they have a lot of work to do. Because you imagine that quite a few of the second group in this lightweight Super Pole qualifying are going to improve on that lap time. Toby McAllister Brown currently in provisional pole, 0.28 seconds clear of Jay Hansford. So Buckmore Bandits, the team leading the way, with Maple Motorsport in second and Paragon Racing in third in the form of Tommy Lee. Well, here we go. That first group has now been out. Toby McAllister Brown currently on provisional pole position. And the second group is going to be made of our top 10 qualifiers. So Bobby McGurr by scoring the most number of points during the heats after a post-race penalty for Thomas Ronha. Bobby McGurr had first choice of the karts. Next came Rory O'Regan, then Thomas Ronha. Joey Van Bussel in fourth, Peter Knight in fifth, with Adam Beaumont, K-Up Jansen, Ross Honeyman, Ollie Smith and Charlie Ratford, your top 10 from the heats. All of these drivers finished towards the front today. You've got to consider that these karts, they're going out, they've got cold tyres. This kind of lap is going to be a learning experience for these drivers. So here we go, Charlie Ratford. Ignore these times that are coming up on the timing screen now. These are just the out laps for these drivers. Charlie Ratford, though, the first to head on to a flying lap. This lap is absolutely crucial, can make or break the weekend to have any chance of taking the race win in this A final. You've got to be qualifying in the top 10 at the very least, top 5 in an ideal world, top 1 of course in a perfect world. We are going to see our first drivers cross the line. The 27 of Charlie Ratford goes to provisional pole. Fantastic lap. Ollie Smith up to 3rd. Ross Honeyman up to 4th. Much faster from this second group so far. Kip Jansen in 2nd as it currently stands. Charlie Ratford still on provisional pole. Adam Beaumont up to 3rd. Toby McAllister Brown dropped down to 5th. Peter Knight with a pole position lap time. Immediately replaced by Jerry Van Bussel, who is immediately replaced by Thomas Ronhaar. Roy Regan can't cut it, 5th for now. And Bobby McGurr, last one to cross the line. Bobby McGurr is your A final pole sitter. The man who scored the highest number of points throughout the heats. Just goes to show how close that qualifying is. That there were the top 3 of McGurr, Ronhaar and Bussel all went fastest in different sectors of the lap. McGurr taking pole position by 0.02 of a second from Ronhaar. Jerry Van Bussel a further 0.06 of a second behind in 3rd. Your full qualifying result then as it stands. Peter Knight in 4th, Charlie Ratford 5th. Seems like that second group did have the advantage. Of course, our strongest drivers from the heats. Rory O'Regan in 6th position. Kjop Jansen in 7th with Beaumont 8th. McAllister Brown, our previous pole sitter. It seems like 8 of the 10 drivers from that group went faster than McAllister Brown's time. In fact, a good 0.7 of a second faster for McAllister Brown. For McGurr, sorry, than McAllister Brown's time. A 50.8. First lap out of the pits on cold tyres. Well, first flying lap out of the pits on cold tyres is an incredibly impressive effort from McGurr. So McAllister Brown in 9th, Ollie Smith in 10th, and then the rest of your grid is made up of Honeyman, Hansford, Lee, Graham Contesi, Aldas, Schreisner, Esri, May, and Goldsmith is at the back of the grid. The former champion will start this race from 20th and last. So none of these drivers in the top 10 have ever won this race before. Ollie Smith is a 3-time runner-up of this event. We'll be back in just a moment for the A final. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The lightweight race that this entire weekend has been building up for. The Championship A final for the 2025 Kart Race of Champions. The 16-year-old Bobby McGurr, the highest scoring points, or the highest points earner from the heats, did enough in that Super Pole to take pole position by just 0.02 of a second ahead of Thomas Ronhart and Joe Van Bussel. Bobby McGurr, his first time competing in this event, and what a debut it's been. 2023 British Indoor Champion, 2024 British Vice Champion on the indoor scene. Thomas Ronhart, one of the fastest sim racers in the world, joining us for this real-life racing event. He's been absolutely blistering all weekend, with the exception of a penalty that he got after his last race that saw him climb from 18th to 2nd. We would have seen him have first choice of karts for the Super Pole. Joe Van Bussel, good weekend for him so far. He had a slightly disappointing middle heat, but he managed to take the victory in the other two. Joe Van Bussel making the journey over from the Netherlands, the 19-year-old. First time as well competing in this championship. 2024 Dutch Endurance Champion. He's also competed in the Karting World Championship as well. Well, here we go then. 20 of the best rental kart racing drivers in the UK and quite possibly in the world are sat together on the grid. So here we go. Bobby McGurr leads us away from pole position, and he immediately gets the jump on those behind. Ronhart immediately slots into second, or does he? It seems as though Peter Knight's actually taken that position from him. So McGurr leads ahead of Knight, with Ronhart down to third. Very well behaved, actually. All of these drivers respect that nothing in this race matters apart from finishing at the front. So none of these drivers are very keen to fight with each other too much in the opening stages. The longest race of the weekend so far, 20 minutes this race. So we've seen 12-minute sprint races so far this weekend. But this one, a 20-minute, is going to be much more of a slow burn for these drivers. And if you're having to spend the entire race defending, like, for example, Sam May did to win the B final and get promoted into this field, then it is going to be a very, very long race for you. And up against the caliber of these drivers like this, it's questionable whether that's even possible. You have to have the pace. These drivers, especially the ones who scored the most points in the heats, have had first choice about which kart they want. They've been watching the kart performance all weekend, so they want to pair their performance with the best possible machinery. And that's why you're seeing the field starting to stretch out a bit in these opening stages of this race. Bobby McGurr continues to lead. Peter Knight second, Ronhart third. That is your top three. Charlie Ratford behind in fourth place, the Nameless Motorsport driver. Ratford with the fastest lap of the race as it currently stands. But the difference in best lap between all of the top four is less than 1.5 tenths of a second. Rory O'Regan, after a slightly disappointing qualifying by his standards, down in 8th. Or 6th, actually, sorry. He's made up a position to 5th place. Bobby McGurr, so much experience on indoor circuits. Taking the British title on the indoor scene a couple of years ago. He's always there or thereabouts in what is a very, very competitive junior scene. The likes of McGurr, the likes of Ratford, the likes of O'Regan, in recent years, they've made the step up from juniors to compete against the seniors, and they've not only been competing, but they've been winning. Same can be said for the likes of May, the likes of Toby McAllister-Brown, the likes of Rory O'Regan as well. So the front of this race just starting to stretch out a little bit. This top three becoming isolated at the front. New fastest lap of the race from Ron Hart, 50.1. Fastest lap of the weekend we've seen so far has been a 49.9. That being said, it was a purple sector 1 for McGurr on that last lap. Both McGurr and Knight delivering a 0.2 on that last lap. O'Regan as well, a 0.2. Van Bussel, a 0.3. The big movers off this start. Rory O'Regan up 2 places. Van Bussel down 3 places. Starting in 3rd, now down to 6th. Just 1 quarter into this race. It looks very, very calm. You bet these drivers are going to be pushing flat out. We've got many competitors who, even though their racing is done for the day, they've chosen to stay just so they can watch these finals. Down the inside goes Ron Hart. Critical move for 2nd place. Nicely done as well. Absolutely no contact made. Just later on the brakes than Knight. Ron Hart over 1 lap. He has been the fastest driver throughout the majority of this weekend. Was the fastest across all 10 qualifying sessions. Before that post-race penalty for his last heat, he was the highest point scorer from the heats, 2 firsts and a second before that penalty. But despite that, he's managed to stay well in the mix in this one. New fastest lap of the race for O'Regan. First driver into the 49.9s. Only 3 drivers so far this weekend have gotten into the 49s. Ron Hart, O'Regan and McGurr. Track limits warning for McGurr. He needs to be careful. This is a long race. If he gets too many of those, he may get himself a 5-second penalty, which in a grid as close as this is going to drop him not only from the lead, but off the podium entirely. Prizes awarded for 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th in this event. McGurr, used to being at the front of these races, controlling it nicely. The adrenaline will be pumping though. It's much easier to be in the position of Ron Hart when you have something to chase. Ron Hart, purple sector 1 this time round. 0.05 faster than McGurr. These are the margins that we're talking about. New PB lap times for Knight and Ron Hart that last time round. That gap to McGurr is coming down. Battle for the lead with 13 minutes to go in the lightweights. The difference in pace between this top 5, their best laps are covered by just 0.2 of a second. New personal best for McGurr, new personal best for Ron Hart. Ron Hart now into the 49s. Ron Hart, of course, will have a 10th or 2 advantage with that slipstream down the main straight. Not as pronounced as it would be in other categories like Club 100, for example. But still, every little helps when the margins are this close. Ron Hart as well, used to fighting right at the sharp end, but on sim racing. Is Ron Hart going to have a move this time? No, this is the closest he's been to McGurr, though. And now Ron Hart, the pace of these top 2 is such, and the consistency, that one relatively bad lap for Peter Knight, which is a 50.4, which is faster than the best lap from most of the heats earlier in this event, is enough to drop him off the back of this pack. That's how close the margins are. If Ron Hart and McGurr were to start battling, Knight and O'Regan, as well as Van Bussel and Ratford, would be on the scene within seconds. 12 minutes left to go, the length of a normal heat race. As the sun is starting to properly set now here at Buckmore Park. It's been an enthralling weekend of racing, but there can only be one lightweight winner. McGurr, just 16 years of age. The amount of pressure on his shoulders in this moment. He needs to stay calm. He needs to pretend that it is just a practice session. He's just pushing for the best possible lap time. Battle for third developing between Knight and O'Regan. I say battle, but all these drivers are experienced enough to know that battling is only going to ruin their chances of a better overall finish. Ron Hart probably not that keen to overtake McGurr at this stage. Just using these laps to put him under a bit of pressure, assess where he's strong, assess where he's weak. Knight and O'Regan. These two will know that they have to work together as well if they've got any chance of catching up to these top two. You'd have to say that what originally started out as 100 lightweight drivers, which was filtered down to 20 for this final, you'd have to say that it's now a top 6 that have a realistic chance of getting this race win. What will be confirmed though is unless Jack Goldsmith has an absolutely inhuman 10 minutes, that there is going to be a new champion. Ron Hart. McGurr's shadow at this point coming round the final corner. McGurr making some hand gestures. Not quite sure what he's implying by that. Maybe he wants McGurr to continue pushing on. Still 9 minutes left to go in this race, which is the length of some of our earlier finals. If these two were to start battling at this point, now you see acknowledgement there from McGurr. He knows that they have to work together, because if they go into the final 2 laps and it's just the two of them a couple of seconds clear of everyone else, then their odds of winning go from 1 in 20 at the start of this race to 1 in 2, which is definitely better odds than you'll find at any casino. Ron Hart continuing to gesture to McGurr. New fastest lap of the weekend from Ron Hart a couple laps ago, 49.859. All of this top 4 now into the 49s. McGurr 49.9, O'Regan 49.9, Peter Knight 49.9. PB from Peter Knight and a purple sector 3 on that last lap. The gaps between this top 4 are fluctuating by literal hundredths of a second on this timing screen. Weird twist of event. This is actually the calmest lightweight race we've had so far this weekend. See Sam May just coming through there, promoted from the B final. Last choice of the karts. Seems to not have the machinery under him to stick with the pack at this point. Joe Van Bussel in 5th place has now dropped Charlie Ratford. The tension in the grandstand is palpable at this moment. It's just about, it's like waiting for a bomb to go off, the battle between these two. The gap between Ron Hart and O'Regan still under 2 seconds. If these two were to start fighting now, there'd be plenty of time for O'Regan and Knight to join the party. Slightly stronger sector 1 than Ron Har at the minute. Ron Har definitely better through that downhill section of the lap. These two drivers consistently lapping in the high 49s, low 50s. Absolutely exceptional pace out there at the minute between these two. Ron Har not quite as close on this lap as he was before. Just to show you the gap and how little it fluctuates, Rory O'Regan lost just 0.009 seconds to Ron Har on that last lap. A couple of track limits warnings coming in. Track limit warnings for Ron Har's got one, McGear's got one as well. Ratford's got two, Knight's got one. They need to keep an eye on these track limits. At this stage of the race, you'd have to say, if they were to start battling, maybe the likes of down to Ratford would be able to join in by the end of the race. But our winner is going to be decided from one of this top 6, you'd have to think. McGurr, good lap from him that time. Ron Har still holds the fastest lap of the race, a tenth faster than what anyone else has managed to achieve. Just put it into context, a good lap for McGurr. The gap widened by just 0.05 of a second. We are 75% of the way through this race now. At some point, Ron Har's going to make the first move. You feel like he can switch the pace on in this bottom half of the track when he wants to and go for that move. Absolutely no speed shaved off these karts as they go through Garda Corner. It's like they're floating as they go through and as they round Cafe Curve. Such is the pace of these leaders. Other A finalists won't really have to be dealing with lap traffic in this race, hopefully. But such is the pace of the leaders that former champion, for example, Jack Goldsmith, Club 73 Super Pro champion Samuel Ezri, these guys are on the complete other side of the track at this point. Sam May, who finished 3rd in this event last year, currently at the back of this final. Goes to show how much it can vary by the day. 4 minutes left to go in this one. When is Ron Har going to have his first go at this overtake? O'Regan and Knight pushing on as fast as they can to keep these guys in sight. Gap now 2.5 between the lead and 3rd place. Go smooth on the steering. For the first time in a while, has a little look over his shoulder. When you're pushing flat out and you think you've done enough to break the gap to the kart behind and you see that they're still right there with you, so demoralizing. Doesn't appear that lap traffic. Another big look from McGurr. Temperature rising even further. When is the tension going to break? Ron Har still telling McGurr to push forward. Looks like Ron Har's wanting to make this one lap shootout, and now McGurr goes defensive. 3 minutes to go. McGurr places Ron Har to the outside. This battling, O'Regan and Knight are going to see this, and they're going to be buoyed on by it. Bobby McGurr on that previous lap. A purple sector 1. There was a noticeable noise from the crowd. Down the inside goes Ron Har. He makes the move finally. Bobby McGurr off the track. Keeps the position. Don't know what kind of hand gesture Bobby McGurr was doing there. It's almost like he was telling Ron Har to re-overtake him. Maybe feels like he kept the position on fairly. But it's too late to work together now. The tension has been broken. These two are locking bumpers again. O'Regan and Knight in the background. 2 minutes left to go. 90% of the way through this race. It is going to be one of this top four, you'd have to think. Ron Hart nowhere near as close enough this time as he was last time. Is he going to have a move into Garda? McGurr shapes defensive. Doesn't go back to the racing line after shaping defensive. It was quite a late move. Ron Hart's had a little look to the inside there. We're going to get maybe 3 more laps. Track limit warning from Bobby McGurr for that off-track excursion. It seemed to be all fair enough. McGurr placing Ron Hart exactly where he wants him. 80 seconds left to go in this race. McGurr, such calm defending. Knows exactly where he wants Ron Hart to be. If you can control the person that's attacking you, they're more than likely not going to get past. On the downhill again, this is a part of the track that Ron Hart has been so strong all weekend. McGurr, he's not even out the corner. He has a look over his right, look over his left, and look who's joined the party. This is a 4-way battle for the title between McGurr, Ron Hart, O'Regan and Knight. It is going to be last lap of the race next time round. Final lap. Final lap. McGurr does not defend into turn number 1. And he deliberately slows down in the mid-corner of turn number 1 to put Ron Hart directly behind him. O'Regan goes to the outside. Knight getting involved as well. All these drivers have worked so hard for this championship. McGurr has led this race from start to finish. He qualified on pole. He was the highest point scorer throughout the course of this weekend. Through the downhill we go. One more move for Ron Hart, super late on the brakes. Forces McGurr off the track. McGurr keeps his foot pinned. McGurr keeps the position. Ron Hart back up the inside. Well, provisionally, he has led this race from start to finish. Bobby McGurr, the 16-year-old, is your 2025 Kart Race of Champions lightweight champion. What a drive from Bobby McGurr. He had to deal with the pressure from Ron Hart all race long. And that is provisionally how it stands on the track. Race Control will have a good look at all of those incidents. But both of those effects seemed like a day late and $1 short from Ron Hart on the brakes. When it is so close between all these drivers, it is so difficult to get an overtaking move done. As he circulates, still going quite quickly, you'd think someone's told him that the race is finished. He was celebrating. But confirmation of your provisional results then. Bobby McGurr, the 16-year-old, is your Kart Race of Champions lightweight champion for 2025. Thomas Ron Hart, he's been such a force all weekend. It's been a pleasure having him here. He'll have to settle for second on track. Peter Knight actually did get the better of Rory O'Regan, so Peter Knight making up the rest of the podium. It's a Nameless Motorsport 3, 4 and 6 in that race. So that will be good points for the team's competition. Joe Van Bussel, quite a lonely race on his own for 5th. Same with Charlie Ratford in 6th. Then came the rest of the pack in the form of Janssen, Honeyman, Bowman and McAllister Brown, your top 10. Lee Smith, Aldas Hansford, Contesi Graham, Schweisner, Essery, Goldsmith and May are your 20 finishers for this year's lightweight A final. Well, what a slow burn that was, turning into a grandstand finish. And we only have one more qualifying session and race to deal with, and that is the heavyweights. Be back in a sec.
Drivers, all drivers please, to underneath race control. All drivers underneath race control to be wide, please.
Jake, look at commentator's curse. You say, oh, Nathan Parker's the front, he's won the B final for the last 2 years, and then I'll end up last, yeah? Is that what
driving
happened?
the car.
But is that what you said?
I said yeah. I take no responsibility for your skill issue, my friend. So.
Yeah, which final were you in last year?
There's a reason I'm in here this year and not out there.
How you been though? We haven't seen you for any races this year.
Yeah, well, I haven't been any races at all. You're doing course work as well, doing that.
No, okay.
Got my last deadline this Friday, which I'm basically on. So. Come to a few events and show the site, so I've got 4 months on holidays.
Yeah, no. That's it, you've got to do your job first.
I also happen to be thrown as well, so
You can't be broke on race, you know, that's more.
that year when I spent £15,000 on race cars. Because I did come 100 as well, like fucking tax, so.
You spent 15 grand on fucking rental car racing in 12 months.
Club 100 one, basically.
Every Club 100 race.
No, I did a full season of SB60. Yeah.
Sorry I made you wait.
Is that 15 grand of all in,
Including travel. No, not just on racing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It's coming from.
She like rides.
No, it's coming from when I. It's coming from when I failed my first. It's coming from when I failed my first degree and I was on for like 6 months of uni. I mean, look at me. I'm big
Yeah, that's, and I mean 10 months is most people don't get that, that's it. But yeah, that's good. I've never done one.
It looks cool, isn't it? Do this for like a quarter of a month. You still remember that, don't you? Alright, I was new, I've never been there and it was windy.
That's my first time on that track. Yeah. We'd only ever done the Zulu midweek. Nice 22. Go on with it.
Nearly finished.
Well, after what feels like an eternity, we are now underway for finally the heavyweight Super Pole. Glad all those drivers had a nice little chat down there on the tarmac. Hopefully they shared some productive things. But after 200 drivers, 3 days of running, 30 heats, 9 finals, we are now here as the sun has now well and truly set. The only race, likely of Race of Champions history, that requires the floodlights. But never mind that. We've got a Super Pole session to run. 20 of the best heavyweight drivers that this country has to offer, as well as Europe and a scattering of others. Anton Schoppler, for example, over from the US. Similarly to the lightweights, these drivers, the drivers that placed between 11th and 20th for the heat points, going out first when the track conditions maybe are not as ideal. We saw in the lightweight Super Pole that the provisional pole time of Toby McAllister was beat not once, not twice, but by 8 different drivers. Tristan Lloydell crosses the line, a 52.2. That is definitely not going to hold up, you would think. Although these karts have had about 20 minutes to get nice and cold for these drivers. I did say that lap from Tristan Lloydell wouldn't stand, but it has done so far with 5 drivers across the line. Anton Schoppler up to 3rd. Replaced by Cavan Francis. Stuart Jones now goes to provisional pole by a whopping 0.8 of a second. ahead of Tristan Loydal. So as the first 9 drivers have crossed the line, Stuart Jones currently on provisional pole, a 51.4. A reminder that the pole time for the lightweights was a 50.9 if memory serves. It was such a long time ago after all. Tristan Loydal, 8.5 tenths of a second off pole position. There is a nice gap there between the 25 and the 11 for many of these higher ranking drivers to slot into. Stuart Jones in the 25. 44-year-old Brit, races in Club 100. Previous best finish in this event, 11th in the A final. Been winning championships in racing since the 1990s. So we're going to get a first look at who our top ranking heavyweight drivers from the heats are. Johnny Brighton got his elbows out in a couple of his heats. Dylan Kadir, Bran van der Nijn, Hassan Zafar in there as well, as is Ben Pickard, as is Jack Evans. Excellent race from Jack Evans earlier on today to take a heat win. Mark Puxty, the 2-time defending champion, goes into this race as the 4th highest ranked driver after the heat races. Jonathan Wilson of Paragon Racing. Ross Sandwell, but your highest points scoring driver from the heavyweight heats was the 15 of William Woods. William, in all the races he's been in so far today, he's been in a class, or over this weekend you'd have to say, he's been in a class of 1 as far as pace is concerned. So let's see what these top-ranking heavyweights can do on their one and only qualifying lap. The most important qualifying lap, the most important lap, single lap of the weekend for these drivers. As we saw in the previous heat, if you're outside of the top 5 or 4, you're really going to struggle to make any sort of progress. The lightweights defined by how close the margins were. Heavyweights, we have seen quite a bigger field spread through most of these events. However, with the best of the best collated into one race, I doubt that will be a factor. Even all these times that are coming up on the screen, these are just the outlaps of these drivers. Johnny Brighton will be the first to cross the line at the next time of asking. Bryson currently making his way around hairpin number 1. Mark Puxty, the 2-time defending champion, starts his lap. Nice big gap left by Jonathan Wilson in the number 1. Ross Sandwell and William Woods. 2 left to start their lap, which they have done now. So these drivers, first one to cross the line is the 27, Johnny Brighton, up to P2. Not quite beating that time with Stuart Jones. Pushing to the line, Dylan Kadir up to 3rd. Bran van der Nijn up to 2nd. Dylan Kadir down to 4th. Hassan Zafar replaces Johnny Brighton in 3rd. So we're seeing the trend here. This group's going faster than the previous one. Ben Pickard up to 5th. Jack Evans 8th. Mark Puxty takes provisional pole. The 2-time defending champion is on provisional pole. What can Ross Sandwell do? Jonathan Wilson up to 8th. Ross Sandwell up to 2nd. One more driver. Can William Woods take pole position? No. William Woods is going to start 8th for the A final. So Mark Puxty, the 2023 and 2024 heavyweight champion, who's announced on his social media that he's thinking of hanging up the helmet after this event, is going to start from pole position. 51.1 for Puxty, 51.2 for Sandwell. Just 800 separating those two. 51.4 for Jones, 51.4 as well for Van der Nijn. Pretty similar field spread in the lightweights to what we've seen so far, or in the heavyweights rather, to what we saw in the lightweights. Many people will be cheering on Mark Puxty to make it 3 in a row, but we will be back in just a couple of minutes' time for the final event, or the final race of the Kart Race of Champions in 2025. Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We've had 30 heats, 9 finals, 200 drivers, 3 days. We have one more title left to decide. Bobby McGurk is your lightweight champion. Who is going to join him as the heavyweight champion? Two-time defending champ Mark Puxty on pole. And he leads the grid away. The floodlights now firmly lit here at Buckmore Park. 20-minute race ahead of us. Now, will this be a slow burn like we saw in the other races? Or will will this be frenetic from the start? Mark Puxty, good start from him. Ross Sandwell, marked as one of the favourites from the heats, slotted into second position after qualifying there. In fact, the top 8 stayed as they are as they cross the line, but may change though on this opening lap. At the end of the first lap, nice gap for Puxty at the front. Stuart Jones up 1 position, Bran van der Nijn up 1 as well. Ross Sandwell actually down 2. So Jones and Sandwell both having neon suits, that's where the confusion was. 13 of Jack Evans in his distinctive red helmet, giving the hip and shoulder to another driver. But very well behaved before our heavyweight drivers, stretched out in a nice long line like we saw with our lightweights. It's a different type of racing, this one, when you get to the top of the field. Puxty, I think he'd have given most of his fingers to be where he is right now. To be leading from pole position. Hassan Zafar with the new fastest lap of the race in 5th. First man into the 50s. 0.02 of a second. The gap between Puxty and Jones, difference in best lap time last time round. The difference though for Puxty is he hasn't got the likes of van der Nijn and Sandwell pressuring from behind. Because if van der Nijn and Sandwell think that Jones has not got the pace to keep up with Puxty, they are going to make a move. Puxty, marginal better sector 1, marginally better sector 2 on this lap. Just stretching out his lead at the front of this pack, just by a couple tenths of a second. You can see, he's already built up a gap at the start of this race. Fastest lap of the race for Ross Sandwell at 50.7. About 0.8 of a second off what we saw from the lightweights. Of course, much darker now, much colder track temperatures. Expect the times to be a little bit slower because of it. So Puxty leads. Then there's a chasing pack of 4 made up of Jones, Sandwell, van der Nijn and Zafar. And Brighton then leads the tertiary pack. In fact, Ross Sandwell seems to have made a move on this lap. He's now up to 2nd position. The driver who currently holds the best lap in this race, and he's actually gapped Stuart Jones by a decent amount. He's already bridged most of that gap to Puxty. New fastest lap of the race for Sandwell. Purple sector 2, 50.5 compared to Puxty's 50.8 last time round. Puxty is not going to have it all his own way in this final. Sandwell seems to definitely have the pace on Puxty at this stage. These two leaving the other 3 far behind. Puxty, he spent the entirety of last year attacking Anwar Burrell-Smith, who was leading the race. Now it's the turn of Puxty to be the defender. The pace of Sandwell is such that you think that if he gets in front and gets a decent gap, he's not going to be caught for the rest of this race. And Puxty will know that. He'll know that the gap has come down. Nearly 25% of this race gone already. Bit of side-by-side action between Zafar and Jones. Zafar not wanting to wait around here. 5 different teams as well in the top 5 for the Teams Trophy this year. Accelerate Kent Brewery, Kinetica Racing Purple, Talent Factory, Kinetica Racing Black and Buckboard Bandits All-Stars are your top 5 teams in this race. Several contact and track limits warnings coming down further down. Here we go, battle for the lead. This is what we wanted. We didn't want to see a boring race at the front, as much as Puxty, I'm sure, would have wanted it. Sandwell closing up to Puxty. Much better drive out of that final corner. Puxty has to go defensive. The battle here starting much earlier than it did in race number 1. Down the inside goes Sandwell. He makes that move. Nicely done from Sandwell. Puxty gives him just enough space. Someone on the grandstand going absolutely ballistic with joy for Sandwell. Puxty still putting the pressure on. Nice sequence of corners that for Sandwell. Puxty not able to close in. Puxty needs to be careful here. He may have just thrown away his opportunity for a third, an unprecedentedly third championship. There is someone on the balcony going absolutely nuts for Sandwell's move. I think whoever is with that person needs to tell them to calm down. There's still 14 minutes. Mark Puxty down the inside. 2 wheels on the curb. Cut back, not a move that we've seen work very often, although Mark Puxty has got a bit of an overlap. Sandwell sees them off. Sandwell still ahead. Sandwell, holder of the fastest lap of this race. Although last time round, both of them in the 51s. Sandwell on top of it, has a good look over his right shoulder, over his left shoulder. Last time round, both of these drivers in the high 51s, so not deploying the ultimate pace. At this point, Sandwell, you'd think he'd want to break away if he could. Puxty doing a good job of just latching on behind. That's where these titles come from, is just being there when it matters. The reduced pace of these top two has meant that the 5 of Bran van der Nijn and the 12 of Hassan Zafar, as well as Stuart Jones and Johnny Brighton, starting to loom into frame. 12 minutes still left to go in this race, the length of one of the earlier heat races. Much closer across the top 8 than what we saw in the lightweights. Sandwell shapes for a defensive move. Puxty has a look back, not quite able to get it done. Not sure he's entirely wanting to get a move done there as well, saving it for later in the lap. That move from Sandwell could prove critical in the context of this race. Van der Nijn, Zafar, Jones, Brighton. Working together for now, pushing together to try and catch up to this top 2. First time in a couple of laps that Sandwell's got a gap behind him. Sandwell keeps looking over his shoulder. Nice use of the slipstream by Puxty, closes right up again. Puxty, 3 championships in a row. 2 was unprecedented. 3 would be simply extraordinary. And if he were to hang up his helmet after this event, it would be one hell of a way to go out, having conquered the rental karting world for 3 successive years. Sandwell, meanwhile, looking for the title of all titles. The 20-year-old British driver. His first time competing in the Kart Race of Champions. 4th in the British Indoor Nationals in 2023, 5th in the Indoor Nationals 2024. P6 at the Daytona Race of Champions earlier this year at Milton Keynes in January. So just off the podium in all of those categories, he now finds himself at the front. Difference between these two, Puxty, he's been there, done that. He's battled with the best and he's won. He knows what it's like to be in this position. Sandwell, all new to him. And actually, when these two have started working together, they've just had that couple of tenths on the chasing pack behind. And I think Puxty has acknowledged that. Puxty realizing that if he doesn't have to worry about those behind, he can be a lot more aggressive in his pursuit of Sandwell. Sandwell, though, good first sector, faster than Puxty in both sector 1 and 2 on this lap. Puxty, though, seems to have a good top end. Closing right up to the back of Sandwell at the end of the straight with every single lap. Battle for 3rd developing as well. These are for the minor prize places. Van der Nijn now feeling the need to defend from Hassan Zafar. Perhaps realising that these guys, unless something happens ahead, they don't have the pace for the win. But like Peter Knight and Rory O'Regan did in the previous race, they have to realise that this race could come to them at some point. They need to think about the long game at the end of what has been a very long event. Samwell keeps looking over his shoulder. The old saying in racing, if you keep looking behind you, you're not going to go forward. Not one, but two looks from Samwell as he goes down the straight. Puxty, closer than he's been previously. Could send it to the inside if he wants to, but he knows it'll be easier in the closing stages of this race to isolate Samwell without having to worry about those behind. Those behind, gap now 2.5 seconds. Still could play a factor in this race if these two were starting to battle. And the group behind fairly sizable still. Fastest lap of the race at 50.3 by William Woods. William Woods, one of the favourites going into this final, had a pretty disappointing qualifying to qualify down in P7. He's now making his way up through the upper pack. With that qualifying, so he'd probably thrown away the chance that he had. He did have first choice of the karts as well. Elected to choose the karts that Magoa won with the final. A nice safe bet, that one. Jonathan Wilson down in 11th in the kart that Thomas Ronhaar used in the final. Oh, apologies, actually. Ross Sandwell in the 8th in the kart that Ronhaar used in the final. Over halfway through this race. 7 minutes left to go. Every single lap, this gap between these top two and the chasing pack widens. They are working together effectively for now. Sandwell, I think a gentle acknowledgement that the plans that Puxty have for him aren't yet coming into effect. Looks to his outside, tries to place Puxty on the left-hand side. That will compromise his run through turn 1 and 2. Feels the need to go defensive into hairpin 1. See the battle behind for the last podium place. Currently being led by Brand van der Nijn. These two trading lap times last time round. Difference was just 500ths last time they crossed the line in terms of best lap, or last lap. Samwell again, huge observation needed. Puxty could choose any moment to pull the trigger. So although Ross Samwell is in the hot seat at the minute and has the slightly better lap time of the two, it really is Puxty with all the cards at the moment. Puxty has shown that he has the ability to throw one to the inside whenever he wants. Samwell goes defensive into hairpin 1. Samwell waiting for Puxty to come to his right-hand side. Opens the corner. Nice overlap from Puxty, though. He has got the overlap side by side. Ross keeping the inside, though, into the first bit of the downhill. Puxty almost keeping his foot planted. The crowd going absolutely berserk here on the balcony for this battle. Ross continuing to press ahead. That's the best opportunity that Puxty has had, though, since he lost the lead. I don't think he even really even expected to have an opportunity to go for the lead. I think he just took that corner so much better than Samwell did on that last opportunity, on that last time round. Gave himself an opportunity. Gap now 4.5 to the chasing pack. Arguable if these guys were to battle if the chasing pack would even play a factor. There they are at the top of screen. Van der Nijn leading Woods. Woods with the best lap time at the minute at 50.3. Woods could still feature on the podium here. Still 5 minutes left to go. Samwell absorbing this pressure. Puxty, that's the first aggressive move that he's made. Looks to the inside. I think Puxty recognises that they've spent enough time building this gap. He wants to take a third successive heavyweight Kart Race of Champions title. Puxty, so many laps around this track. He'll have been involved in every possible combination of defensive move, attacking move, track condition. Fully dry it has been all through this weekend. Very good times. Despite these guys are fighting, they're still in the high 50s, low 51s. Sandwell doing enough at the moment. But Puxty just biding his time. Puxty much better through the bottom. Here he goes, Puxty to the inside. Does he take the lead? They are side by side coming out of Garda. Sandwell pushes Puxty onto the curb. Sandwell just keeping ahead of Puxty for now. Good effort that by Puxty. But now Sandwell will know that was one of Puxty's ideas, so he can plan for it in future. The longer you spend behind someone, the more failed attempts, the better their understanding of your racecraft, of where you're faster, where you are slower. Sandwell, a bit exasperated that he still has not seen the back of Puxty just yet. Had to be super aggressive to not give Puxty the inside as they went through Cafe Curve, the inside for turn 1. These two, despite the fighting, still putting in similar lap times as Van der Nijn, Zafar, Jones and Woods battle for the last place on the podium. Our champion will be one of these two though. 3 minutes to go. Sandwell sticks to the inside, Puxty to the outside. Almost impossible to make that move. You need to be ahead at the turning point. Sandwell spending nearly as much time looking behind him now as he is looking in front. Needs to calm himself. This is a high pressure situation. He hasn't been in this position many times before. Puxty, been there, done that. Beat Anwar Burrell-Smith, arguably one of the greatest rental kart races in the UK, to the title in a one-on-one duel last year. Pretty much a carbon copy of it this year. Last year, Puxty made the winning move on the last lap on the downhill. Can he do the same this year? Looks to the outside. Sandwell, little look over the shoulder. 2 minutes left in this one. They're going to get maybe 2-3 more laps of this. Sandwell will be hoping it's the lesser. Sandwell continuing to push. Van der Nijn holding on. Puxty with a little bit of an overlap. Thinks better of it. 3 days of running. Hundreds of drivers. 30 heats. It's all come down to the next 90 seconds for these drivers. They're going to squeeze in 2 more laps here. 2 more laps for Sandwell to hold on. Puxty all over the back of him, basically pushing him through Cafe Curve. Sandwell to the inside. Sandwell basically hugging that white line now on the inside. These guys have got more than enough gap to those behind. Puxty going for the switchback. Is he going to try and do the same move? He's got alongside. Sandwell gives him the space. Puxty comes through. Sandwell has the inside for the downhill, or the first bit of the downhill. Can Puxty hold on round the outside? No, Sandwell cuts him off. Puxty too far back for a move, you would think. Puxty has been so strong through that downhill just before Garda. We're going to have 1 more lap of racing to determine the 2025 champion. Is it going to be 3 championships in a row for Puxty? Is it going to be an inaugural championship for Sandwell? We have 1 more lap left of the 2025 Kart Race of Champions season. Sandwell, first time in a couple laps he's not defended into hairpin 1. Is he going to offer a defense into hairpin 2? Puxty, perhaps tactically not as close as he has been on previous laps, hoping for a better run down the hill so he can pull the exact same move he did on Burrell-Smith last year. He's got an overlap on the downhill. Sandwell stays ahead. 2 more opportunities for Puxty. 1 more opportunity for Puxty. It has to be Garda. Sandwell defends. Puxty not quite able to do it. Sandwell, he's absorbed the pressure. It is not going to be 3 championships for Puxty. Sandwell, they're going to be side by side across the line. Ross Sandwell is your 2025 Kart Race of Champions heavyweight champion. An absolutely sterling defensive drive. He made the critical move past the two-time champ. But heartbreakingly, it is not going to be a third one for Puxty. The gap as they cross the line, less than 1/10 of a second. 0.096 was the gap. Meanwhile, Bran van der Inn winning the battle for the final place on the podium. Good result as well for Hassan Zafar in 4th. William Woods, fastest lap and 5th will have to do him. He had such promising pace throughout this weekend, and he certainly delivered in terms of best lap. So provisionally, your two champions are Bobby McGirt for lightweight and Ross Sandwell for heavyweight. Provisional results then for the final race of the day. Ross Sandwell takes the win by less than 1/10 of a second from Mark Puxty. Bran van der Ijn in 3rd, with Hassan Zafar and William Woods rounding out the top 5. Then comes Stuart Jones, Dylan Kadir, Jonathan Wilson, Johnny Brighton, and Jack Evans is your top 10. Tristan Lloydell, Ben Picard, Alex Jones, Anton Schoppler, Russell Shepard, Will Shevlin, Lewis in Kart number 14, Kavan Francis, and Adam Barras are your 19 finishes from the last race of the day. Well, thank you all so much for joining us here. It's been a very, very long day of racing, but a very, very enjoyable day of racing as well. Huge thanks to all of the staff here at Buckmore Park, all of the crew here behind the live stream for Tapes Up Productions, and to all of our drivers and spectators for making it such an enjoyable weekend, and to Clinton Bell and his team for doing such a great job at organising this event. I have been Jake Conlon, your commentator, and we sign off from you at Buckmore Park Circuit in Kent. We will see you in 2026. Goodbye.